All right, all right. Testing, testing, testing. One, two, three. Get to the Chamber of Secrets. To get to the Chamber of Secrets. All right. How's it going, everyone? This is the Thought Provoker. But you can call me TP if you want, as an alternative. Welcome to my live stream. For this live stream, it says, Open panel. Do parents have a God complex? Why have children, especially in this economy? So, just waiting for everyone to settle in, then we'll get started. T advice says, Life's cruel. Why should the afterlife be any different? Interesting, interesting. A lot of people believe that they're going to go to heaven. People are that confident. And there's nothing wrong with being confident. Could you imagine doing everything that you think you're supposed to do in life, and then after you die, you just end up in non-existence? Which is not a bad thing, but it's like you did all those things in life for nothing. By the way, T advice, welcome. Everyone coming in, welcome, welcome. I'm going to leave the link in the live chat so you can chill on the panel. Give me a moment. Triumvirat. Sorry if I'm butchering your name. Triumvirat says, hey, how's it going, man? Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Hey, Andrew, how are you, man?
Uh, just just trying my best.
Okay, cool. Trying your best. So I'm guessing you're feeling meh right now. Is that what you're feeling?
Who isn't?
I see. Are you feeling meh because of wage slavery?
Yes.
Okay. I wish more people in general would just be more honest about how people feel about wage slavery, because people act like, it's not, this feeling, this dread of wage slavery isn't prevalent, but it is. Most people hate working. Most people hate working. Not because of
I
laziness.
can tell you. Here's what I believe. Like, humans are not designed to work. Like, think robots are, and that's why they should take the positions.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, and the thing is, we're not robots. We are human beings. A lot of
Yeah, we have
human beings.
emotions and limits, and like, people shouldn't fuck with our lives like this.
Agreed, agreed. But, that's what happens when people decide to have children. Then we have to go through the whole wage slavery ourselves. Even if our parents end up hating, you know, the jobs, even though our parents dread, like for example, my dad absolutely dreads his job. He dreads working, not because of laziness. No, he's far from lazy, but He dreads it. He dreads the bullying at work and just the harassment, etc. He absolutely dreads it. For decades, he's been dreading working due to all the trouble and the amount of hours he has to work and whatnot. So, with that being said, I asked him, like, well, then you had me, and now I have to go through wage slavery. It doesn't make sense. So, this is why I tell people, if you hate the concept of wage slavery, having to work and sleep most of your life, don't bring a child into this world so they can go through the same thing. That's what I would say. Nonetheless, uh, so Andrew,
Yeah.
my question, do parents have a god complex? No pressure, by the way. Think of this as a imagine you're at a friend's house and you're just chilling. So don't feel like I'm putting you on the spot. Don't feel like I'm interrogating you. Just things
Okay.
to think of.
What do you mean by complex?
A god complex. So if you have a god complex, you basically have a very it means you're arrogant. It means you have a high opinion of yourself where you think you're better than others. You have this mindset that you are superior to other people.
Okay, I think parents do have that, especially mine.
Mm, well, both of them.
Yeah, I
Oh, okay.
I feel like everyone and everything is against me.
Oh, I see. Oh, damn, that's deep. That is deep. Do you so regarding the wage slavery, do you think there's some bullying or harassment from your observation?
Uh, well, technically I haven't like joined the corporate world, but like this summer I've had a self-employed job. I've just been like mowing lawns on my own terms.
Oh, okay. Cool. 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 All right, cool. Let me read this. Hang on. Triumvirate says, "What's really insane is to accept the treadmill as normal life and even defend it as freedom." Exactly. Exactly. These people also lack empathy. They can't imagine someone else, feeling as though, you know, wage slavery is insufferable. They'll look at you like you're crazy. When really, the ones who defend wage slavery, they're the crazy ones. Just because something is normal, people, doesn't mean it's okay. Question things. Question things. A lot of religious people don't question things. Anyway, 88 says parents definitely have a God's complex. I agree. I agree. They absolutely have a complex. You know, they they had children to lord over. Yeah, so they can have someone to lord over or people to lord over. I think it's sick.
I
It's
think
sick.
some aside from parents, I think my sister does too.
You think your sister has a god complex?
Yeah, like there have been many times throughout my life where she has like tried to put herself over me because I'm younger than her.
Mm. Oh, I hate that. The whole, oh, I'm older than you, therefore I'm superior to you. You know, you do as I say, blah blah blah. It's retarded. But go on.
Yeah, like so when she lets me drive her car sometimes like to go places. Like I've been doing it for years. I have a license and everything, but
Okay.
like every time I'm in it with her, like she will try to like take the longest direction to a place. Like even if it takes like an hour. Like in Like she won't take detours.
So she why if you don't mind me asking, why does she take, you know, like extremely long routes? Why?
Because she's an asshole.
Oh, okay. So you think she's doing it deliberately?
Yeah, and I try to confront her about this, and she was like, okay, well, he's like, we'll make a deal. I'll let you drive, take the detour, but then I forget I forget the rest, but like it I just said yeah so I could take the detour. Like I didn't want to make a deal with her at all. Like
Is there something
why
deeper
take the
going on
long
between you
routes to
two?
places if you don't have to? Like
Good
I don't
point.
know.
So she doesn't have to take the long routes, but she just does it. Yeah, that's a bit weird. And plus, isn't she wasting the gas?
She is wasting the gas, yeah. And I mean like when her plans don't involve me, like I could give a shit, but it does. Like she has to she has to see me like ASAP. She can't just keep me waiting.
Hmm. I don't know what to say, man. That's very odd. That's very odd. But yeah, sorry about that, dude. That's that's crazy. Uh, do you have your own car right now?
No, and for many reasons I probably don't want one.
Uh, oh, okay, all right, fair enough. Uh, guys, comment below. Do parents have a god complex?
And I think that's exactly why like money was created for to make everyone a slave.
Interesting, interesting. T
Like
advice
it,
says
it
in hold on. T advice says in 2025, women basically are equivalent to goddesses. I see. Okay, go on, Andrew. I'm listening.
life wasn't always like this. Like money didn't always exist and people didn't always trade with each other. The the early humans, or as some people call it, cavemen, like they just took like from mother nature. Like nature gave them shelter and food, like and water. And the early humans just like there was no charge to that. There was no trading. They just took and and like it was just that simple. And then centuries later, people are like, "Oh, now we should give you this much for that much, and I'm not going to give it to you if you don't have it."
Hmm. I see. Um. So, to everyone watching, let me ask you like this: why have children, especially in this economy? What's a good reason? What is a justification to have children, especially in this economy? Like, I'll wait for people to comment below.
My my dad never stops telling me about school and getting a job, and in my head, like I just want to strangle him. But
Oh wow. Oh, well,
yeah,
it is a thought. It's not like you've actually done it. It's damn. It's that deep between you and your dad, huh?
yeah.
Damn. Do you still speak to him?
Yeah, I live with my dad.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I see.
But for that reason, like that's why sometimes I don't want to be there.
So the relationship between you and your dad is that bad that you have these types of thoughts in your head like about what you want to do to your dad. Not that you would actually do it, but those thoughts do get in your head. Is that correct?
That's right.
Damn.
I mean, he's like my mom. I know I've already told you about her, but
Yeah, no, you have.
my dad's also brainwashed.
I see.
I mean, in some ways he's better than my mom, but like it's not enough where we're never fighting.
Hmm. I see. Damn, that is deep. Let me see. T advice says, to be fair, most women aren't affected by the economy. It's mostly men. Interesting. Interesting.
I don't know
Mm,
about that. I mean,
mm,
everyone, people of both genders are heavily affected.
mm. But he says that. Well, he did say mostly men. So yeah. Nonetheless, damn, it's a Sunday, and I wonder what people are doing today. Anyway,
And I
hey,
mean, I'm
Andrew, can I ask you a question?
sure. What is it?
Have you ever wanted children in your lifetime? It's okay if you have. It's not like you want them now. But was there ever a time where you thought about wanting to have children?
Nope, there was never a time.
Okay, fair enough.
Like even if I did, like I would, you know what I would do? I would raise them with the truth.
Okay, all right, cool.
Like I would actually try. I would tell them that, hey, money is made up. It's designed to make us sheep, and just not just that, but like the truth about everything. Because
Okay.
like because like I'd want them to have clear, open minds. Like I don't want it to. No one should. I don't want their minds to be filled with all these bullshit lies. Like it's not a healthy way to live.
Okay. All right. Let me read this. Oh my god. Uh, but wait, is this Black Hole's actual account? Because the name is slightly changed. Okay, let me read it anyway, just in case. Uh, is that really Black Hole? Anyway, Black Hole says hello again, TP. Well, sure, parents have a god. It's God complex, not good complex. But anyway, well, sure, parents have a God complex. You gotta honor me, even though I brought you into hell. Yeah, they got one, TP. Yeah, I agree. 88 says lies like you can be anything you put your mind to. Hmm. I mean, some things you can, some things you can't.
I've heard that lie way too many times.
Hmm. Yeah, so maybe sometimes, if not most of the time, you may succeed, but there will also be times where you don't succeed. That's the truth.
There's no such thing as succeeding in the US.
Interesting that you say that. So two parents. Why do? Okay, yeah. So anyone thinking of having children, in this day and age, please comment below. I'm just curious. Just curious. I'll wait.
I believe I commented on your recent video.
Which one?
Uh, the is it the or actually I don't remember if it was you that posted this, but it was like one in New York, like the stop having kids.
Oh, the one I shared.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I saw you did comment. So you commented on the stop having kids page on YouTube. Yeah, I saw. T advises my kid will cure cancer. Yeah, some people have that excuse. Hey, I'm gonna have children because one day they could cure cancer. Why don't you cure cancer? That's my response to them is why don't you cure cancer? What's stopping you from curing cancer? You know. Nonetheless.
Sometimes it's the people's fault for getting these illnesses, and when that's the case, I have no sympathy.
Hmm.
Like getting lung cancer from smoking.
Oh, you're saying that like when it comes to people who smoke cigarettes and then they end up getting lung cancer, you have no sympathy for.
Yeah, because they did it to themselves. Why should I feel bad?
Okay. Like they knew what they were getting themselves into when they decided to smoke cigarettes and now they got lung cancer. So it's like what were you expecting kind of thing.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. To be honest, I don't have sympathy either. If you know cigarettes are bad for you and you choose to do it anyway, you know what's gonna happen, and it happens, then I can't have sympathy. I literally can't have sympathy. So you got a point, Andrew. The
Another example
Wanderer.
is
Hold
like,
on, Andrew, hold on. The Wanderer, how are you, man?
Yo, TP, what's up, man?
I'm chill. What about you?
Yeah, bro, I'm chill, bro. What's up?
Not much. Not much. But just give me one moment, the Wanderer. So what were you gonna say, Andrew?
uh, oh yeah, I was gonna say another example is like when a kid puts their dirty finger in their mouth and then they get sick. Like that would also be their fault, and I wouldn't feel bad.
Well, here's the thing though. With a kid, they're just kids. They don't know any better. That's different. You know what I mean? Kids will be kids.
Well, I mean, depends on age.
Yeah, true, true. So what age were you? At the end of the day, not only are they kids, but there's a first time for everything. If there's a saying, "Fool me once, shame on you; fool me twice, shame on me." So if kids do that, you know, and it's their first time, then you know it's a learning experience. They didn't know. If you don't know, you don't know. But if they do it a second or third time, then fine. At that point, they should have known better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I was talking about like a teen.
Okay. Oh, okay. So like maybe 15 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, still, you know,
It's a different story though, because you're older and you should know better than to do something like that.
yeah, true. You should, yes, but as at the same time, as long as the parents are doing their jobs, you know, teaching them about these things, then indeed they would have known. Anyway, Savannah says if smoking was a cope for trauma, abuse, etc., then I do have sympathy. Okay. Um.
Yeah, and actually, addiction. I was seeing a video on that. Um, yesterday I think it was where someone was saying that addiction is usually cope to deal with childhood trauma. So like we really shouldn't be so judgmental of people who are addicted to things because we're probably using it as a way to deal with childhood trauma.
Hmm.
So
The thing is, on there. Okay, so smoking. Okay, yeah. I mean, to be fair, Savannah did say if. So if smoking was a cope for trauma, abuse, etc., then I. But the thing is, what I'm trying to figure out is this: of all the ways to cope with trauma and abuse, why smoke?
because everyone, I don't know, like everyone copes in their own way. I guess so. Like I guess for whatever reason, someone would maybe be drawn to smoking, maybe because maybe in school, like their friends used to smoke, and maybe they got influenced to start smoking, and that's what became their cope, I guess. Or for another person, it was alcohol because their friends used to drink a lot around them or with them or whatever. So yeah, I guess it depends on like their environment and stuff.
You know. Oh, okay. But do you think smoking is a good coping mechanism?
No, no, of course not. No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
Okay. So if you because Andrew does have a good point. You know, if you choose to smoke and you know how bad it is for you in terms of getting heart disease, lung cancer, etc., you know you're getting yourself into that, and then it happens. For one, you can't act surprised that you got that. I don't wish that on them. I'm just saying, if you know what you're getting yourself into, you can't act surprised. Getting heart disease or lung cancer, or whatever. And Andrew did say he doesn't have sympathy for them. I understand. Like, why would you have sympathy for someone who does something to intentionally hurt themselves and they know what they're getting themselves into? I'm not saying
Yeah,
you should like berate them. That's not what I am saying. But Andrew does have a point.
yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah. That's true.
if someone's about to if someone decides to punch themselves in the face, they know that blood's gonna come out of their face, but they do it anyway, knowing that. Are you going to have sympathy for someone like that, Jay?
No,
Okay, and why not?
yeah, because they should have known better.
They knew because they knew what they were going. I mean, they did know better, but then
Yeah,
they did it anyway. So I
right.
think that's Andrew's point. But
Yeah.
you know what?
I mean, but
Uh, Go on.
no, you go, you go.
Uh, I was gonna say, let me change the title of this. To be honest,
Hmm.
let me change the title of this because yeah. Hold on a second.
Mm. And yes, I was just about to say that I don't really believe in free will, so I don't believe that anyone really ultimately chooses anything. Really, I feel like it's just everything is determined. So I don't think people are ultimately really responsible for how they are in a sense.
Hold on a second. Let me hold on a second. Give me a moment.
Um, check this just side check when the side chat when you're done too. Someone posted something
Don't worry about it.
egregious.
Don't worry about it.
You're changing the title of this live stream?
One second. Yeah, I'm changing the title of this live stream. Come on.
What's wrong?
No. Oh my god. Oh, damn it, man. Okay, so basically, there are people. So I live in a flat, right? And I can hear people having sex at the top of my flat.
Like right now?
Wait,
Right
for
now.
real?
Literally.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Oh, wow. I would say get a room, but they've already got one.
Damn.
That is that. Hey, more power to them. But god damn, that's a lot of power. Anyway,
That must be so cringy to listen to.
I think it's quite funny. It's quite funny.
Well, at least you're not seeing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least I'm not seeing it. At least I'm here doing a live stream.
Yes, how often would you say they do that? Like a month?
They do it like I can't believe I'm saying this. They probably do it once or twice a month, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Live stream. Okay, antinatalism / childfree live stream. That's what I'm gonna save it as. Boom. Wait, 88 says could be a TV playing. Good one. Nah. They're having sex. I promise you. On top of my flat. Yeah. Anyway.
Patsy has the right idea too. Like, yeah, hopefully they are very infertile and they can't have kids.
Let's hope. Patsy Klein says, "Let's hope they are sterile." Yeah, let's hope. Okay, now let's go back to 7A's comments. We'll get to those comments. 88 says, when he said kid, I thought he meant actual kids. Yeah, well, now he clarified. He was talking about a teenager. Black Hole says, yes, it's really me. I changed it last night. You like, I'm indifferent, to be honest. Respectfully. Anyway, so 7A says, as Jay said, everyone copes differently. Some it's food addiction, binge eating disorder. Some it's alcohol, some it's drugs, some it's smoking, etc. Yeah.
It's not all.
Wait, hold on. Let me read this one. 7A says saying 7A says saying they should have known better is overly simplistic. Okay.
So Savina should come up and talk with us.
Yeah, she's more than welcome to.
Yeah, Andrew was gonna say something. Andrew.
It's not always that simple to just cope with something by seeing a therapist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like,
Listen,
for example, you could live in a rural area and the nearest office could be like 50 miles away.
Yeah.
And also, like, it's here in America, like, healthcare is like so expensive that. What?
Could you repeat that office line again? I didn't understand. Like, say that again. Something about the office could be 50 miles away. Say that part again.
I said if you live in a rural area, like the nearest like therapist's office could be 50 miles away.
Oh, okay. So you're basically talking about inconvenience, like, oh, it's too far away, so it's hard to get access to a nearby, therapist's office. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Noted. I thought earlier I thought you were gonna follow up with something, but yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. Thanks for the
Funnel up?
clarification. Follow up. Follow up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
Anyway,
also, but then
go
there's
on.
also like a money issue. Like the US, like it's expensive as hell, like to see a therapist, and and the fact that they scam you too, like just like
Mm-hmm.
that's not gonna benefit your mental health. Like it's gonna deteriorate it.
So, are you saying that therapy, in your opinion, is a scam for the most part?
Well, I mean, like all yes, and I think like all insurance, not just health, like all insurance is a scam. It's basically legalized mafia.
Yeah, he's right. It is a scam. Yeah,
Okay. Legalized mafia. Could you
it
elaborate on
is.
that, please?
What do you ask?
Could you elaborate on that? As in, okay, you say that therapy is basically legalized mafia. Could you explain that, please?
No, he more meant insurance.
Oh, okay. All right, noted. Have you guys ever been to
Like,
therapy?
and oh, sorry, I just have one more
Yeah,
example, if that's
yeah, that's
okay.
fine, Andrew.
Like therapy is it's not fast acting. Like it's not like you go to one session and after you're done you're 100% better. Like like therapy, it takes time to heal. Like you may not feel like better until like 5-10 sessions later with it, whereas with drugs, like it's usually sometimes like they'll make you feel better immediately, or sometimes like it'll take like, I don't know, like an hour or something like that to like to heal.
No, I get your point. Noted.
Yeah.
Hey, the Wanderer.
Wait, TP, you don't know it's me, man?
Uh, I know exactly who you are. It's just that
Okay.
because you put the name the Wanderer, I don't want to, out you.
Dox me?
You know
You
what I
don't want
mean?
to dox me? Okay.
Right. But if you don't mind me calling you your name, if you don't mind, you let me know. Do you mind?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's okay.
So you don't mind if okay, JE. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Anyone who puts a certain name on my live panel, I'll call them exactly that in case they don't want me to call them something else,
Okay,
for
yeah, that
privacy
makes
reasons.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But you're okay with, so you're okay with me calling you JE. That's fine.
Yeah.
Tom Deitch says, "Can someone give me non-selfish reason to have kids?"
And there is none.
That's the thing. There is none. I actually had a conversation with someone, recently about this, about having children and how it's selfish, and I don't mean that as in a spiteful way. It's just the truth, it is selfish. Why am I saying that? Is because parents have this mindset that when they have children, they're doing those children a favor by having them, but they're
Hmm.
so deluded. No, 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 no. If you choose to have children, you're doing yourself a favor. You're not doing those children a favor because they never asked to exist in the first place. I want
Right.
parents to recognize that, because parents act entitled, like, oh, I did this for you, I did that for you. But the reason why you had children in the first place was for selfish reasons. So don't act like your children owe you. Your children don't owe you when you are the one who forced them into this world.
Exactly.
What a dumb, I'm just gonna be brutally honest. What a dumb mindset to have, that you think that your children owe you because you basically did the bare minimum for your children. And because you gave birth to them. What? You're an idiot. You are an idiot.
Agreed.
I'm just being honest, and it's true. If you think that your children owe you because you gave birth to them, you are an absolute idiot.
And it shouldn't matter how old the kid is. Like the parents, they should no, they need to support their children as long as they're alive.
Yeah, of course. Like, for example, if their children, if their offspring loses a job and, they're struggling financially, their parents should be their support system and basically support them.
Yeah.
That's literally how it should be. If I had children and, I raised them to be independent, but out of the blue, they are struggling financially because out of the blue, they lost their jobs, then I would support them financially. That's my job as a parent. And my job does not end, at 18. I am a parent forever.
Yep. Agreed.
Let's see. Da-da-da. Tom Deitch says exactly. Yeah. Tom Deitch says having children is human sacrifice. You know what? Technically, you could look at it that way because you're creating someone into this world for your own agenda. So
Mm-hmm.
Tom Deitch says the pleasure people sacrifice the suffering people in order to keep their show going. 88 says you can opt out if you don't like it here. Natalist's favorite line. Yeah, it's such a disgusting thing to say because they mean it. Because they know that trying to opt out will cause harm. They know this. Telling someone to go off themselves is like telling someone to go fuck themselves. Is the
Mm-hmm.
same energy because you're
Yeah,
saying it
exactly.
with is because you're saying it with spite and malice. You're basically telling them to go. You're telling that person to go harm themselves, and obviously people are going to take offense to that. I would. If you're telling me to go off myself, I dare someone to tell me that, like face to face. I dare someone to do that.
Someone says that to me, I'll say it back.
Yeah, sure, and understandable. Can't tell someone to go off themselves. When people say this particular line, you can opt out if you don't like it here. They're not saying it from a place of compassion. They're just saying it to be assholes. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
I don't respect people like that, man. You know what? I'll just say to
Yeah,
my
like leave
before.
it.
Wait. Let me say this. If they say something like this, I'll be like, you can just not have children in the first place to avoid all this drama.
Yep.
Go on, Andrew.
Well, yes, one, yeah, nobody's like forcing anybody to have children. And uh and two, like leaving they say opt out, like that made me, if you don't like it here, that when I saw that comment, it made me think like leave the country if you don't like the way it is. That's not gonna change the country. Like
Mm,
like if you leave it, like if I left the US, like Trump isn't gonna say, oh, Andrew, uh oh, we should have run the country better because Andrew left. No,
mm,
like Trump's gonna say, oh, he didn't like how America is. That's his problem.
mm. The way I look at it is when it comes to phrases like, oh, you can leave, or like, if you don't like it here, you can leave. I look at it like this. That is not the only way. It's like telling someone who is in a marriage, oh, they had an argument. Oh, if you don't like it, then leave. No, that's a stupid thing to say. It's optional, but that's not the only way. That's not the only option. You can also try to fix the situation, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should just, yeah, like staying and fighting back just makes more sense.
I think so. In other words, basically, not I wouldn't say fighting back, but basically trying to resolve the situation, you know, to make the marriage better, you know,
Oh, okay. Well,
to
I
save the
wasn't
marriage. I mean.
talking about the marriage.
Oh, what were you talking about?
I was talking about fixing the country.
Oh, right. Okay, cool. Let's see. Mm. You know what would be funny, right? Regarding this line, you can opt out if you don't like it. You know what would be really funny if the natalist that said this was pro-life. That would be hilarious.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Being pro-life, but saying stuff like this, you can opt out if you don't like it here. Oh, yeah, that'd be very ironic. Anyway,
Yeah,
we.
yeah, put that bitch in his place.
I think most natalists are pro-life. No, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna. Yeah. Anyway, Patsy Cline says people voluntarily have children to fulfill their own lives. Ultimate selfishness. Yeah, exactly. But the problem is a lot of these people are not. A lot of these parents, they're not very honest about that. Instead, they'll act like they did it for the children, but that's literally impossible because once again, they never chose to exist. So they need to come up with something better. Let's see. Velvet Rope. What a name. It says any wizards.
What the hell does that mean?
I
So that's
mean,
I think I know what it means. I think it's a slang term for like men who are like 30 years and older who are still virgins, I guess. I think.
what?
Yes. Yeah, I think so. I think I was on one of a Discord server sometime earlier this month, and I think someone mentioned that they're gonna be like almost 30 years old and still a virgin or whatever, and someone else on the voice chat said that they're if they reach to 30 and they're still a virgin, they're a wizard or something, or they're almost close to being a wizard or something. So I think that's where that comes from.
But
Yeah.
why a wizard?
I don't know. I think it's because wizards are like these old, like in Harry Potter, right? Where this old wise like sage guy who, um, I don't know. It's something to do with that. I'm not sure. Like some old wise guy because they're a virgin and they're I guess innocent.
Wait. So the wizards in Harry Potter are virgins? Is that?
No, I'm drawing a parallel to Harry Potter. For wizards in Harry Potter, I guess like since they're so like wise and they're like sages or whatever, like it's almost seen that because they kept their virginity that somehow makes them like these wise and intelligent people or something. I don't know. I'm
Okay.
just trying to
Well, it
speculate
was
as to
worth a
why
try,
what it can be.
JE. It was worth a try. Anyway,
Yeah, but that's where I think it comes from.
okay. I'll look into that another time. Velvet Rope says female antinatalism is just them shirking off responsibilities. Male antinatalism is true altruism. What? Wait. Did I just read that correctly? Hold on.
Altruism?
What?
What's that?
Well, no. I'm not. Hold on. We'll get to the altruism part. I'm confused by this. So you're saying, so Velvet Rope, you're saying that female antinatalism is just. First of all, this is probably the first time I've seen someone make a distinction between female antinatalism and male antinatalism. Anyway, he or she says female antinatalism is just them shirking off responsibility. What the? Do you guys what?
Yeah,
Shirking?
I'm confused too.
No, I
What
think this
the?
person is just being a troll.
Are you trolling, dude?
Yeah.
Nah, there's no way. What?
Yeah, like they're trying to be a bit misogynistic, but they're trolling
No, but I mean, what?
because they're saying that, oh, if a woman chooses not to have a child, she's being selfish and she's not following through with her like womanly obligation to become a mother. But if a guy does it, it's responsible. So I feel like he's just trying to rage bait essentially, I guess, and
Probably. That's what,
yeah, and get the woman in the chat upset or something.
the way I see it, right? I disagree. I honestly disagree. I'm responding to Velvet Rope. I disagree with this. No, I think that with women, with females in antinatalism, no, they care just as much as men, like, about potentially putting someone into this world. You know, yeah, all this. I've never heard someone say this comment. Anyway, Velvet Rope says most people know having children won't fix their lives, but they do it anyway. All right, yeah. I mean, yeah, like for example, those people who have children to save their marriage, you know, like if you can't, like if you're two grown adults and you can't save your marriage, don't think for 1 second that having children is going to fix that. If you can't even fix the marriage yourselves, it means that it's over. It's over. If you've tried everything, you've tried therapy, counseling, you name it, and your marriage still isn't working, your children are not going to save your marriage. I'm sorry to tell you, but
Yeah,
you're just gonna, it means you're not compatible. You've tried everything. Because if you have children and your marriage is still in shit, you're gonna end up projecting onto your children. That's wrong. Don't do that. Don't do that. Just end the marriage. Especially if you've tried everything. Anyway. So yes, to an extent, I do agree, Velvet Rope.
That's also what I hate about cheating. Like you're like instead of working things out with your partner, you're just gonna go to someone else who who just might be better for you. Like
yeah, I agree.
Cheating is dumb. Cheating is dumb. It
I
really is.
agree. It's so stupid. Or at least just break up with a person and just get the relationship over with, and then go with the other person if you want. Don't don't
Yeah.
leave a person on and hurt their feelings and have them looking stupid. You know. So yeah, it's stupid.
Either break up or resolve things. Like it should just be that simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say this though. Whilst we are all in agreement that cheating is dumb and it's wrong, I will say this. As far as breaking up, for the most part, you know, it should be easy, but there are some exceptions where, you know, the partner might be abusive, and so one is afraid to basically one is afraid of breaking up right away because they don't know how to with their abusive partner.
Yeah.
So they're thinking, how do I break up with this person without them beating me up? That's a tricky one. That
Yeah.
is a tricky one. How do you go about that?
Stuff.
I mean,
Yeah.
I guess you could just like, I mean, you could talk to parents about it. You could talk to friends, and maybe like even call the police if the abuse is physical.
Hope. Some people think the police won't do anything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
it's tricky
probably
for
right.
them too. Yeah.
Maybe not, but
Damn, life can be tricky sometimes. That is so unfair. Like, you know, you want to break up with someone, but because, like, you want to break up with your partner, but because you know your partner is abusive, you're scared to do so. Because if you do, they'll beat you up. That's so sad. Like, imagine trying to beat someone up just because they're breaking up with you. How pathetic must you be? That is
Yep.
absolutely pathetic.
yeah,
Agreed.
and like if the abuser like hates his or her partner, like then why would you want to keep him or her?
And if you're about to beat up someone because they're trying to break up with you, you're literally proving their point. You know, you're literally proving their point why they don't want to be with you anymore. You're not helping. Anyway.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
That is so crazy. Let's see. 88 says Google says wizard as slang for a virgin, particularly a male virgin over 30, originated from a Japanese internet meme and later spread through online communities like 4chan. Okay, noted. Noted. Anyway, thanks for
Yeah.
that, 88. 80 so Patsy Cline says altruism is essentially caring about other people, their welfare, feelings, etc. Noted. I know Patsy likes it when I say noted. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Velvet Rope says because if you go to female antinatalist spaces, they are heavily feminist. They do it for different reasons than men do. Interesting. So you think with female antinatalist spaces, like they are antinatalist for different reasons. Okay, so this is interesting. So what are the reasons that female antinatalists uh have that differ from male antinatalist reasons? This is interesting. Please let me know.
Well, I think a couple of reasons off just off the top of my head, I would say I guess one reason would be to fight against the patriarchy, as the feminists love to say. Um, you know,
Sorry,
y-
just the line, the patriarchy. I'm not laughing at them. No, 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 no.
yeah,
Do you? It's just the line, the patriarchy. For some reason, is just funny to me. I swear that it's literally nothing more than that.
yeah,
Because I've
it's
heard it so
funny.
many times. The patriarchy.
Yeah, me
It's
too.
just the line has become funny to me now. But
Yeah, it's
again, I'm
like a
not
whole
laughing at feminists themselves. No, 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 no.
yeah, but term by itself is a whole meme.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh wow. Oh god.
yeah, and I
But
would
I
say
do wish
another
feminists the
reason.
best, though. Genuinely, I do wish feminists the best. But yeah, the line, the patriarchy, has
Yeah,
now become funny.
yeah, and I would
Anyway,
say one more reason would be just yeah, I guess fighting against the notion too that a woman's sole role within society is to be a mother, and challenging that notion that a woman's main purpose should be to bear children and to become a mother, I guess.
it doesn't get more misogynistic than telling a woman that all she is good for is being an incubator.
Yeah,
Being a baby maker. Like that is so reductive. That is so dehumanizing.
I agree. Yeah,
It really is. I
It's kind
could
of
never.
sexist.
You think? Yeah, very,
yeah,
very sexist. Like to tell a woman, oh, all you're good for is being a baby maker. You are born here to be a baby maker. Like what? Nah, women are way more than baby makers, man. That is so dehumanizing, and it basically makes women out to be these second-class citizens, which they are not, or at
yeah.
least they shouldn't be. Anyway.
And there's way more to life than that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Than being a baby maker, yeah. 88 says does have a point. So I think you're referring to Velvet Rope's comment. Okay. 88 says I have noticed female antinatalists are heavily feminist. Well, you know what? It does make sense. It does make sense, like the way women are treated in this world. They don't want to take a gamble by having children in this world where, yeah, they, especially if they have they especially wouldn't want to bring a daughter into this world so
Hmm.
that they can be oppressed. So I understand. The correlation does make sense. I don't know how true this correlation is, like how many are feminists. I don't know, but I get it. Patsy Cline says, and when you eventually end up getting a divorce, your kids are going to be torn going from one parent to the other for visitations. Harden the kids emotionally. Hey, oh, great. Patsy Cline, very, very good comment here. Very good comment. So now you're putting your children. So once you get divorced, now you're putting your children uh, through this ultimatum nonsense where it's like it's either me or your mother, or it's either me or your father. Like, don't put them through that. Your children love both of you. Don't put this ultimatum on them. You chose to have them. You chose to have those children. Don't put them through this ultimatum nonsense, because you, as adults, you couldn't, fix your own marriage. So now you're making your children suffer by making them pick. Nonsense. Anyway, very good, Patsy Cline. Very good. Shifted Reality says, agree. Children usually suffer the most from divorce. It's a shame. It's a shame. Rositsu Running says, I would lose all my limbs in a bloody war just to be with a 300-pound fat chick.
Ew.
He said you. Andrew said you.
That was so random.
It's so random. Oh, wow.
Well, I wouldn't want to be with a 300-pound chick.
I would. I'm laughing, right? Listen, if you're into fat chicks, more power to you, right? But I'm not. That's not why I'm laughing. I'm laughing because this is such a random comment. I have nothing against randomness because I'm random myself. I would lose all my limbs in a bloody war just to be with a 300-pound fat chick. A fat chick.
I never want to be with someone like that.
Oh God, that is hilarious. You don't. And the funny thing about this comment is you don't have to do that. You can just be with one. Like, you don't have to lose your limbs. Like, point taken. But yeah. This chat is wild. Dan Patrick said, what up, my guy? How's it going, man? How's it going? Welcome. Patsy Cline says, noted. There you go. She loves when I say noted. Oh, by
that
the way,
is noted.
Yeah. So, quick side note: the people who are having sex on top of my flat, they've stopped now. So, in fact, they stopped ages ago. So, good.
Good.
Anyway, Calum Kerr says, at Shifted Reality, hello. I've just come on stream. Isn't divorce also sometimes better for children than observing their parents who felt out of love? Good point.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what?
true.
Sometimes divorce is also a blessing for the children. Like, imagine having two parents who hate each other living under the same roof as you and having to witness chaos. Whew.
Yeah,
Honestly,
it's traumatic.
I'll be honest. I will be honest. For me personally, I think that my parents divorcing is a blessing in disguise, because I would hate, like, imagine a world where I live with both of my parents. Oh, that would be absolute hell. Anyway, thank God that's not the reality for me now. But nonetheless,
it's weird. My grandparents, like on my mom's side, they fought like all the time. Like, some I've witnessed, some I haven't been alive to witness. But like they've lived together like for like 60 years, and they never, of all the fighting they've had, like they never divorced.
Were they Christian?
Yes.
Yeah,
That's probably why. Because from what I've heard, like, Christians, I'm not saying all, but many, Christians have this mindset. From what I've heard, I've been told by a Christian that they have this mindset that, they don't believe in divorce unless it's due to adultery. Basically
yeah.
cheating. That's the only reason they'd leave, but otherwise they'll just stay in the marriage. And I think it's toxic. I think that's toxic.
It is.
That's just my opinion. I think that's toxic.
Yeah, like my grandparents were always like opposite of each other. Like my grandpa, he was a very like other than being heavily obese and dying because of that, like he was a very smart guy.
Mm. Okay,
Like
I see. What,
I would
so your
ask him
grandpa?
for
Wait,
help
hold on,
with
hold on.
things, and he
Your grandpa, as in your mom's dad or your dad's dad?
well, I said on my mom's side.
Oh, your mom's dad. Okay, so he died due to obesity.
Yeah,
Oh, I see. But he was a smart man nonetheless. Okay, cool, cool, cool. But continue.
yeah, there were plenty of times where I would ask him for help with things, and he was, of course, he would say okay, and he would have no trouble like fixing those things. And
Right, so he would have your back. Like he would be supportive of you.
yeah, exactly.
That's great. That's really great. And may he
And
rest
as
in
for
peace.
my grandma, like she was like there's a whole list of problems she's had and still has now.
Mm.
Like she
Is she still alive?
yeah, she's still alive. She's her hear she's hard of hearing. Like she has her hearing is so bad, and her her memory is also a bitch.
Oh wow.
And
Oh, does she have dementia?
fortunately, no, she doesn't. But like she can't like there was this. I can't help but laugh at this, but she asked if I was at like my aunt and uncle's wedding, and this aunt and uncle of mine, like this uncle is her son, like my mom's brother, and they married in the 90s, and I was born in the 2000s. So like not only is that like not only did that make me laugh because of how retarded a question like that is, but like it's like how can she not, like that's how bad her memory is. It's
Oh,
like
so did
how
that
can you
when she asked you that question, did that catch you off guard?
what do you mean?
Were you surprised that she asked you that question?
I was like I knew her memory was bad, but I wasn't expecting a question like that.
Okay, all right. Well, there you go.
It's like I'm her
Shifted.
fucking grandson. It's like how can you not, it's like do you not remember when I was born or something? Or like
I mean, if she has
when they
dementia,
married?
okay. Well, you just clarified she doesn't have dementia, but so she doesn't have dementia, but she still doesn't remember stuff like what you just mentioned. Okay, interesting. I don't know what to say. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Let me read
And I
this.
would when
Wait,
I
wait, Andrew,
come
hold on. Let
to
me read this. Hold up. Shifted reality says, yeah, I would agree with that too. I meant generally speaking, they get caught in the middle of conflict, right? In reference to the whole parents having a divorce. Yeah, children do get caught in conflict. Yeah. Let me continue reading. Calum Kerr says, TP, do you have a problem with the fact that I, as a man, reference patriarchy on your streams? Absolutely not. You can reference patriarchy as many times as you please. I have zero issue with that. 88 says, how are females oppressed? I is that a genuine question?
Yeah, I guess so. I
I
mean,
don't
everyone.
I didn't
I meant historic. Hold on. 88 says, bro said females are oppressed. I just I was talking about, I was basically saying, right? I see why, a lot of female antinatalists, based on what someone said in the comment section, because someone brought up, female antinatalists. I said I could see why many of them would be feminists. It was in reference to this I can't be asked to scroll up. I don't know. Anyway, let me continue with this comment. 88 says TP sounded like a feminist when he said the oppressed comment. Good one.
Oh wow.
Good one. I don't think that was an insult. I think he was just saying. My point is, someone brought up female antinatalists, and I basically and they mentioned, you know, the correlation with female antinatalism and feminism, and I said I could see why there's a correlation there, basically. Anyway, I said a lot. Let me read this. Dan Patrick says, "Ain't nothing wrong with being with a thick woman. Thick and fat aren't the same." But anyway, I've seen curvy females who were 5'10" and weighed about 190 pounds. But the thing is, man, I'm all for thick women, but like, we have to stop. There's a difference between a thick woman and a fat woman. Would you guys agree or disagree?
There
Yeah.
is a difference, yeah.
There's absolutely a difference. The problem is a lot of people are calling fat women thick, and the reality is they're fat. I'm not saying that as an insult. I'm just saying there is a difference between thick and fat, and we need to just be honest about that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Same goes for men. Same goes for men. Anyway.
So another, what I was saying is that another example of my grandma's fading memory is one of her favorite movies is Finding Nemo, and I used to watch it constantly with her. When I like mentioned one of the characters, Nemo's dad, Marlin, like she would ask me, "Who's Marlin?"
Oh. How long ago was this?
I actually don't remember. I think it was like years ago. But like if you watch the movie like all the time, like you should you should know like the characters' names.
Okay. All right. Wait, sorry. No. I zoned out for a moment. How long ago did you watch Finding Nemo with your grandmother?
I think the last time I saw it with her was last year.
Oh, okay, last year, not long ago. All right, cool. You know, I have not seen the whole movie of that. You know, I've only seen bits. Nonetheless. Hey, so Andrew, are you into sports?
Yeah, I'm into some sports. I told you about American football last time.
Oh, hand egg. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, other sports like baseball, and tennis, like I'm okay with those sports. Like they're not like you're tackling somebody. Like you're not like at high risk of injury or death.
So, hold on a second. Guys, give me a moment.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so say that line about the hand egg.
Like hand egg, like you're basically like you're tackling each other. You're at very high risk of injury and or death. Like
Yeah, that's true.
But and with sports like baseball and tennis, like the chances of those are lower.
Yeah. No, you got a point. Because, you know, with hand egg, or as Americans like to call American football, is basically
Okay, I'll call it hand egg.
no. Yeah, no. You can call it whatever you want. I don't mind, but I'm going to call it hand egg. But if you want to call it hand egg as well, that's fine. Yeah. Hand egg is more hard hitting. Yeah. But Andrew, which one do you think, in your opinion, which one do you think makes more sense? American football or hand egg?
Hand egg.
Right.
Because you barely use your feet.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So nonetheless, oh, by the way, JE, from now on, right? Call it hand
Mm-hmm.
egg, not American football.
Noted.
Mhm. Let's see. Velvet Rope says, to play the devil's advocate, what are your opinions on declining birth rates on future economies like South Korea? I have no issue with declining birth rates. I don't.
Neither do I.
For any country, got no issue with that. Like, people are starting to be like, oh, I don't want to bring a child into this world in this economy. I understand. People are considering that, hey, I may not be financially stable, so why would I bring a child into this world if I'm not financially stable? It's that simple. Instead of doing it, you know,
Those people are awake and smart.
yeah, and consider it.
And they're solving. Oh, I might have already said this before. They're solving overpopulation.
Yeah. Calum Kerr says, I can't remember her now, but Lawrence Anton once made a video about a French radical feminist in history who, from a modern perspective, does qualify as an antinatalist. She seemed cool to me, to be honest. Okay, cool.
Oh yeah, I remember that video.
Cool. All right, I'll check it out. Let's see. Dan Patrick says American football is popular, but rugby is a true rugged man sport. Noted.
Why? Because they don't use helmets and stuff.
They don't use helmets and padding.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The I once tried playing a non-American sport once. I played cricket.
Yeah, cricket is fun.
Calum. Okay. What sports do you play right now?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not on a team or anything.
That's fine, but okay, what sports? Okay, what sports? Name all the sports you've played in your time.
Tennis,
Tennis.
baseball,
Okay, tennis, baseball. All right.
golf.
Golf. All right.
I don't know. Is bowling considered a sport?
I think so. Hang on. Is a sport. Yeah, bowling is a sport. Yes.
Okay, I've played that, and I've played your version of football. I am not
So
saying the S word
basically
anymore.
the real football, basically.
Yeah,
but real football.
I am not saying. I am not calling it the S word anymore.
Yeah, let's call it football. There we go. Give me a moment. So Caitlin Kerr says, I can't remember her name is what I meant. Yeah, noted. Velvet Rope says, fair enough. Resit Su Ronin says, I'd have 5 kids if I was in Gaza right now? Mm, I have no reply. 88 says, yeah, bowling is a sport.
Okay. With football, real football, I was actually on a team as a kid
Okay.
for a couple years.
All right.
It
Cool.
sucked ass.
What, the sport or the team?
Well, it was just the fact that I was forced to play in the rain.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, no one likes to play in the rain. No one does.
Yeah, it's not fair to the players.
Yeah, but we gotta do it. But two things can be true at the same time. We've got to play in all conditions. But I can also understand
Well,
people who like playing in the rain.
we don't have to play.
I see. Let me see.
I've seen people play in the snow, and that happens, and you're gonna get frostbite. You could get really sick.
I see. Let me. Yeah, you could. Whether it's the rain, snow, yeah, you could. I know from experience.
And
Let's see.
the snow could blind you, and it's it just gives you a disadvantage. How could you function properly while shivering?
Well, that's why players warm up. But I get your point. Well, hold on a second. Dan Patrick says, in America, I think bowling is a sport. It's a sport, period. Anyway, Dan Patrick says, it's soccer, my guy. Soccer. Joker. Anyway.
Dan Patrick, I am not saying that again.
Velvet Rope says, no, hold on. Americans, dear Americans who are watching me right now, I know you guys are joking, but yeah, in all seriousness, Americans, do you lot actually think that calling your sport American football makes perfect sense? You know, a sport where 90% of the time you're using your hands. Let me know. Anyway. Velvet Rope says, I think sport is anything fun involving physical activity and competition. So sex. Anyway, I'm joking. Anyway, we move on. Calum Kerr says, I only like sports that are basically martial arts. I'm formally trained in karate and kickboxing. Hey, look at you, man. There you go. Hey, more power to you. Are you a black belt? Are you a blue belt? What are you? Shifted Reality says, it doesn't make sense, Law. There you go. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense to call it American football. Just call it hand egg. American football, where 90% of the time you're using your hands.
Yeah, America's got the sickest creatures.
Say that again?
America's got the sickest creatures.
Sickest creatures. You said it, not me. Velvet Rope says, it's football, mate. Wait. Hey, Velvet, are you from England, just like me? Do we have some English people in the chat?
I mean, that's not... I see the flag on there. That's not the British flag.
It's not the British flag, it's the English flag. So England is in Britain, basically. So you've heard of the term the UK, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the UK, think of the UK as a country of countries.
Yeah, isn't that Scotland and England?
Yeah. So the UK consists of Scotland, England, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
Okay.
So it's a country of 4. Basically. Velvet Rope says, yeah, unfortunately. Can we have some English people on the panel? Not saying I don't mind Americans. Listen, anyone can come on my panel, but you know what I mean. Like, let's get some English people on the panel. Why not? Yeah, unfortunately. Why, unfortunately, Velvet Rope? Why,
Well,
unfortunately?
I always thought that Britain and England were basically the same thing.
A lot of people treat them like they're the same thing because, like, England is the most popular compared to the other countries like Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland. Like, for example, in football, England dominate compared to the other countries in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
We're basically the main event. I'm not saying that to sound arrogant. No, it's true. Like, we're just seen as the quote unquote main event.
Yeah.
It's like, for example, people say when people think of South Asia, what is the one country people think of? India.
India,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's their go-to. So it's just like that with the UK. People think England, even though there's more to the UK than just England. Anyway,
Is there a bit of an echo? I'm hearing a bit of an echo.
Andrew, do me a favor, leave and then come back so that the that noise can go away. Thank you very much.
Oh.
Dan Patrick says, "Yo, I'm so fly." Oh wait, no, I'm not reading all of that. Anyway, Dan Patrick says, "I get what you're saying about why calling it American football. It really doesn't make sense. America has a superiority complex and are very arrogant. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, it really doesn't." All right. Shifted reality. How's it going, man?
Hey, how's it going, man? I know you said you wanted an English person, but
Oh, I don't mind.
I'm American, so.
God damn it! No, I'm joking. I'm kidding. It's fine, man. Everyone's welcome. Everyone of all nationalities.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, is this any better?
Is this any better? Yeah, no, it's fine. Your audio is fine. It's just that there was noise in your background that was showing up that I didn't like. So, but you're fine now.
Okay.
Yeah, let me read this other comment and then I'll get to shifted reality. The other side says the world has nothing but wage slavery waiting for the unborn and a tiny amount of happiness. That reminds me. From now on, people, let's also, use the term unconceived, meaning like, the person hasn't even been made yet. So I personally like to say unconceived instead of the unborn, because if I say the unborn, then people will get into abortion arguments, and I would like to avoid that.
Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I just say the unconceived.
All right.
Yeah, but people can say what they want. You can say unborn, unconceived, but note they are not the same thing.
And
Okay.
Okay. The other side just says tiny amount of happiness. I don't believe in it.
Interesting.
What do you mean? Well, there is only a tiny amount of happiness in this world.
I don't know.
I guess
It's
it depends on the person, but hey, shifted reality.
Yeah.
I've got a question
I
for
mean,
you, mate. Wait, go, guys, hold on. I did say I was going to get to shifted. Shifted. So
Yeah.
are you new to my channel?
Yeah, man, it's weird. I dove into somehow this morning when I was waking up, I stumbled upon anti how do you say it? Natalism? Antinatalism?
Antinatalism.
Yeah, I was watching some other channels and somehow I came across yours and then I saw you were live. I was like, all right. So
Cool.
I had never thought about that concept before, but as I was listening to people, it made sense. Yep.
I'm glad you think it makes sense.
Yeah.
So hopefully it will keep on making sense as the days go by. To you.
Right.
Um, by the way, dude, what are your thoughts on Americans calling football? No. Let's leave that out the way. What are your thoughts on the term American football for hand egg? That's what I call it. I call it hand egg. What are your thoughts on that?
Uh, I used to play football, man. I agree. Yeah, it's not
Doesn't make sense,
it
does it?
doesn't make it. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't.
Nah.
Yeah.
If guys, we're gonna make a change. From now on, the rest of the world will now call American football hand egg.
Yes, they all should.
Honestly,
Yeah.
Americans do as you please, but yeah, I personally, I'm gonna call it hand egg. As long as you continue to call football soccer, I will call American football hand egg.
Now I cringe at that word.
Nah, but shifted. You know me. I like to. Well, you said you're new to my channel, but basically, I do like to have some banter here and there. So sometimes I like to joke around.
Yeah. No, it's funny, man.
Yeah, but with the whole football hand egg, all these terms, I'm half joking.
Yeah, I
But
don't care,
nonetheless,
man. I don't follow sports anymore.
oh,
I lost
anymore?
interest long time ago. Yeah, I realized that it's just a complete bread and circus, waste of time, distraction for the masses.
You know what? Fair enough. As you get
Yeah, fair enough.
as
Yeah.
you get older, it does feel like it does become a waste of time because you got to start focusing on certain things, getting your life together, etc., etc.
Well, it's not even that, man. Like I used to get upset when I'm from the Washington D.C. area, and the Redskins. Well, not the Redskins anymore. They changed their name, but anyways, I would find myself watching the games and just getting upset. And then I'm like, what am I mad about? Like, if they win or lose, it has no effect on my life whatsoever. So.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Plus you save yourself some heartache.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's when your team sucks too. It's.
Do the Redskins suck?
Well, they're called something else now. I don't even know. They at the time I was watching them, they weren't great. They could have been good, but they had lost their quarterback.
Oh, okay.
So he had suffered an injury, and so it's just. I mean, I'm originally from California, so I had another team that I would watch, and it's the same thing, man. It just doesn't change. It's just, I don't know. Like I have better things to do than to sit on my couch and watch a football game. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, no, and you know what? Fair enough. Wait, are you talking about the real football? Or are you talking about hand egg?
I'm talking about hand egg.
No, it's just for the audience, so there's no confusion because I do have English people who watch me as well. But anyway, noted. You know what? Let me read these comments. Let me see. Dan Patrick says, as you can tell by typing language, I am American as well. I'm from the Midwest. From the Midwest. No, I'm kidding. Okay, cool. Noted. Rezitsu Roning says you should make a Discord and do calls from there. Interesting. I will take that into consideration. Calum Kerr says, well, I was born on English soil, but I'm Black Caribbean heritage. I'm not sure if you're specifically seeking white folks. So no. Okay. I don't care about race. No. If you're English, you're English. I don't care about race. Same with Americans. Like, they're Americans of all races. If you're an American, you're an American. So I hope that answers your question. Let me see. Dan Patrick says, totally agree. It is bread and circuses at Shifted. Hey, you got a fellow American agreeing with you. Dan Patrick. Go on. No, I'm joking.
The players in the sports, like, they just, like, I think they don't have the mindset that win or lose, like, it should be fun. But no, they're like overly serious about it. Like, hockey's an example. Like, The players are literally beating the shit out of each other all the time.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Apparently in hockey, they are allowed to fight each other. Like they are actually allowed to do that. Like the referee,
Wait, for
the
real?
referees, yeah. Like so, the referees they tell the other players to make way for two hockey players to basically, you know, fight each other for like 30 seconds.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's bullshit. Like they could get seriously hurt.
Yeah, well, that's how it is in Canada. Eh? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Let's see. Dan Patrick says, "Hey, shifted. Did you like the San Diego Chargers or Oakland Raiders?"
Chargers.
You heard it here first. Can we get some Americans on this panel? I don't feel
Thanks,
like we have
Patsy.
enough. Actually, you know what? Everyone who's watching right now, comment your nationality. Comment your nationality below. All right. Wait, did I read Patsy's comment? I don't think I did. Did I? No.
She said that she likes the way I think.
Oh, okay. All right, get a room. Anyway, no, I'm joking. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Dan Patrick says sports is taking overly serious in America because it's their career, aka moneymaker. It's sad that America cares more for sports than their healthcare and education system. So let me ask you like this, because some people say that sports players are are overpaid. But here's the thing: is it that they're overpaid, or is it that other people in other professions are underpaid?
I would say we're probably a bit overpaid because why does, for example, someone need $100 million to play football for one season? You know what I mean?
Well,
I mean,
the
sorry,
amount.
not football, hand leg.
Oh, you're talking. Oh, okay.
But yeah, that
Okay.
too. Yeah, even normal English football. Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Okay. So let me see. Oh, Patsy Klein says you're very welcome to Andrew. Anyway, shift in reality. Let me ask you this, man. Do you want children in the future? And you can say prefer not to say because I know that's private, but if you don't mind me asking.
No, that's fine. Prior to this morning, like I said, I've never really delved into this.
Okay.
You know what, man? It's one of those things where I think that it's irresponsible to bring a child into the world as it currently is.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I mean, to be honest, I feel like the world has always been an irresponsible place to bring kids into. To be honest.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah. He'll ease into antinatalism as the days go by, like learning about it. He'll ease into it. But
well, I've been man, this is nothing for me, man. I've been deep in the truth rabbit hole since like 2015 where with I don't know what you like to say on your stream, but I'll leave it at that. This so it didn't hit me. It didn't hit me as hard as it would have hit me had I not already been looking into things.
So it hit you hard, after you looked into it?
No, I mean because I've already been deep in the rabbit hole, for lack of a better term. It didn't really like. It wasn't like some far-fetched thing that the average person would be like, "Oh, what do you mean no kids? You're crazy." You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Why are we still here just to suffer?
So shifted. Was there a time where you were offended by antinatalism?
No, I just never thought about it the way that you guys put it, in a sense of like, well, I'll tell you what, like, I always knew that I shouldn't have a kid till I'm financially able to provide for a kid. Hence why I'm 38 and don't have a kid because
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was ready to have one a few years ago, but even still, I just didn't want to go down that road.
Fair enough.
So it wasn't like a big shocker for me. It was just like, yeah, I get it. You shouldn't have kids unless you're ready. But now even further, it's like you shouldn't have kids unless you've got like about $10 million in the bank and you know, and like you plan on, you know, like they're set for life. They don't have to worry about anything in this world. I mean, in any world really, but yeah.
No, of course. So the way I see it is this: I don't think anyone should have children because, for one reason, even though there are many reasons, but for one reason, it's because of the impossibility of consent to being created into existence. Because you can have all the money in the world and then create someone into existence, but you can't guarantee how that child's life is going to be.
Right, 100% agree, man.
And you know what? As the days go by, there have been celebrities who are millionaires who have basically offed themselves.
Yeah.
So it really just shows you it doesn't matter how much money you have in the world. Money.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's more to life than money.
Well, it goes even deeper than that, man. It's like,
go deeper, yeah.
It's like, well, man, I don't know, man. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah. So that's one reason why I'm not having children, is because because it's impossible for one to, consent to existence. And also having children is a gamble. And that's no exaggeration, people. By definition, it is a gamble. It is a gamble with someone else's life. And, that's on me. I don't want to go on.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but even that, like, to your point, even if you're like a millionaire and you can shelter your kid, but like there's still that chance. Let's say you go out in public or something and you have a daughter, she could be abducted and this, that, and the other, right? Like,
Exactly.
You can't fully protect your kid. Like, you just can't.
Exactly. So anything can happen. Literally, life is so unpredictable. Like, imagine being a parent and your child dies before you. Whew. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But in the end, none of it matters because we're all gonna die.
In the end, as in, like, after death, is there a life after death? Some people wonder if there is. Me personally, I think, obviously, I don't actually know what's going to happen, which gives me even more of a reason to not have children, since I don't know what's going to happen after death. I think that we're just going to die and that's it. That's it, literally.
Yeah, there's no heaven waiting for us.
Also, if there is a hell, yeah,
we're on it right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because I did put that in my title, in my most popular video, which has almost 20,000 views. But anyway, here are other reasons why I don't want children. I would be worried sick if I had children. I would be worried sick every 5 seconds. The minute they are away from me outside of the house, if they're in school and I'm at home or at work, I'm going to be worried sick about, are they okay, etc. I can't deal with that stress.
You wouldn't even get to be yourself. Like, you probably wouldn't be able to make YouTube videos the same.
What
let's say you're doing a live stream and one of your kids like comes over and says, "Daddy, what are you doing?" Like, what are you gonna say to that?
I'm live streaming, son.
But then he could say, "What are you talking about? Can I join?"
Why? How do you do that voice? Oh, it's hilarious.
I just can.
Yeah, no, fair play. You know what, Andrew? For some reason, I can picture you being a voice actor in South Park. Is it just me, guys, or no? I don't know.
Yeah,
That show
I,
specifically,
yeah, I
Yeah.
can see that. Yeah.
What about you, Shifted? Can you see him like being a voice actor in South Park?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Cool. Are you familiar with South Park? Shifted.
I my yeah, I've my stepdad was really into it back in the day, and my wife, she can do a really good Cartman impersonation. So yeah, but I never really
Oh,
watched the show. No.
oh, okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So let me ask you this. Let me ask you for your opinion on something. It's gonna sound. It may sound controversial to you, right? But brace yourself. Shifted. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll explain why. Okay, my controversial take is, even though it shouldn't be controversial, if you have a kid if you create a child into this world, right? If you create offspring into this world, you should not charge them rent by force to live with you. If you need an explanation, let me know.
No, I've watched your other live streams, and I know where you're coming from. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So that's a good. You know what, man? Let me tell you what. I would say this: below 21, absolutely not. But let me say this. Let's say that you have a 22-year-old who's living in your house,
Mm-hmm.
and you're doing your best to be a good parent, right? Like you're
Mm-hmm.
providing them shelter, food, clothes, car, whatever, everything they need to go out in the world and find their own way, and they're deciding to be lazy. Maybe they're alcoholic, drug addict, just cursing you out every day, not grateful for anything. At that point, I think it might be wise to be like, look, either get your stuff together and you can live here free, or you need to pay some rent to continue staying here. So, like, get your shit together or get out. What do you think?
So here's what I think. I think that's on the parents.
Right.
Like,
I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, because the way your children are a reflection of your parenting. If
That's
you,
true.
Yeah, literally, like you can't, not parent your children and then they're still staying with you, and then you wonder why they're still staying with you. It doesn't make sense. Look inwards. Parents don't look inwards, but because parents have a God complex, because they do. Parents have a God complex that they think they can do no wrong. They don't look at themselves in the mirror and think, what am I doing that's making my child in this position?
Let me play devil's advocate then. What if you did everything you could do as a parent, as a good parent, and they still turned out like that?
What, still or basically not doing anything in the house?
Just basically deciding to not opt out, but deciding you did your best to raise that child as best as you possibly could, and they're still deciding to take the path that leads to destruction. What do you do then?
What, like, for example, what, like becoming an alcoholic?
Just basically, or whatever, it doesn't have to be that, but just like they're not deciding to like make a better life for themselves. They're just deciding, like, I heard everything you said, mom and dad, but screw that. I don't want to work. I don't want to do anything. And I just want to sit at home and play video games all day.
Can I be honest with you? That's such a, when it comes to hypotheticals, that is such a hard one to address, because if one is a good parent, I don't see their offspring acting like that. That's why it's so hard to address this.
Fair enough.
You know what I mean? Like, realistically,
But I would say it is possible, and that might be the exception here.
I think that's a very, very small exception.
Yeah,
to be honest.
But like, to overall answer your question, like, no, I don't think that parents should charge their kids rent, especially if that kid is trying to like do their best. Now, the one thing I would say is maybe like if you ask them like, hey, do you mind contributing to like bills and utilities? That's okay if you ask them, but I wouldn't force them. No.
Yeah, and that's the key thing I want people to understand. This is about forcing. It's wrong to force your children to pay rent. But if you ask, yeah, that's fine. And chances are they probably might say yes if they have a good relationship with the parents, People don't take, that's another thing people don't take into consideration. They completely ignore the fact that not everyone has great parents. Some are absolutely narcissistic and abusive. You know,
Oh yeah.
people
yeah.
like that are annoying. I'm talking about the people who lack empathy towards those who don't have great parents. They think because they themselves grew up with great parents that everyone grew up with great parents, but that's not the case.
That's
It
not the case
annoys
at
me
all.
and it pisses
Yeah.
me off when people think like that. Like,
I mean,
how
it's
ignorant
yeah.
are you? Go on.
Especially like I don't know how it is over in United Kingdom, but over here, man, it's expensive. Like rent is absolutely through the roof. So I don't know how they could expect them to even. Why would it's a mess here, man? Yeah, it's a mess.
Yeah, so I want to touch on that.
We
I don't understand, and by the way, I'm not trying to put this all on the United States, but from what I've seen, a lot of people say this is mainly an American issue where people are shamed and belittled for living with their parents at adult age, and no matter what the country, but in this case, let's say in the United States, because apparently it's a main issue there. I think that's disgusting for anyone to be shamed and belittled for living with their parents, especially in this economy. Like, are you kidding me? So you're gonna be like, dude, you live with your mom, dude, you live with your dad. What, dude? You suck. Like, come on, are you kidding?
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I think that's like a '90s type of view. Like, I don't think people say that now.
I promise you, I've seen it on Reddit. People are still saying that now.
Really? Wow. Okay. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like people are still making shaming comments towards those who still live with their parents. Like, I've witnessed it.
Wow. Yeah. No, that's
I-
that's unacceptable. Yeah.
But the thing is, right, I really don't understand these people's mentality because if someone else is living with their parents, what's it to you? How is it affecting you? You know?
They're jealous.
I think that's part of it. Like some people who, judge others for living with their parents, I think they're jealous because they didn't have good relationship with their parents and they were kicked out at the age of 18. So now they're struggling to pay, bills, for their own home instead of saving money at their parents' house,
Why wouldn't you live with your parents if it's a good situation and you can save money?
Exactly. Literally. And they're your family, for goodness sake. What? Really think about it like this. Why would you shame someone for living with their family members?
As opposed to living with, well, as you would say, flatmates. We say roommates here, but
I understand.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Why would you shame? I actually made a video shifted.
Pe-
I made a video about this. I think it's called Shaming and Belittling people for living with their parents is disgusting. So you
Yeah.
should definitely check that out at some point.
I think I've gone through most of your videos, brother, to be honest.
Okay, all right.
And your shorts.
I thought you were new, but no, you.
Well, I'm new.
Right,
I'm new
cool,
as of this
shit, I
morning, but
appreciate
I went all in, dude.
yeah, yeah.
Hey, you went all in. Go on, Andrew.
Your most recent short, the one where with the guy like what did he do? He's like out of his house, like screaming about wage slavery. I mean, I got the context of the video, but I couldn't understand what he said.
Oh, he was saying I'm tired, and yeah. Some parts you can't understand, but I get the gist of what he's saying. He's just tired.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, Ram shifted. You went all in on my videos. Hey, shout out to you, man. Honestly. By the way, if you do like my videos, feel free to subscribe.
Oh yeah, I already gave you a sub.
All right, you absolute legend. All right. So
So did I.
Oh, thank you, Andrew. Hey, the Wanderer.
Yeah.
What are you waiting for? Subscribe to my channel. I'm joking. I've known Jay for over a year now. Anyway, so I think we're all in agreement that it's wrong and disgusting to shame people for living with their parents. Agreed or disagree?
Agree.
Agree.
Cool. But
These people don't have much choice. It's not their fault. They didn't choose to move back in with their parents.
And the thing is, that's their home. The minute you create, that's the offspring's home. the minute you choose to create someone into existence and then put them in your home, it is now their home too. You can't tell them that it's not their home. You can't be like, oh, this is my house. No, hold on. You created them, put them in your home. It's their home too. Am I making sense or
You
no?
are making sense.
Right,
Yep.
right. What about shifted? Am I making sense?
Yeah, no, it's you brought them there. Like they so this is if you want to get like deep.
Oh, we can
That's
get
what she said.
That's what she said.
office jokes. Go on.
So okay. I'm a Christian, right? So I believe that we were all, and I'm not trying to force anything on anybody, by the way. You guys,
No. That's fine. That's fine. No.
okay, cool. Like I'm cool with anybody as long as you're a good person. But
Mhm.
I believe that we all were spirits with God at one point, and because there is a Bible, there is a passage in the Bible where God says that He knew us before we were in our mother's womb. So some of the teachings that I've learned is that we don't remember this, but we were conscious spirits with God at one point, and we agreed to come down to earth to do His will. And so I think that possibly we did agree to come here, but like it was wiped from our memory that and there are some testimonies where kids can describe heaven, which is interesting. But so I think so. Let's just keep it at the straightforward though. No, they should not, because you decided to have sex with your husband and bring that person into the world, and where else are they going to live? What are you going to throw them on the street?
No, they should not what?
They should not they shouldn't kick them out ever. They're allowed to live in the house because you brought them there.
That's true. But no, I agree. But what I was getting at is how some parents, they make this statement to their children as a way to guilt trip them or to control them. They'll say, so parents will say stuff like, this is my house,
right,
to make it seem like it's not the children's home.
That's bullshit.
That's what I'm really getting at. And it's bullshit. Like, how can you create someone into this world, put them in your home, and tell them this is my house? No, it's not just your house, it's their house too. The minute you create someone into this world and put them in your home, it is now their home too, because they didn't ask to be put in that home, so it's their home now.
Exactly. It's like when I brought home my 5 cats, and it'd be like me kicking them out, like, hey, it's not your house, I brought them here, it's their house too.
Exactly. They had no choice. So that is such a dumb thing to say to your own offspring. This is my house. What? No, it's their house too. They didn't. They're not random strangers that just came moving into your home. You put them in that home.
Exactly. You can't complain. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, what else was I? Oh, by the way, speaking of the whole Christianity thing, shifted. So, since you said you've watched most of my videos or some of my videos, I assume you've probably come across one of my controversial live streams.
Where you said God is evil, prove me wrong.
Yeah.
Yep.
So here's the deal. I don't despise Christians, all right? I believe that if you believe in something and it's working for you, in however it is working for you, if it's working for you, more power to you. If the comfort of believing in God, I'm not saying this to be patronizing. My point is, if you believe in God and that works out for you, if it gives you peace, etc., more power to you. This goes for anyone, Christian, Muslim. But I will say this. Me saying God is evil does not come from a place of malice, right? If you can change my opinion, by all means. But my opinion is that God is evil. If he exists, I'm not atheist, I'm agnostic. But so I'm unsure. But if he exists, I think he's evil because there's a lot of evil that happens in this world, and people state that God is the Almighty, the All-Knowing, the All-Powerful. So I think, if he's the Almighty, All-Knowing, All-Powerful, right? He can do anything. He can create anything. why is he allowing all this evil to happen? Why can't he just stop it in its tracks? Why even create it in the first place? So that's my reason as to why I say God is evil. So feel free to respond. Like, what are your thoughts, or what is your response?
Wow, that's the $1 million question, man. I mean, I have my own theory on it, and that could be something you and I could chat about for hours. But in a nutshell, my response would be, well, he gave us free will, and he didn't. People like, they like to blame God for this, that, and the other. It's like God
we can be
didn't.
brutally honest, like, because you see, the reason I don't get offended by a lot of things is because of the intention behind it. And you can be brutally honest. I know your intention is not to be spiteful or malicious, so you can go
No,
all out.
absolutely not. Yeah, no. People can believe whatever they want. I believe the Bible. I believe in Jesus, and I believe that's what I believe, and I'm standing on that ground for sure.
And hey, if it works for you, more power to you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it does. But yeah, I mean, it goes deep, man. It goes back to the book of Genesis. I mean, the fall of man, Satan, like it gets deep, man. It's not as simple as like God's all powerful, so he allows this to happen. Why? I mean, it's like, he gave us free will.
But shifted. Is he the all powerful?
The God of the Bible? Yeah.
Okay, the God in the Bible. So are you? So wait, hold on. Wait, let me read this quickly. Love says you lot are wrong. Who? Because me and Shifted have different opinions. So who's wrong? You can come up and say, you can speak up. I'll leave the link in the live chat. So hold on a second.
I mean, she said lot, so she's saying all of us, right? Or he.
So
I didn't even say anything.
Yeah.
Well, some people, when they
I
say,
guess me. I guess they're talking to me. Oh, well.
I don't know. Maybe me.
Such is life.
Love, feel free to. Oh no, I'm not even gonna read that. The fact that you butchered the name, the spelling. Nah, I'm not gonna read that. Anyway, so.
I don't even know what
So anyway,
I just think the answer is straight up. Yeah, God is himself is evil. Like if he were good, then he wouldn't let this happen.
So Shifted. Do you understand where we're coming from as to why we say God is evil?
Yeah, I do, because before I was a Christian, I had the same question, so I do understand. Yeah.
What? Wait, the question being what?
If God is,
we're making statements, but go on.
Why does God allow evil to exist?
Oh, okay.
Is that what we're talking about?
I mean, I'm more focused on. For me, I'm just making statements, but yeah, sure, we can ask like why he allows, evil to happen, despite being the all-powerful, almighty, all-knowing.
Mm-hmm.
But one idea that comes to mind is I think he allows it because he's just an evil narcissist.
A lot of people think that based on the Old Testament. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I just think it like Old Testament, New Testament. Like, I just think that first of all, let me ask you this: do you think that it was necessary, an absolute necessity, to create human beings into existence?
So no, it wasn't. So if you want, okay, God did not need to create human beings. Absolutely not. He did not need to do it. He did it because he wanted a family. So in the Bible, he says we were made in his image, in his likeness. So he wanted children that would love him willingly, not forcefully. Because imagine if he created all of us like robots. Is that true love? No, that's not. If you force somebody to love you, that's not true love. He created us in his image and gave us the free will to either to love him or to not. It's our choice.
And the thing is, right, he creates human beings into existence, apparently to worship him. I think it can't get more narcissistic than that, to be honest.
So you think about it this way, though. Like, let's just say, humor me for a second. Imagine God exists, and he's the all-powerful, like, creator of the universe. He's all knowing. He is the top of the line. He can do anything. Is it really our place to like question what he does?
He
Yeah.
gave us free will, as you said, Shifted. So we have the free will to question why he created us.
We
That's
do,
my
and
response.
yeah, we do. But at the same time, it's like if we're saying like, why did he do this? Why did he do that? It's kind of like it'd be like, I don't know, like
No pressure, no pressure. Like
no, I know. I'm trying to word it right. Like it's a good conversation, man. Yeah, it's
yeah,
good.
no, of course. But I always tell my people on my panel, no pressure, as in like I'm not gonna go to the next person. Like I think of my panel like you're at a friend's house and you're just
Sitting on a
sofa.
couch. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the question again? I'm sorry, man. I think I got it.
No. Okay. Did I even ask? Oh, okay. So my question was originally it was it an absolute necessity for God to create human beings? And you said no, it wasn't a necessity.
Correct. It wasn't, no.
And then you asked the question, which was, imagine there's a God and he's all powerful, all knowing, and he creates human beings, something. Then you said, who are we? Do we have any place to question why God created us? Something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing.
No, you're right. So I think what I left out is, okay, the original plan of God was in Adam and Eve, right? He created Adam and Eve, and he essentially put them in paradise.
Oh, hold on. Shifted.
Yeah.
Give me a moment, Andrew. It's happening again, so you're gonna have to leave and then come back.
Oh no, sorry, that wasn't. Oh, sorry, that was actually me that made that noise. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I know. That's why I'm saying you're gonna have to leave and then come back.
Oh, I was actually getting something to eat. Like, no, I was.
Okay, yeah. Well, what are you gonna eat?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. I can mute my mic if it helps.
Yeah, you can mute your mic. That's fine too. Okay. So anyway, Shifted. Where were we?
Okay, so the original plan of God was he created Adam and Eve and he put them in the Garden of Eden, and that was essentially paradise.
Okay.
Okay.
So Adam and Eve were set in paradise. Okay.
Yes, where sin hadn't entered the world yet because they were in perfect communion with God. He gave them everything they needed, and he told them one thing not to do. Well, guess what? They did the one thing he told them not to do. As a result, that's the fall of man.
So for those of you who don't know, he's referring to Adam and Eve biting the apple.
Well, okay, that's a whole nother discussion, but
I know that story.
You can leave. You can say it that way if you want.
Oh no, I mean you can tell me. I'm you know about Christianity more than I do. So.
Well, the apple it wasn't an apple. It was a different kind of encounter with Satan. If you we'll leave it at that. But
okay.
They basically disobeyed God.
Okay,
they disobeyed God, and so God had to handle that situation, right? Because it's like, okay, I gave them everything they wanted. I told them just don't do this one thing, and they went and did it. It's kind of like you have a kid and you tell your kid, hey, you can do this, but don't turn on the oven. Well, guess what? The kid turns on the oven, he burns down the kitchen. All right, what do you do?
Right.
What do you do? Well, God had to do something about it. He already knew what he was going to do, but like he had to address that situation.
Okay.
So what he did was he allowed that to happen to show not only mankind, but also the heavenly hosts, the angels that didn't follow Satan. He was like, look, this is what happens when you go against me. And fast forward from then until now, how screwed up has the world been? Pretty bad, right? Pretty bad. We can all agree this world is fucked.
This world is evil.
Exactly.
With a sprinkle of good in it.
It's fucked up. But guess what? That's not how God originally wanted it to be. We decided to disobey him, and as a result, this is what you get. And
Oh
instead
no,
of
we're blaming Adam and Eve, dude. This is not.
no,
I know
no,
what
but,
you
well,
mean. I know what you mean. I know what you
in a way you can, but I mean and so instead of him wiping us out, he devised a plan where he said, you know what, I'm gonna come down in human form and live the perfect life and die for them, so that if they just believe in me, they can come back to me and they can reunite with me in heaven when they die. You see what I'm saying? Like he devised a plan where we don't have to go to hell. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Okay.
but it's everybody's choice. It's your choice. You don't have to follow him. You don't have to. You can do what you want.
So, what are your thoughts on, a deity that is God creating this concept of hell? What are your thoughts on that?
So hell, if you read the Bible, hell wasn't created for man. It was created for the devil and his angels.
So it was created. So it wasn't created for human beings.
No,
but
it was not.
So hell was created for the devil and his angels.
That's correct.
Okay. So based on that logic, does that mean that you and I and the Wanderer and Andrew, does that mean we're not going to hell? Is that correct?
No, it means that if he gave us an option, he's given us a choice. Either you follow me and you go to heaven, or you don't follow me. Well, there's only one other place you can go to, because he made us in his image. Well, God is eternal, so our spirit is eternal. So when we die and leave these meat suits, our spirit isn't going to die. It's going to go somewhere. And it's kind of like, imagine, let me put it this way, brother, then I'll let everybody else talk. Imagine you go to the most richest house in your area, like the most wealthiest house that you can find. You go up to them, you knock on the door, and you say, "Excuse me, I'm moving in with you." And they're like, "Who the hell are you?" Like, "Oh, I'm a good person, so you should let me in." What do you think they're gonna say?
They're gonna say, "You're on thin ice, buddy. Get out."
Yeah,
No. In all seriousness, they're gonna say. Sorry, I can't help with the American accent. But anyway, they are going to say, "You can't come to my house. I don't know you."
exactly. You just said it. I don't know you. So my analogy is this.
I don't know you from Eve.
Exactly. So let's just put it this way. Let's say I live my whole life. I deny God exists. I deny his son Jesus exists. But I live a good life as much as I possibly can. But I don't have any relationship with God or Jesus. And then I die and my spirit goes to the gates of heaven. I knock on the door. I'm like, "Hey, God, I'm moving in with you." What do you think he's going to say? He's like, "I don't know you. You're not living with me."
Fuck you are.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, man. Exactly.
No, wait. I should have said, "The hell you are."
Exactly.
Pun intended. Yeah. But
I get it.
But here's the thing, though. I guess this confuses me, because I thought we clarified that hell is not for human beings, but for gods, devils, and angels. So by that logic, that would mean that human beings can't go to hell.
No, so he created it for the devil and his angels, but man will go there if he chooses to reject his only opportunity for salvation.
So I think what you're saying is, God intended hell to be for, the devil.
Intended, yes.
Oh, right. So he intended for hell to be for the angels and the devil. However, he is open to putting humans in hell if they disobey him.
He doesn't put man in hell. We send ourselves there by rejecting him. Because where's your spirit going to go when you die? If your spirit's going to go somewhere, it's not just going to stay in limbo on the earth. Unless you believe that when we die, we just become nothing, which I don't know. I mean,
I don't know, but and hold that thought. Shifted. Andrew, it's your noise is doing it again. In fact, whilst you're eating, if you don't mind, could you just drop into the live chat, and you can come back maybe later or next time.
I don't get what's wrong this time. I mean, I haven't said anything.
It's not about you saying something. It's, guys, can you hear it in his background?
Yeah.
There's like a humming sound or something.
It's a
echo.
I can't explain it, but
it's like a pulsing sound.
The audio is just acting up. Like, even if you're not saying anything, even the others know what I'm talking about. So if you watch this live stream back, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But
I'll get out
nonetheless,
again.
oh, okay, not like that, but yeah, basically you can come back later. But yeah, all right. Thank you for joining, Andrew, and yeah, nonetheless. Anyway, let me read some comments. Caleb says, so Caleb Kerr says, I'm an atheist, but the Gnostic interpretation of Christianity is more convincing to me. The Old Testament God being a corrupt / evil demiurge who created a broken world. Caleb Kerr says, anything a deity that is deserving of worship wouldn't require it. By the way, Caleb Kerr, you can come up anytime and speak, You're more than welcome to. Welcome back, Andrew. It's gone. Nonetheless.
Okay.
Dan Patrick says, remember the episode of Futurama when Bender played God? The last part of the episode was an answer to the people. I haven't watched Futurama, but I know what it looks like. I know what Futurama looks like, but yeah, I haven't watched a single episode.
Neither have I.
Yeah. Have you shifted? Have you seen Futurama?
Yeah, I used to watch it when it first came out.
Okay, what about you?
I don't know what episode he's talking about now.
Okay. What about you, The Wanderer?
Yeah, I've seen a couple episodes, but that was a long time ago.
Wait a minute. Is Futurama, just so I'm clear, is it the one with the death by Snoo Snoo?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You guys don't know that? Okay, there's a world of like gigantic women, right? And they say that phrase death by Snoo Snoo. No? Okay, you
No.
just look it up on YouTube, death by Snoo Snoo, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
Death by what?
Snoo Snoo.
Oh, the sound is gone.
Yeah, death by Snoo Snoo. Snoo Snoo in their world means sex.
Oh.
So think about it, death by Snoo Snoo, death by, yeah, you get the idea. It's a very interesting scene. Okay, well,
you guys aren't the first people to say like that I could be a voice actor.
Oh, wait, well, there you go. So, life has not ended yet. So, what are you waiting for?
I'm still young, but but like I said before, like me as an American, like I don't really believe in happiness.
You don't believe in happiness? Could you elaborate on that, please?
Well, it's because like America is like one of the most like corrupt nations like on this planet, like ruled by the rich. Like people barely have time to themselves. Like everything is expensive, and it keeps getting more and more expensive as we speak. And like I see no reason to be happy in this country.
I see. At least for the most part. What do you think of what Shifted? What do you think of what Andrew said as a fellow American? What are your thoughts?
I wouldn't say I completely agree. I mean, I
like the comments he made about America.
Yeah. I love this country. I mean, this got a lot of problems, but I mean, I've had a pretty good run of it, if I could put it that way.
And also I think it's like boring for the most part. Like everywhere, at least from where I'm from, like the specific area, like it's just everything looks the same. Like it's just it's so dull and bland.
If you don't mind me asking, what region are you?
I'm in New England.
Oh, okay.
Like it's just nothing but like grasslands and woods. Like everywhere looks the same. There's
Well,
nothing
yeah.
like there's nothing new to explore. It's like at
Well,
this point, like I've done. It's like at this point, I've like done everything. Like gone. I've like gone to every part of the area, and it's like it's like there's nothing there's nothing new to see.
Like, there's
So
not much more
what's
to
there
do.
to
You
be
can.
happy about?
have
So
you?
pretty much.
Sorry,
Sorry,
go
go
ahead.
on, Shifted.
No, go ahead.
on.
It's your channel, man.
Okay, so Andrew, so pretty much you've done almost everything there is to do. So there's not much more to do in your area.
Yeah, and like and also like in America, there's not many like famous landmarks. Like, oh, there's the Grand Canyon, but like that's just about it.
Okay. All right. Unshifted. Yeah, go on.
I was just gonna ask Andrew, have you gone out of state? Like, have you left your state?
I have left my state many times, but like it's still like it's still the same. Uh, like I've actually visited the Grand Canyon, but as you know, like at least most of you, like New England is far from the Grand Canyon. So it's not like I can go there on a daily basis.
Yeah, well, I get what you're saying. It's well, I don't know if I can fully relate.
And the only like state that I've been to like on a more daily basis is like one that borders my state. Like for example, I live in Massachusetts, and the only like other state that I've gone to more often is New Hampshire.
Wait, New Hampshire is a state in the United States?
It is.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Cool. The more you know. All right. Cool.
But because it's also like it's like no different from Massachusetts. Like it's still full of like woods and grass, and like it's like I never left my home state.
So I guess the better question, Andrew, would be, what exactly are you looking for?
Like I want to I want to explore. Like I want to see new things. Like,
have you thought of going to Las Vegas?
Oh, fuck that place. Vegas is a trap. My dad's been there a couple times, and he's gambled.
So like with you, he's gambled with money. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
But I mean, that place is. I mean, even if you don't gamble, like that place is too loud and bright.
Oh, I see.
And also, it's at least most of it, like it's man-made.
Oh, okay.
Like when I talk about exploring, like I'm usually talking about like natural areas.
So I'll give you my take on it. I grew up in San Diego, man, and like San Diego's awesome. I love San Diego. It's beautiful.
San Diego, California.
Yeah, the weather's perfect every day. The beaches are nice.
How the hell does California still exist? I thought it was on fire.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, well, I think Northern Cali is, but I mean, I'm talking about like just San Diego particularly. I'm a musician, so like the music culture is great there, and the beaches. I mean, the people. It's just the Mexican food. I mean, it's great, man. And then so I moved to I live in Maryland now, and I love Maryland because it has everything. It has mountains. It has the beach. It has everything. I mean, like, so I guess like the perspective is different. Like for you, you're like seeing it as I don't know your experience, but for me, like this country has had everything I've wanted out of it. If you know what I'm saying? Like it's
Shifted. When you mentioned San Diego, the first thing that popped to mind was Mexico for some reason. I just think Mexican. Like I noticed a lot of Mexican Americans tend to be from that area. Am I?
No, yeah. I'm half Mexican myself. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I've noticed that trend. Like whenever I see a Mexican American, I've always heard them say, "I'm from San Diego." I've noticed that.
Well, because it borders that town borders Mexico.
There we go. And for anyone watching, yes, I can't help saying Mexico for some reason because apparently that's how it's supposed to be said. So I'm used to saying Mexico. Anyway,
You can pronounce it however you want.
indeed I can, dude, but I'm just gonna say Mexico. You know.
Okay. For me personally, not going back to California. Not only would I not want to go because of the wildfires that have been happening for a long fucking time, and the residents are too retarded to fix it.
Damn.
But like it's like this where Hollywood is. It's like all these. So it's like it's too busy. It's too busy there.
Hollywood's in Los Angeles, not San Diego.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I wasn't talking about San Diego. I said California.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said San Diego. My bad.
Wait, so Hollywood is in Los Angeles, California. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, I wouldn't call it cool.
Oh, true.
Well, again, it's what you get out of it. Like if you're there for like for me.
And plus, isn't that where like tons of anti-ICE protests are happening?
There's a lot of bullshit happening everywhere. But I mean, like for me, if I were to go to LA, I would immediately get involved in the music scene, you know, and get it. See what I'm saying? It's like perspective. Like, like for me, it would be awesome because like I know there's a bunch of talented musicians out there that I could connect with. So like it'd be awesome. It's expensive as fuck. Yeah, I wouldn't want to live there, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so, another reason for me not to go.
So, what would you say your favorite sport is? Hang on 1 second. Andrew, what is your favorite sport if you had to pick?
I'd say baseball.
Baseball. All right. And when you think of American baseball players, who's the first that comes to mind?
Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth. What about you, Shifted? Who's the first American baseball player that comes to mind?
Oh man, I used to love baseball. I was a fan of the San Diego Padres for a while. My favorite player was a guy named Andy Ashby.
Wait. San Diego what? You got... Sorry, there was a little...
San Diego Padres. That's the baseball team there.
Padres, as in... Oh, as in Padres? Yes? Oh, pun. All right, go on.
Yeah, in the late 90s, there was a pitcher they had named Andy Ashby. He was my favorite baseball player because I used to play Little League and I played a lot of baseball.
Okay. Hey, if you don't mind me asking, quick side note, do you speak a bit of Spanish?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Like fluently or a little bit?
Not fluent. Well, my dad taught me Spanish when I was a young kid in San Diego, but since I moved to Maryland, I kind of just forgot a lot of it.
Oh, okay.
But I understand some of it. Yeah.
But do you know basic Spanish?
I would say basic. Yeah.
Oh, okay, basic. Okay, wait. Let me just sort of banter.
You gonna quiz me?
Let's have a little 10-second conversation. Hola.
Hola. ¿Cómo estás?
Hey, yo soy tranquilo, siempre tranquilo. Muchas gracias, amigo. ¿Y tú?
Me llamo Shifted Reality.
Did you say me llamo?
Yeah.
You said me llamo. That means my name is, no?
Yeah.
I am called. Yeah.
But wait, hold on. So hold on a second. I guess I'm laughing at the whole sentence. Me llamo Shifted Reality. I'm just laughing at the whole sentence. It's just hilarious. And I know what me llamo means, but it's like saying, I don't know. It's because of your name Shifted Reality, and you know, me amo in the same sentence. That's just hilarious.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, instead of saying me amo John, it's me amo shifted reality.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I don't know how to say that in Spanish. That's why I just said it in
No.
English.
Oh, that's hilarious.
My
Okay.
sister's fluent in Spanish.
I wish I was, man. It's helpful. It really is.
Mm.
I'll be back in a little bit.
But the main reason why I was laughing is because
All right,
your
brother.
question was como estás, which means how are you, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I said, yo soy tranquilo, siempre tranquilo, which means
Oh, you said I am. Okay, my bad. Yeah.
yeah,
I
and then
answered
I
it
said
wrong.
E2, which means and you, and then you said me
My
amo.
name.
That's why I was laughing. That's the
I missed the
main reason.
I missed the yo soy part. I think
Yeah,
it cut out or something. Yeah.
no, that's cool. That's cool. But yeah.
I'm really rusty in it, man, and I'm ashamed. I'm half Mexican, and I'm very ashamed about it. Trust me.
Don't worry about it. No, it's fine. Listen, at the end of the day, it's not like you were born in Mexico. Or
I
were
was
you?
born about 30 minutes from Mexico. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. There you go. Hey, look who it is. It is Perpetual Pleasurist. Yo, bros. Yo, dude. Welcome
Yow!
back. Hey, Oh, J.E.'s gone. He'll be back another time. But thanks for coming, J.E. You're more than welcome to come anytime. Speaking of Perpetual Pleasurist, hey, dude, how's it going?
Hey, bro, Leo. What's up, man?
I'm good. What about you?
I am groovy. Like a
Nice.
1980s movie, brother.
Oh, that rhymed as well. Well played. Well played.
That's the idea.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, just me, the others, your fellow Americans, Shifted Reality and Andrew Yokin.
Awesome. Hey,
Yeah,
dudes,
just
what's up?
talk. Yeah, talking about how a fucking shithole America is, and I
America.
I,
But
I
also
I don't think it's a shithole, but Andrew does apparently. So that's fine.
Well, you know what
some
they
people
say,
do.
different types of turds, different bowls, as pertaining to different countries.
How many people think America, like all the Americans, how many think it's a shithole? I'm curious.
Oh, I definitely think it's a shithole in many ways. I mean, there's some things, some areas it's not a shithole, but in most ways, I think it's a shithole in terms of a lot of things.
this
Um,
country, America's literally designed to screw people over.
Mm.
yeah, as far as like the capitalistic psychosis here, it's definitely fucked in that regards. It's way overboard in that regards. Bad,
What,
like really bad.
what do you think shifted, like, in terms of like capitalism in the United States? Like,
Well,
No,
the main issue is this: it's not so much capitalism itself; it's the fact that the capitalism is non-ethically driven. In other words, there's not an obsession with the capitalism being ethical. It's just gung ho, money. Fuck everything else is basically the type of capitalism here. That's why. That's the issue. If it was, hey, capitalism, cool. Let's be ethical about this. Ethical capitalism is the thing. Yeah, let's go. It would be fine. But it's money. Fuck everything else is the capitalism here. That's why it is a problem, basically.
I see.
Yeah, instead of like the
Wait, no,
people.
Andrew. Wait. I want to hear shifted. Go on. What are your thoughts on that?
I wouldn't say I 100% agree. I would say, yeah, but it's not something that if you play your cards right and you set yourself up right and you like own some land and like there's things this country you can do a lot here if you really like you got but the problem is they don't teach you this stuff in school, and American schools are fucking trash. So like you're not going to learn any of the stuff that can make you do well here. You're not going to learn it in school. You're going to have to learn it from your parents. And guess what? Most parents are, as you guys know, narcissistic assholes. So
Yeah, it goes back to what I said. Like the country's designed to screw you over.
Do you
Especially if
guys?
you're disabled and have things that are extra challenges. It's fucking hell in terms of getting any type of large wealth, passive income bill. It's doable, but it's hard as a motherfucker if you've got any degree of notable extra challenges going on.
Yeah, and the people like they vote for the most disgusting animals ever, like Trump, and like Many other presidents we've had, like we just don't, like, most Americans just don't think.
So let me ask you a question. Who is the best president you've ever had in the United States?
Well,
I can't think.
I personally don't think there really is such a thing as a best one because I think they're all shitty in their own ways. But I would say if I had to choose, from what I've heard and from what I've seen, I would probably just take a guess that it was Abraham Lincoln and Kennedy because those are the two ones that got killed, and it's the only ones that ever get killed are the ones that did something good. If you do
Mm,
anything tangibly good that is in that direction, you get fucking killed. Like, but if you're a piece of shit, everybody can hate you, but nobody will ever kill you. That's the weird mystifying thing about the United States. Well, it's not mystifying. It shows you that like to be a person who's alive still after you're
mm,
in that position, you don't get killed. That's is really interesting. You notice that pretty much just about every president, like the vast majority of presidents, have been hated by the majority of the populace, but they never get assassinated unless they actually do something tangibly good, like with Abraham Lincoln and the freeing of slaves and stuff. And then he gets killed. And then, Kennedy with calling out the corruption in government in earnest and he gets killed, right? Like
mm.
that's what happens. But if you're a person who just goes along with the corruption and does the mouth points and blah 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 and is a deceitful sack of shit, then nobody kills you. But everybody can hate you, but nobody will shoot you in the head. That's the difference. That's the weird
It's
fucking part about it all.
it's kind of different for Trump because many people hate him and people have tried to kill him.
Mm.
At least there's been that one attempt, and people debate and go in circles on whether the attempt was real or if it was staged or whatever. Well, the point being though, I guess that I would make at this point is that he hasn't been killed though yet. So, I mean, the fact that he hasn't been killed and
Good
shit
point.
tons of people do hate him, the point still stands. Even if there was an attempt, he's still alive. That's the
Mhm.
fucking weird part, right? That's kind
Mhm.
of where I come from on it.
Well played. Well, well said. But shifted. Who do you think has been, if there is one, like who do you think has been the best president in the United States?
So I'll go based on, well, for one, I'll say Kennedy. I wasn't alive then, but I think what Perpetual said, yeah, I would say
Okay,
Kennedy.
Kennedy.
Kennedy was one of them, and then because I think the '90s were a good time. I enjoyed the night. I mean, I was mostly a kid, but I remember it being a really good time here, the '90s, and it was under Clinton. Not that I agree with a lot of stuff that he did. Trust me, I know he's not somebody to look
Oh,
up to.
Bill.
Yeah, Bill Clinton in the
Okay.
'90s.
Okay.
But I will say he ran America halfway decent at that time.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and there's the other thing. Don't forget that a lot of people don't know this, but John F. Kennedy's brother was also assassinated when he ran for president after John F. Kennedy. So
Oh, John F. Kennedy's brother.
both brothers were assassinated. A lot of people forget that. So that's
I didn't
especially
even
true.
know that. I didn't
Yeah.
even know that. Okay.
I
So
know
what does
about
that
that.
tell you? What does that tell you about the freaking situation there? There's obviously people really wanting them dead.
That's
And
insane.
isn't that fucking weird though? Think about it. Since Abraham Lincoln and him freeing the slaves and then he gets killed, those were the only two individuals who got killed and assassinated, and they were both brothers, and they ran for presidency right next to each other. Obviously, Kennedy was president, and then his brother ran for president. But it's an interesting, very eerie fact, and this is precisely why a lot of people suspect that John Kennedy and his brother were doing something in earnest to actually end the corruption system that was running the United States. Because you look at the stuff that the guy did after John F. Kennedy's brother was assassinated, and the guy after Kennedy himself, and they were fucking corrupt as hell sleazebags. I mean, the fucking Vietnam War was a nightmare mess of hellish proportions, and these fuckers were so obviously multi-layered in their corruption. It was not even funny, and that's basically what at that era was actually what turned the vast majority of the American populace into a population that no longer trusts at all their government onwards. So basically, since then, the mass of the population has not trusted their government since then in the United States because of how corrupt the fuckers were after Kennedy, basically. So,
Mm.
that was just a shit
So
show.
perpetual. So if you don't mind me asking, correct me if I'm wrong. So John F. Kennedy ran for president, right? He became president, but after him, was it his brother that became? Oh no, no. Did his brother become president at some point, or was he just
No,
running
his
for?
brother was running for president and almost became president, but he got killed, and he got killed right around the same time that Martin Luther King Jr. got killed. It was like I think it was like within a very short time frame of each other. They both got killed and assassinated, like about the same time. And
But his brother that got killed, was he killed just because he was the brother of John F. Kennedy, or was it because he was
there
running?
had to have been other reasons because what they did have in common was John F. Kennedy would have most likely pulled out guys from the Vietnam War and ended it much sooner. And his brother was also vouching for ending the war right away, the Vietnam War, whereas the other guys, the warmongers, were pushing for keeping guys out there. And sure enough, the Viet Cong end up taking over the country, and it ends up being a crapshoot where Americans just lost a bunch of lives pointlessly because it didn't do anything. It just just a bunch of people died and were traumatized, and they pulled out, kind of like what happened in Afghanistan, but like significantly more lives lost, right? Over much.
Hmm.
So it's like, okay, uh, but it was for other reasons. Whatever the reasons are, that's why the Kennedy assassination stuff is still such a big topic today because there's so many things that are connected to today in terms of the corruption that's in American politics today is still ongoing. In other words, the corruption that killed both of those guys and Martin Luther King Jr. is still active today, basically, in the government.
Okay,
And yeah.
I see. I see. Black Hole says Reagan was pretty good. I would. What do you guys think? I wouldn't. Shifted. What do you think?
Yeah, I would agree with Black Hole. Yeah.
Okay. What about
Every
you?
president has done one awful thing. Like there's I to me there's no such thing as a good president.
Okay. So would you say like lesser of two evils, Andrew?
Maybe.
Like
I mean, I don't know too much about Reagan to say something.
Right.
what I
Right.
do know is that they're all evil pieces of shit to the core. Because think about not a single goddamn one of them have ever promoted the requirement of edible landscapes in every city in the United States, and also making the countrysides as maximally edible as possible too. Because if they had
Mm,
done that, that would have solved the majority of other issues. But then none of them ever promote this because they know that would actually solve the issues. They get in their position to perpetuate the issues, not to solve any of the issues.
it's
That's
weird,
why.
man.
Yeah,
That is weird.
it's actively done, and I can actually verify this too. It's bizarre. Like there's people, and it's actually trickled all the way into like people on the street just throughout the society where they'll like 1 minute they'll be like protesting all this bullshit crap that's going on, and then when you start talking to them about the requirement of edible landscapes everywhere to solve the hunger issue and the homelessness issue and job issues and all sorts of stuff like this, they're almost across the board they're weirdly averse to it, and they can't really explain or articulate to you why. The points are so poor, they're so lousy, they're so shitty against it, and they're so easy to deal with and not have be issues. But it's fascinating how like the entire population of earth practically doesn't grasp how easy it would be to pull that off. And we've got all this modern technology, it's so easy to do, but it's like they're actively averse to it. And so I was like, any president, any leader who doesn't say, hey, we're going to have edible landscapes filling the cities required by law on the roadsides everywhere else, and it's going to provide tons of people with jobs, else we're going to just do this, this is going to happen, boom. If they don't do that, I know everything else they're doing is just various degrees of bullshit. They're basically circling around this time clock of bullshit. It's like, okay, which aspect of bullshit is the time clock hand at right now? 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. So every president, everybody comes in because they never solve that. They're all corrupt motherfuckers as far as I'm concerned. Unless and until they do that, I don't vote for any of them. That's my
Okay.
policy.
All right. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Leah Midzi, my wait, Simjangi. Sorry if I butchered your name. Says Andrew Jackson was the best president of all time. Have you guys heard of Andrew? I've never heard of Andrew Jackson. Who
It was
was?
either Andrew Jackson or Andrew Johnson that like kept driving the Native Americans out of the country.
Oh. Okay.
Like
God.
I said, different piece of shit, different day. Basically.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, he was an extremely racist son of a bitch.
Oh wow. Yeah. That just when you said that about the Native Americans. Oh yeah, that's
Well, there's a
crazy.
lot of people nowadays that are bringing back racism in a gung ho way, and they're all for it. So I mean, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Mm-hmm. Caleb Kerr says, "Lol, Andrew Jackson is an amusing take." I think that was the point. Jester Cosmic says Teddy Roosevelt. How way back are we going? Like, when was he president?
It's like in the 1800s.
Can you guys confirm?
Wait, what? Roosevelt? I
Yeah,
don't think it was the 1800s.
I don't know.
He's talking about Theodore Roosevelt. That would have been early 1900s, maybe late 1800s a bit, but it was definitely early 1900s that he was right at the turn of the
Okay, gotcha.
1800s into the 1900s, because yeah, he was known for all that like border stuff with Mexico and whatnot, like the the whole Cavalier guys, whatever they called themselves, the gunslinger thing. I don't remember what it was called, but yeah, I remember he was associated with that stuff.
Okay, cool. So for now, I guess we agree on John F. Kennedy being so far we agree on John F. Kennedy being like the best American president of all time. Not to
Yep.
say that he was, yeah. Okay, all right.
Well,
John
that's
F.
why he was killed, so it's most likely that's
John
why.
F. Kennedy it is. There you
Yeah.
go, people. All right.
I
So
guess.
yeah. So okay. Let me talk about something like perpetual pleasurist. I know we've talked about, parents forcing their children to pay rent, and we basically agree on a lot of what we talked about regarding that. Yeah, we agree that it's wrong for the most part for parents to force their children to pay rent. We agree on that, right? For the most
Oh
part. Yeah.
yeah, definitely.
Shifted. We also agree on that too, right? Like forcing, your own offspring to pay you rent for living with you, right? I think he muted himself. I don't know. I don't know if Shifted is there. Shifted, did you? I think he muted himself, so he'll be back.
Sorry, I missed the question. I had to step away.
Oh, yeah. No, I was saying. So just for confirmation, we agree that, for the most part, forcing your offspring to pay you rent to live with you, that's wrong.
Yes, I agree with that. Yeah.
Cool. Andrew, you also agree, at least for the most part.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
No. So do we agree that, at least for the most part, it's wrong to force your offspring to pay you rent for living with you?
It is wrong.
Okay, cool. We all in agreement. All right. So what are your thoughts on perpetual pleasures on parents who? No. Let me ask you this: perpetual pleasures. What are your thoughts? No. Do parents, in your opinion, have a god complex?
Oh, definitely. Oh, for sure. A horrible, over the top, crazy god complex. I mean,
Oh yeah.
to bring any sentience here, they can't consent to it. Holy shit! Like, you can't have more of a god complex than that, really, unless you're some fucking dictator of a country or some shit.
Yeah, I agree. Andrew, do parents have a god complex, or are you still unsure about what a god complex is? Just as Cosmic says, some of them definitely do. Okay, all right. Shifted reality. Do parents have a god complex?
Wow, man, that's that's a tough question, man. Jeez, you go straight for the kill, man.
Yep, like Call of Duty.
Or can we say that here, or the unalive?
You can say that. You can say it.
God complex. It's hard as a Christian man. Like when you say that, you're asking me, are most parents blasphemous? Really? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, most, if not all.
You know what, man? Like I really don't want to say yes, but I have to. So
yeah. Basically, yeah. Go
Well,
on, Perpetua.
that's the interesting thing between the distinction between Gnostic Christianity and traditional Christianity, or I should say mainstream Christianity. The main difference is Gnostic Christians would say immediately, yes, definitely they have a God complex, a demiurge complex. Whereas, like traditional Christians, I mean, you could easily say that, because I used to be a Christian myself, you can easily say that most people are blasphemous to God. by nature, basically. Or that would be one way you could word it, I guess, depending on what your view of God is. But I mean, if like depends on what type of Christianity you're referring to. But really, what's weird about it though is I think. Um, like within the Christian world, it's basically over time you've had the
I'm
shift of
sorry, guys. I gotta go. I'm getting tired.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Perpetual Bliss. Andrew, yes, no problem. But thank you for coming. And yeah, come back another time. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
All right.
good talking to you,
have a good
Andrew.
one, dude.
Yeah. Take
You
care,
too,
man.
perpetual pleasurist.
Yep,
Okay.
rock on
And
out.
and yeah, and shifted. Yeah. Thanks for that. All right. All right. So now it's just the three of us. Just how Perpetual Pleasure likes it, ideally.
Well,
Yeah.
three is easier to just converse with. It doesn't matter who; it's just the number. Because, like,
Yeah.
a lot of Finding Gnosis streams, it gets overcrowded a lot of
I
times and stuff.
totally can
So,
relate to you. I totally understand where you're coming from. Believe me.
yeah.
You're a very logical person, so it
Well,
makes sense.
what I was trying to say about that, if I may, the Christian thing, because I've got a lot of experience with the whole traditional Christian worldview mindset and stuff. That was literally my entire life when I was young, up until like 17.
Hmm.
But basically, even then, as a Christian, then I noticed the horrors of birth and bringing kids here and stuff. I just wasn't able to articulate it the way I do today as a grown adult, and I didn't know that antinatalism was even a term or even a thing back then. But I can honestly say I was always an antinatalist in philosophy and view, even as a kid, just without the name of it basically. But as I was growing up, and even as a Christian too, so when I saw in the books be fruitful and multiply, it's like my brain had this ingrained auto connection between new sentience is being brought here and unnecessary torments and miseries and anguishes, and the whole narrative of where so many people were going on about, we're supposed to come here as souls into this world to learn this and that, and including child torture and blah, all these other horrible things. And I was just
Hmm.
like, there's just so many things off in what these guys are saying, these preachers, about this narrative. They're obviously BSing, but I wasn't able to like pinpoint exactly what their BS was until I actually left Christianity and was out of that fold. Because within that fold, you're basically trapped into having to figure out some way to justify in your own head why God is doing what he's doing. And it was, for me, it just became impossible. I thought of every possible scenario, even the best case scenarios. Let's go best case scenario, best case possible version of a plan God could have for all the innocent children that are tortured. That's what I did in my head. And I was like, okay, even the best case version of a plan for all of them after death, the best, most meaningful layered plan is still a shitty plan. So it's like, what the fuck am I doing here anymore? And for me, that was the final straw. It's like, it didn't matter what the plan was that God had. It was still a shitty, sucky plan, basically,
Right,
behind
because
all of that.
right,
Yeah.
right, because it involved like pain and suffering, and
Yeah.
I will always think that's a shitty plan. Like, and yeah, I agree. There's no other way around it. What
Yeah.
about you, Shifted? What are your thoughts on what Perpetual Pleasure said?
Um, I I don't know, man. I don't blame God for what happens here. So like, I'm in a different ballpark or
Would you
realm.
would you say God is evil, or would you say otherwise?
No, no. Well, I'm a Christian, right? So no, God's not evil.
So, do you feel? Wait. Would you say that you want to say he's evil, but you can't because you're a Christian?
No, no. Even before I was a Christian, I didn't blame God for what happened here.
Okay.
I
All right.
So it's kind of
So,
like if I made a mistake and I knew what I was doing was wrong, I didn't turn around and say, "Oh God, that was your fault." It's like, no,
well,
I made a mistake.
no, but here's the thing. But Shifted. Okay, you recognize this world is evil, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm not saying, there can't be smiles here and there. No, but I'm saying, like, with all the grape and wars and all the horrible stuff that happens in this world, we can agree that this world is, at least for the most part, it's evil, right? Or to some
Yeah,
extent. Or, I don't know
because of
how do you look at, okay, do you what are your opinions? Like, do you think the world is evil? Do you think it's the best place since sliced bread? What do you think of the world?
no. I think it's evil because of man, because mankind is sinful because we fell into sin. So as a result, this is what you get when you decide to fall into sin. And people have free will. They don't have to do these things. You don't have to grape somebody. You don't have to do this. People choose to do those things. It's nothing to do with God. Like, it's not
Mhm.
his fault.
My question is, how do you personally account for innocent child torture? Because obviously those kids didn't choose to be tortured to death by their parents, like Enrico Suna and stuff. So how do you specifically account for that in particular, outside of only the stereotype mysterious ways claim?
So you're saying so if an innocent child suffers whatever here,
Not whatever. No, it's specifically tortured to death by their parents. Specifically, when they're really, really, really young. In particular, that not just whatever, tortured to death by their parents. They didn't choose that. They didn't will that. Nobody would choose or will that. So how do you explain that and why that would occur in any way outside of this traditional claim that we always hear of mysterious ways? Like, do you have a more thorough accounting for that?
you're talking about if a child's born and the parents are complete pieces of shit and they torture a child.
Yes, correct.
Okay,
How
so
do you, what is God's involvement in that, and how do you account for that?
God gives those parents free will to do what they want to do.
But why didn't he give the kid free will to be prevented from that happening to the kid?
Did you said you used to be a Christian, right?
Yes.
Did you read there's a verse where it says it's appointed to man to be born to live and die once? Like, God appointed us to come here to live and then die. So the fact that that kid was born onto earth, God was giving that kid the opportunity for life. The parents, who are complete pieces of shit, decided based on their own free will to do something evil to that child. It's not the child's fault.
Well, that's understandable, but here's what I'm trying to say and ask is, in the case of the child, in your viewpoint, the child also has this free will given to it. So if God is going to give an innocent child free will, but it's going to get tortured anyway by parents that misuse their free will, what use is the free will to the child if it can't use the free will for anything?
Good point.
So the free will was used by the parents. Okay, the kid does have free will, but a child is innocent, so it doesn't have the same opportunities as an adult has. So based on that parent's evil, wicked sins, unfortunately, that child was a casualty to that. And go ahead.
Why would God give the parents more opportunities if they're pieces of shit than that he gives to the innocent child?
He's not giving them more. He's letting them do what they want to do, just like you and I can do what we want to do.
But it's different with, like, the child is defenseless, and it's like, okay, the child has free will, but completely defenseless. So, like, what is there's nothing. If it's defenseless, then the free will at that stage is pointless. Like,
well,
what's the point of
I believe that a child below the age of accountability. So if we're talking like a toddler here, right? They don't know. So if that parent decides to be evil and do something torturous to that child, either that child will grow up and need to have some severe or some heavy therapy to get through that trauma, or if, let's say, the parent's so evil they decide to unalive that, whatever, that kid will go straight back to heaven to be with God.
Okay, so I guess what I'm getting at is, why would God make children defenseless? Or unless you believe that God didn't make children defenseless, is that what you believe? Or?
No, children are. Well, I mean, yeah, they are. They're defenseless, yeah, because they can't stick up for themselves.
But I'm saying, why? My question is, why would God make them defenseless?
Well, we can't be born adults, right?
Yeah, but I mean, we can't. We're going perpetual.
I would say this is precisely the reason I shifted out of the traditional, community Christianity and all that other type of stuff. Because the Christianity I practiced, it was non-denominational. It was just generic Christian, relationship with Jesus and God and all that type of stuff. We were very adamant against denominationalism in the stuff I was involved, which I really appreciated because I could have very reasonable conversations, at least within the fold of Christianity. But this is why I highly recommend people look into, if they haven't yet, Gnostic versions of Christianity, because the reason I like those a lot better is they do have a very full, thorough accounting of why innocent children are tortured. Because whereas I found, in other words, like in the traditional Christianity that still permeates most of the world, every individual just has to sort of hodgepodge interpret why they think that's going on. Whereas in the Gnostic Christianity, they have a very thorough accounting of exactly why that's going on. which is nice. So you're not left having to hodgepodge or guesswork your way as to why that's going on. It's just straight up. It's like, oh, of course, because everything that's tossed into this world is put here by the false god, which is the demiurge, and including and especially in its children being tortured. So therefore, which is an evil being posing as God, and most people convinced are God. Most people are convinced that that being is God, et cetera, et cetera. So therefore, that there's the accounting, and that God who does that is flawed and evil and all these other types of things. So of course he's going to do horrible things like that to innocent sentiences. So the idea is to get past and defeat and go above this demiurge thing, back to the heavenly worlds, the paradise states, and depending on the branch of Gnostic Christianity or branch of Gnosticism, the idea was various different specifics on how to achieve that, but at least they had an accounting for the horrors, and that's the one thing I always appreciated about the Gnostic views, which it's pretty obvious to me that's why they were considered heresies by the majority of other Christian views, because they actually accounted for the evil in spite of God existing, basically, or or all that type of narrative. Whereas, like, the traditional Christianity didn't account for it. They always got stuck with some version of, well, we don't know, mysterious ways, this and that, and they would never allow someone to go further into, oh, let's explore that. Let's explore this mysterious ways thing. Let's hypothesize all the greatest possible versions of reality here. And and when you do that, you recognize that even the greatest versions of it are still fucked in so many different ways. So it's like, well, interesting. So they're still fucked, even if the plan is the greatest possible plan ever for these kids being tortured. So what do we do with that? Well, what we can do with that is we can either, embrace our own power and desire and everything else for paradise states and make that be the reality, oppose these cosmic tyrants, or we can worship them in some way, shape, or form. Basically, you're kind of just left with one option or the other, right? So it's like, oppose them or praise them and worship them. They're obviously not doing anything to help or save anybody or protect innocent kids, so how are they worthy of worship? They're not. So that's basically where I and why I shifted out of my Christianity when I was younger, because there was no proper accounting for the worst horrors of all. You could account for all sorts of, like, generic struggles and things, like, you could even account for things up to wars and stuff like that. But the fact that there was no proper accounting for innocent children being tortured, there was no proper accounting for it with any free will narrative. And it was just a bunch of opinions. People throw out there, I think it's this, I think it's that, but it's like,
God
no,
has a
it has to be
plan.
accounted for. Yeah, a plan, but they never can specify exactly what the plan is
Right.
and why. So it's like if I say, I have a plan to build a skyscraper. I have a plan, a plan, a plan. Well, what is your plan to build the skyscraper? And all the guys are standing around, engineers ready to build the building. Now that I have a plan. Just trust me. I have a plan, but
Only
I never
God
show
knows,
them a
dude.
blueprint. Yeah,
Only
it's like,
God knows.
it's mysterious ways, and somehow I just magically hope that they're going to be able to build the skyscraper. It's like, and they're just standing around twiddling their thumbs. Well, we need a blueprint to know what you want to build as far as the skyscraper goes. No, you don't. You don't need a blueprint. Just trust me. It's my mysterious ways. I promise you that my building will be perfect. It's going to, be structurally sound and everything else. Okay, well, where's the blueprint so we can start building it? Crickets chirping. That's basically the analogy I give with, like, Christianity today. Is like, everybody keeps going on about how God has this grand plan that's mysterious to him and only he knows it. But it's like, okay, well, it's important to know a lot more about that plan in order to be able to do something about it, specifically pertaining to innocent child torture, right? Because everybody's talked more than enough about everything else, generic things, disease, wars, all this other type of stuff. But innocent child torture, it's not properly accounted for yet. And that's the issue, really. In my mind, had always been the issue, and why I saw and recognized that this whole birth process is really fucked up. I mean, have you ever seen a kid being born? Like, when I was a kid, I saw my brother being born. It's a fucking hellish thing. There's, like, all this screaming, and agony, and the mom
Did you
screams
faint?
in his agony. I didn't faint. I just was, like, looking at it, and I was like, really? This there's there's an entity, there's a being telling us to do this. It's saying
Really?
you should do this, and I was like, what the hell? Like, this is just what? Whoa, this is fucked
Oh,
up, man.
you're a funny dude. Perpetual pleasure is like you just see someone's head, a human head coming out of a vagina. You're like,
My brother's
really?
head. My brother's head at 4 years old. I watched my
Oh,
brother being born, man.
wait, say that again.
Yes, my dad brought me into the room where my brother was being born at home. The midwives were surrounding my mom, and I saw my brother being born. I watched the whole fucking thing.
And you were 4 years old when you witnessed this.
Yes, And it actually
Oh,
it ingrained a really unique type of trauma in me, actually seeing that
oh
visually.
wow.
But
Oh
it
wow.
wasn't like it was a trauma, but it was also very educational because I was like, holy shit, I never want to be involved in this occurring ever. Like it horrified me, the idea of impregnating a female to where that would end up happening to her. Like what the
Yeah, yeah,
it's like I don't want her vagina to being split open and her screaming and all this. Well, like, what the hell? I don't want to be
yeah.
involved in that.
But imagine being squeezed out of your own mother. Like, imagine how painful that must be for you. You know,
I know.
like being
And
squeezed
well,
out.
the narrative, of course, in Christianity was, and my dad was so heavily into the Christianity. But here's the thing I appreciate about my dad, at least indirectly, he did think really more layers into Christianity than other people did, comparatively speaking. So I could actually talk to him about all these layers of why would God do this and all of his hypotheses. So he, more than most people, had more layers of thought into this, but even his stopped short and were insufficient. So I was like, okay, the main reason behind this was and the main reason he was doing it was because the Bible says, be fruitful and multiply and all these other things about.
Which apparently was meant to be a message for Adam and Eve, not everyone else, right?
Yeah, but the point is whether that was specifically meant for producing kids or not is kind of a secondary point. It's kind of irrelevant because the point
Uh-huh.
is people are going to be doing that anyway. It's like this auto ingrained thing that people do, right? Whether they're
Hmm.
religious or not.
Hmm.
So I think that's a secondary point. But the point being is that the fact that it is in any way, shape, or form implied or pushed in the Bible at all as something God wants to have happen with humans on earth. Like there's some personal involvement in, hey, I want you, Adam and Eve, and the rest of people to keep spreading and reproducing and stuff. And it's like nobody seems to stop and ask, but why? Whereas the Gnostics, they're like, oh, of course he wants us to reproduce because he's the evil demiurge, and that's one of his greatest evils is pushing us to keep filling this temporal world of his with new sentiences that are tormented. So of course he's going to say, put more sentiences here and pretend that it's a good thing. Whereas the
Hmm.
traditional Christians, they're like, that nobody can actually specify because if somebody thinks about it long enough, even if everybody involved is a Christian, they're going to recognize, wait a minute, this is a world of sin. We're born as so why would we contribute to more entities coming into a world of sin? Why wouldn't we just not bring any more here? Why not just us be people that purify ourselves and then leave this world and don't bring anybody else here to have to face a life of sinful experiences or agonies or anything else like that? Why don't we just end it with us? It's amazing to me that that doesn't occur to far more Christians automatically. Like, why don't we just end it with us and not continue on this misery cycle
Hmm.
onto others? It's really interesting that that doesn't
It is.
occur to more people.
Indeed, indeed. Shifted. Let me ask you a question, man. By the way, Shifty. Firstly, are you a lukewarm Christian? I heard of that term being used, like walk lukewarm, or are you like a hardcore Christian? Like what? Like how Christian are you? Like on a scale of 1 to 10?
No, I'm traditional Christian. Yeah, so
Oh,
a
traditional.
10. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. So let me ask you this: if you were a deity, would you create a world where people could have the capacity to suffer and experience pain?
Specifically, torturous degrees of pain, because there's a difference between general struggle that causes growth and actual torture against your will. I think that's a very important distinction here.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But yeah, Shifted. Would you create?
So
Go on.
no, but the thing is, God didn't do that. He gave us paradise with Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. We decided to fall. We made the choice to disobey him. And
No,
as
but
a result, this is what we get.
Shifted. But Shifted.
Would I do it?
Okay.
No.
Okay. Okay. But here's the thing. We as humans, we have the capacity, like we are capable of experiencing pain and suffering, right?
Yes.
Who instilled that in us human beings?
God.
Right. So he created humans with, the capability of experiencing pain and suffering.
Yeah, he didn't want to make robots. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that was on God basically. So if you were a god, if you were a deity, you wouldn't instill that in human beings.
No, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. No, I would make humans as we are, not robots.
Oh, so okay. No, wait. Okay, so if you were a deity, you would create humans the way they are.
The way we are, yes.
So you would instill the ability to experience pain and suffering?
Yeah, because think about it. If we didn't feel pain, like how would we know? Like, let's say when you're a kid and you touch the burner on your stove and it burns you, you're like, oh my god, okay, I should never touch that again. It educates us on what we should and shouldn't do.
True, but you know what? You know what's funny? Perpetual pleasures. I think you've touched on something like this, like in relation to like what notifications you could get, like instead of pain, like you could get a different type of notification, like
Yes.
for your senses. You know what I mean?
Correct. Actually, it's very interesting because it's well known scientifically that there's so many alternate methods of recognizing that there's damage to a body, damage to a system, something that needs to be fixed with as much or greater urgency than a pain tormenting system. And the main solid reason for that is um, a pain a pained nervous system that is pained excruciatingly by damage is one of the most inefficient, worst ways to warn a system that there's damage or destruction to the body, because you're actually able to do a lot less about it depending on how bad the pain is. Whereas a much
Mhm.
more efficient system would be, oh, warning, you're damaged, you're going to die within a certain amount of time. Here it is, you're bleeding out, but minus the excruciating pain. So where you're aware, okay, that has to be fixed or else, so you can actually do more about it actively. In other words, you can run faster, you can move more, you can and that's just within the example of a better nervous system, actually, by
Mhm.
itself. But technologically speaking, we're well on the way to being able to technologically create adjusted bodies that are, number one, obviously within the fold of AI and stuff, but even organic bodies, even humans merging with a lot of AI technologies and transhumanist technologies going forward, we're going to be able to solve this nervous system issue pretty efficiently as the years go on.
Mhm.
We've already gotten pretty far with anesthesia and things like that. That's just the first step. Basically, in other words, the point is, if there's an intelligent entity or being that creates a world, and the entity that creates it is to any notable degree benevolent in earnest, right? That's not just some indifferent, neutral, here you go type being. That being is for sure going to have in its awareness, hey, I need to create a warning system of damage to the body that will be much more efficient and useful for them to heal themselves and learn lessons from, so that they don't die prematurely, unnecessarily, etc. But a system that doesn't allow them to experience excruciating torture, because there's a certain threshold of pain where, like amputees, for example, where they just keep experiencing agonizing pain to the missing limb for like 40 years, 60 years, their whole lives, right? So there's no reason for them to experience the pain after that. It's no good reason, no useful reason. They're just begging and pleading God to remove the pain of the limb that isn't even there anymore. It's like, why does this keep hurting? You know, it's because the nervous system is so diabolically inefficient that it's almost like inefficient to the point it's diabolically designed to be that bad, right? Because it's like
Mhm.
the ones who are injured experience more and more and more injury their whole lives. So like it's ongoing, it doesn't stop. The ones who don't get injured experience far less injury their whole lives, in terms of, someone who's not an amputee is going to experience far less anguish and pain versus the amputee that has the limb gone already. So the struggles associated with that, plus the agonizing pain to the phantom limb for decades and decades. It's like, and then it's like people ask very reasonably, hey, why doesn't God do anything? I mean, why doesn't he even have a mechanism put in place to just remove the phantom agony that's there for decades later, that's not doing anything to warn them against damage or harm or anything else? Because they don't need to, they already know that the leg's gone. It's like they don't need to have pain there anymore, but it's still there, right? And so it's that example among many others that I bring up on my channel a lot. And this is why I tell people, it's like, people really should, if they're wanting to stay Christians, they really should look into and delve deep into Gnostic Christianity, which allows them to maintain their connection with Jesus, their connection with actual God and the heavens, the paradise states. But it also actually gives a more mature, thorough understanding of how Satan deceives the world and convinces everyone he is God via these false narratives about what they believe God is doing and all this other stuff. It's very fascinating, because it creates this very distinct understanding of the Old Testament that is not had within traditional Christianity, but it maintains the positive view of what's talked about in the New Testament. So basically, Christ's sacrifice and him helping everyone back to actual heaven, actual God, is maintained. But the Old Testament, it's looked at, oh, wait, there is this demonic, satanic entity deceiving the world, trying to convince them that he was actual God, and he did a really good job of it, right? He deceived the whole world. However, there's a small little subset of people who recognize what the deceit was. Wait a minute, this being that's saying he's God, how is he deceiving the whole world? Oh, that's how. He's giving everybody this hierarchical perception. He's convincing them that suffering and agony are like these beneficial things ultimately, and blah 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 blah. Wow, he's done a really good job. Think how many Christians and how many believers or worshipers fill the world, not only just of so-called God, but of all these other polytheistic entities and stuff too. It's like he's got the whole fold under his hands. And that's why I encourage Christians who really cannot stomach or handle letting go of the Christ thing, you know, that whole dynamic with that. Shifting over to Gnostic Christianity is a very beneficial thing to even a more stronger Christianity, in my opinion. I mean, I personally am not a Gnostic Christian, but from what I've seen, it's like, hey, that's a way
What do
you can
you,
actually maintain Christianity
Perpetual,
quite well, actually.
Perpetual, what do you identify as? Like, are you agnostic, Gnostic? What do you identify as
I
currently?
identify as a Gnostic Hare Krishna. Like, if I had to pinpoint, well, I specifically identify as a pleasurist first and foremost, a pleasurist and foremost.
Yeah.
But if I had to correlate my views with an already existing view in the world, I would say they're most similar to a hybrid of Hare Krishna views and Gnostic views. A hybrid
Okay.
of those,
Okay.
basically, together.
All right,
Yeah.
cool.
The best of both of those worlds is kind of how I see my views.
All right, fair enough. So, let me read this. Uh, so shifted reality says angels have free will too, hence the ones that followed Satan. Okay, so shifted reality. How long have you been a Christian for, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, no. I would say since 2005, I would say.
Damn, 2005.
Yeah.
Oh, so 20 years. Okay.
Yeah.
And do you ever question things when it comes to God and or Christianity in general?
I do not, because I've personally seen God work in my life, and using the name of Jesus has had power in my life. So, like, I have no doubt in my mind that.
So, oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it's.
And
So, like,
oh,
go
sorry.
on. No. You go.
Are you familiar with the various Gnostic Christian views, or I should say the Gnostic type Christian views?
So it's funny you mentioned that. I was watching another guy on YouTube, Sacred Serpent. He talks about alcoholism, but he also talks about that kind of stuff. And it's interesting, but I'm not a Gnostic, so it doesn't apply to me. But I'm not, I'm not trying to shit on you. You believe what you want, but it's just not.
Well, the only reason is I'm asking because I think because there's different branches of that, different versions. They're not all like the exact same perspective. Like, but what I did notice was that, because I'm not personally a Gnostic Christian in particular. I'm more of a Gnostic of a different viewpoint. But like I would say in my early days as I was shifting out, if I had known more about Gnostic Christianity than I did, I probably for a while would have been a Gnostic Christian before I fully shifted out of the Christian fold. But I think for me, what I appreciated was the fact that there's so much more accounting for stuff like we talked about, which I could never ever, no matter how much I tried, account for the most extreme stuff. I can account for everything else except the most extreme things. But now, with my perspective, I can very thoroughly account for all the most extreme things and everything else with my view. And it helps me a lot because, and it's really interesting because when I was younger, I was always obsessed with thinking about, okay, how would Satan deceive me and everybody else? So number one, how would he deceive me in his own unique way, right? Like, how would he allure me? What are the types of things I'm attracted to? How would he spin narratives to convince me they're true when they're not? And I thought about this obsessively for years. It was like one of the topics that entertained me the most, actually, that I found most interesting. So what I was like noticing was that I think I pinpointed quite well how I would have been deceived in all the layers and how it would have been done by an actual Satan entity according to the traditional Christian narrative. But I looked at it and I was like, wait a minute, holy shit, on the grander scale, aside from just me individually, that's an amazing achievement. Like, it's diabolical, but it's amazing. So like my thought was, okay, how are you going to both deceive the secular minded people and the spiritual religious minded people in one clean sweep in their own different ways, but on a large scale? And I was like, holy shit, that's how you do it. So for the religious, spiritually inclined, you're going to deceive them with what we have today as the traditional Christian narrative, and you're going to see them because they're going to be convinced that it's this benevolent, wonderful, amazing thing. But there's going to be these obvious cracks and holes in it, right? So that's one crowd of the world, and then the other side, they're going to be deceived by secularism in and of itself by itself. Basically, this fixation and obsession with material things at the exclusion of deeper layered reality stuff, et cetera, et cetera. So they're pretty easy to deceive if you're some hyper spiritual being or whatever. So you have both crowds taken care of. But wait a minute. What about these outliers who are neither of the secular world stuff, and they're also not inclined to worship any entities or deities that where there's holes or cracks in the narrative? And then basically that's what brought me to the Gnostics. They're the ones that have a view that is not really deceivable by either thing, like, because it's built into their view that, hey, yes, all of us are all the time being deceived here. This world is, the nature of the thing is deceitful, but what can you know for a certainty is true beyond all that deceit? What can you inherently know is true? What's obvious here? Okay. Pleasure, benevolence, kindness, love, affection shared between people. There's genuine goodness there. Okay, there it is. We can see that that's the case. War is genuinely a horrible thing. Torture is genuinely a horrible thing. So whatever narrative is attached to those horrors is obviously not coming from a paradise loving source. So therefore, we need to directly connect with a paradise loving source, and we also need to pinpoint, are any of these narratives basically hijacking people's subconscious? So what basically I like about the Gnostic views also is they go really deep into how the subconscious, when we're believing that we're doing something good and we're well intentioned individually, how our narrative can hijack basically our prayers, our thoughts, in this really weird, horrifying way, via the mechanism of praying to the beings we think and believe are loving and good and kind and everything else. But basically, if we have a narrative that basically mollycoddles to what they're saying we need to believe or need to think or need to feel, when there's obviously holes in what they're saying we need to do, right? Then that's how you can spot the demiurge and the archon's influence. So it's like what they noticed was they're dealing with a world full of people who are genuinely well-meaning and well-intentioned, who are really trying to do their best. So in other words, the Gnostic view is, even if someone's not specifically a Gnostic, if their intention is to actually get back to a paradise state and do their best as a person and be kind to others, that's basically the direction you're going anyway. However, you're going to run into the stumbling block of having this demiurgic entity basically hold more weight over the thoughts and prayers and feelings in a subconscious way, unnecessarily, right? So where it's like, okay, the individual Christian who's praying to God and well-meaning is, their heart is basically in the right place. It's just there's this entity hijacking their heart being in the right place that they're not recognizing is an entity doing that, I guess. So that's, hopefully that makes sense what I'm trying to get at here and why I
So wait,
appreciate
you're
the
saying
reviews.
that they can read our minds? Is that what you're saying?
So the within the Gnostic fold, the idea is, yes, the archons and the demiurge, as far as I know, can read your mind, yes. Or even if they can't read your mind, they basically feed off of various types of worship and praise and longing and intense emotions and types so basically, when there's a really strong intense emotionality felt in the heart or mind of someone, the idea is that they're feeding off of that. However, if the intentionality and emotionality is in resistance to all of them and in opposition to them, they can't really feed off of that beyond their standard fill, right? In the sense that, yes, technically everybody's being fed off by them, but the idea is to transcend the temporal body and mind by basically by being able to pinpoint exactly what is paradise in nature, so pleromic in nature, what is in fact benevolent in nature, distinguished from what we're told is benevolent in nature but isn't, right? So like, I think the birth process and bringing more sentiences here is a great example. Like, so many people believe that bringing a new sentience into this world is an overall good thing when they have a kid, right? And they're not clearly recognizing the layers and layers of horrors to what's they're doing in that act and the implications of it. Whereas if someone's voluntarily abstaining from bringing a sentience here, they're knowing exactly why. They have specific reasons, and they're seeing the layers of horrors to doing that. Although they can also see of course, there's benefits to everything that happens, or most things that happen, including birth. The antinatalist sees that there's far more horrors that outweigh whatever benefits there are to bringing sentiences here, at least on an
Or aren't worth
individual
the
level.
good in the world.
Yeah, right, exactly. They can see that it overrules it, basically, in the sense that
Hmm.
at least on an individual level with that kid being exposed to the possibility of torture by the hands of some horrible criminal, or hell, even by the hands of the parents if the parents are pieces of shit. But let's say a person is thinking, hey, should I bring a kid here or not? If he's looking at the world from a Gnostic Christian perspective, he's going to be like, most likely the answer is no, it's a bad idea to bring a kid here, unless the entire purpose of bringing the kid here is to rebel against the demiurge, the false god, and, bring people to awakening of the real god or whatever. But even that, I mean, they're going to recognize, but the birth process is still a very demiurgic thing. Whereas if that view's not really held, there's not going to really be much of a solid reason, um, for a spiritualist in particular, to not bring a sentience here unless they are aware of that obvious thing, right? The exposure of sentience to torment and all this other type of stuff. Whereas a
Mhm.
secular minded person, can, in certain ways, more easily abstain from that narrative wise, right? But a lot of the times the problem is their biochemistry will overrule that anyway, because the double-edged sword that atheist secularists run into a lot is, because for them there is no actual ultimate like authority on anything. For them it's basically more just like how they concoct their morals and ethics to determine whether something is moral ethical for them. So they could have somebody telling them all day and night, hey, that's not moral, that's not ethical. But if they have just a strictly secular view, unless they convince themselves that it's moral or ethical to abstain from bringing kids, they don't have like an additional spiritual narrative telling them why that's a bad thing. All they have is just, secular reality, pain, anguish. But they could easily come up with a narrative in their brains why that's not such a bad thing, because there is no ultimate authority for them. That's the difference, I would think, between the Gnostic Christian spiritualist view as to why to not bring sentience here, and just a secular individual choosing not to for reasons they recognize, right? So, and that's why I think the Gnostic Christian spiritual narrative is more powerful when taken seriously. Whether someone actually believes it or not, it's more powerful and holds more weight, because if the implications of it are true, if you have an additional spiritual reason why you don't bring sentiences here that's connected to actual God, devil trying to pose as God, and all these other types of things, it's a far more weighty, far more potent reason to not bring new sentiences here than simply, oh, I recognize it's bad and they're going to be exposed to torture, therefore that's ill. That's all. It's like, yeah, that's like half of it, but you could easily, as a secular person, convince yourself otherwise. And this is why we see tons of the secular world doing that. They convince themselves exactly the opposite. Oh, because there is no ultimate authority, no ultimate this. Okay, yes, I can see the problems. I can see that, they're exposed to torment and all these things and the risk of all this. But at the end of the day, ultimately, this is how life moves on. This is how life moves forward. My kid's going to end up, learning all these technologies, or potentially going to be a person who's going to help humanity evolve forward, blah, 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 blah. So a secularist could literally just have that narrative as strongly as they do the narrative of why they don't bring kids here. Whereas if it's a Gnostic Christian, you don't really have the wiggle room to like have a narrative that it's ever a good idea to bring a sentience here. And that's, I think, the
Mhm.
beauty of it, in my opinion. So,
Mhm. Okay. Um. Wow. you know, one day I might discover if I myself might be a Gnostic. One of these days. One of these days. For now, I'm just gonna stick with I'm agnostic. But yeah, do you think one of these days I'm gonna be agnostic? Perpetual pleasures.
yeah, I think you'll eventually shift into Gnosticism. In fact, it's interesting. It's the same word. It's just one word is ag as an a before Gnostic, so like not knowing, and the
Hmm.
other word is knowing. So literally, the only difference is, the Gnostics emphasize what they do know for certain. Agnostics emphasize what they don't know for certain. It's just a difference in emphasis.
So
It's
so
it's
so
it's not
one
really a
thing I
different view.
know. So one thing. So I look at it like this. Okay, I am of the stance that I know that if God exists, He's evil. Would that make me Gnostic? If
Yes, that would
for having
automatically make you Gnostic. Knowing that
then
fact
I'm
makes you a
Gnostic.
Gnostic automatically, because
Wait.
Gnosticism is independent of a religious or spiritual thing. You don't you can be a secular Gnostic also. This is another thing I've talked a lot about on my channel. As you know, my channel used to be called Gnostic Antinatalist, and
Hmm.
I did many videos clarifying this, because a lot of people have this very wrong idea that Gnostic is automatically some religious thing or some ancient Christian branch of or something like that. But that's not at all the case. Like all throughout history, people have identified as Gnostics of various views, And there's quite a wide range of Gnostic views. But what they all have in common is they all recognized as a fact that, hey, this world is a world where torture of innocent children occurs. Fact. That happens. We know that happens. That's not a thing that's up for debate. It goes on, right? And noticing that, they notice that, okay, there's no way, it's impossible to have a being that is maximally benevolent and maximally knowing and maximally powerful all at the same time, and that to actually still be something that's occurring. So whatever being it does exist that is at a cosmic level is lacking in at least one of those three things, at least one of the three, if not all three, right? Or multiple of the three, because you can't have maximal literally all three and actually for that to happen. So in other words, they concluded, okay, God either in the uppercase G sense is some flawed being in some way, shape, or form, either lacking in knowledge or power or benevolence, one of the three, take your pick, or in fact, uppercase G God does not exist, and that's an exaggeration, or the third option is there is no uppercase G God whatsoever at all, never was. So one of the three possibilities, basically, either we're dealing with a flawed being that is claimed to be perfect but isn't, and obviously there's no way a perfect anything could accidentally or intentionally or not be able to stop child torture. There's no way around it. You can come up with any narrative you want. And so the fact that you know that, and there's not any like room for debate of that in your head or any questioning, means you're a Gnostic in that regards, right? And
Okay,
this
all
is,
right.
yeah, this is independent of attaching any
Oh wait,
spiritual narrative to it.
Pedro.
So
Sorry. Just give me a moment. Let me quickly ask. Shifted. So shifted. Do you see God as benevolent?
Yes.
Okay, like would you say that God is perfect?
Yes.
He's perfect in every way. So
Yes.
Interesting. Do you think all traditional Christians believe that God is perfect?
Well, I'll tell you, a lot of traditional Christians, they don't have their theology in order, so they kind of can be a bit.
You can be brutally honest on my channel.
Well, I've gone to a lot of churches, as a I like going to church, but I realize there's a lot of hypocrisy in the church, and it's nothing to do with the Bible. It's the fact that these people think that by going to church on Sunday that makes them a good Christian, or they think that they can't go to a bar, or they can't. It's just, I've always stood out as a traditional Christian, like I'm kind of like a rebel traditional Christian, like in the sense of like I don't follow what the church says I should do. I follow what the Bible says and what God tells me I should do. So yeah.
So wait. So the church doesn't tell you, to do something which is what would already be stated in the Bible?
Sometimes they don't. They'll read one verse out of the Bible. The pastor will get up there and he'll read like one verse, and then he'll go on a spiel about a bunch of stuff pertaining to that verse, as opposed to like reading it verse by verse, like actually reading the Bible. They don't do that.
Typically. So they say one verse, but then on the other, like they'll add some gibberish to it.
Yeah, their own interpretation of that one verse. Yeah.
And Perpetual Pleasures, you've been to church, right?
oh yeah, like I said, my entire life was from when I was in the womb up to 17 was the church world, the Christian world. So yeah.
Okay, and what do you think of what Shifted said? Like, is there some truth to that? Like, you go to church and they'll state some verses here and there, but other times they'll just state some gibberish that has nothing to do with the Bible. Or
well, yeah, that was my biggest issue. That was actually my dad's biggest issue with the church stuff he was involved in, because he highly encouraged me to read the Bible directly and thoroughly grasp the layers of what was meant and intended and all this other type of stuff. So I came at Christianity from a very independent, reading it yourself, studying it thoroughly yourself perspective, and don't rely on anybody's interpretation or any pastor's interpretation ever. Just
right, 100% agree. Yep.
Yeah, basically have your own direct relationship with Jesus and God. Be certain about that. Go ever deeper into that. Do ask all the hard questions all the time. Thoroughly analyze if God is actually a good being and this and that type of stuff. So that's what I appreciate, at least about my Christianity, is that I was encouraged to regularly microanalyze every detail of my relationship with God, whether God actually was maximally good or not. I was encouraged in these things. I was never encouraged to just blanket accept a statement
Yeah.
that's told to me. And so
that's
yeah,
exactly what I did. And what happened with me is, upon doing that, I developed my own relationship with God and Jesus. And I
yeah,
didn't need to go to church to get that information,
right.
because God was giving it to me directly.
And that's how my experience was too. So what's interesting with me is that the reason I initially shifted out of Christianity into Hare Krishna was that there was these inherent things I knew, and this is me just speaking for myself personally. I inherently knew for like what I call inherent certainties, right? No matter what somebody told to me or whatever the heck else, there was inherent certainties with me that were like permeating my system. So one of those certainties was that I have forever and always will forever have a romantic specific relationship with the goddess and God. And the goddess element I understood more thoroughly as when I shifted out of Christianity. But even before then, I understood that I have this eternal romantic relationship with the supreme eternal being. And I noticed that, oh,
Did
interesting.
you say romantic?
Romantic, yes, specifically romantic, not just generically loving or this loving one, of course, yes, but specifically romantic in nature. And it was a permeating certainty that never shook off from me, and I always knew it was beyond my brain even thinking about it. It was just, it's like when you know something for a certain, it's just like there. It's like, yes, this is the reality of me. This is who I am. It's like that. I don't know if anybody's ever experienced something to that degree of certainty, but it's like it's not something that's able to change based on your philosophy or view or perspective. Like whether secular or not, it never changes. It's like a certainty that just is there. It's like locked into your existence, right? So for me, because I was so certain about that, I noticed that Christianity stopped short at that specific detail. Like there was hints at it, there's this and that, but I was like, interesting. So one day I dropped on my hands and knees and cried and begged and pleaded to God to show me who he actually is, what my actual relationship with him is, to show me the nature of this permeating certainty that I always have in me that's never left me, right? And sure enough, within a few days, I got Hare Krishna literatures from a book distributor who was showing that stuff. And what I appreciated about those views so heavily was they were the first views that confirmed, outside of just myself being certain of it, that yes, you in fact do have an eternal romantic relationship with the goddess and God. And in fact, depending on who you are, everybody has a different, unique relationship with the goddess and God. So here you go. I was like, holy shit. So from that point on, and the fact that those literatures are so fucking detailed in terms of the details of paradise and all these specifics and everything else like that, way beyond what I got in Christianity, I really enjoyed that aspect of those views and practices. Many elements I still practice to this day because of how uplifting they have been to me. But basically, what I'm trying to get at is when I had that experience, and I also started getting more familiar with the Gnostic views, whether the Christian Gnostic views or the other Gnostic views, I was like, oh, interesting. So they're also confirming this other additional element that never got filled in with me in traditional Christianity. So in other words, I was fully satisfied because there was a full accounting for actual God, uppercase G, right? Paradise, the entity that predominates over the paradise state that has nothing to do with the temporal worlds. Okay, fully accounted for. Awesome. And then there was also a full accounting for the horrors and miseries and agonies in this world and the being that poses as God and convinces the whole world he is God. Okay, cool. The demiurge is fully accounted for. Sweet. Awesome. Very useful to know that now. And then on top of that, I had everything still intact 100% in terms of my relationship with God that I had always experienced. Nothing missing, just more added on to that. And now, not only did I have that, I had a full accounting for why I had my views and why everything's going on in this world. And for me, I was like, now I can breathe easy because everything now has a clear explanation. And I don't have to guesswork. I don't have to scratch my head why this innocent child torture stuff goes on anymore, because there's an explanation for it now that makes very rational sense, right? And that's where I'm at today. It's like the fact that I have very rational explanations for these things, and I'm freed from ever having to fall into this. Why would God do this, or why would God, like, that's for me? That's not even an issue anymore because I already know the answers as to why. And
Let me ask you
perpetual
this, brother.
yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead,
No,
TB.
no, 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 no. You go, you go, you go.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted. So you said, sorry. Repeat your last statement, man. I'm sorry. I had a comment, but then I lost my train of thought.
Oh, I'm just saying that basically for me, and this is why I say I have a hybrid of Hare Krishna and Gnostic views as the most similar to what I would say is my comprehensive view, in the sense that I certain aspects of Hare Krishna views I've maintained, and certain aspects of Gnostic views, um, but I consider myself a pleasurist and a formfulist, which is its own thing, independent of specifically either of those
Oh,
views.
okay.
But basically, it takes the best elements of Hare Krishna views and Gnostic views and leaves out any of the bad elements or elements that like
So
are culty in nature or whatever. Basically,
okay, so
yeah.
you're saying by switching to your Gnostic view, you answered all the questions that traditional Christians will typically say, well, that's the will of God.
Yes, and what's interesting, they were answered in a way that still accounts for the genuine loving relationship someone could have with Jesus and his connection to God. So, depending on basically the individual and how they want to go about it, like if someone does want to maintain the specific, more or less traditional idea of Jesus and that relationship and all that type of stuff, they can with Gnostic views, but in addition, they have everything accounted for. But if someone prefers to not maintain that traditional version of the relationship with Jesus narrative and wants to also be free of that, they can also do that with Gnosticism. So basically, within the Gnostic fold, a person has the freedom to maintain the best elements of Christianity that are uplifting and inspirational all the way. But you also have the option, if you notice that those are still a problem for you, to let go of those as well. So that's the other beauty of it that I noticed, is
So
that you're not trapped into being like, oh,
right.
you're not trapped into this, oh, you have to have exactly this perspective or else. Basically, it's
So
like,
my
yeah,
question would be like, so from my traditional point of view, I don't need to account for everything that God does because God is the Almighty. So like, who am I as a human? You know, I'm not trying to degrade myself or humans, but like, I don't I don't pretend to know what God thinks. Like God does what He does because He's, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not I don't when you get to the level that I'm at in terms of like, I don't question what God does. I just go to Him for guidance and I accept His will. I don't need to know all the specifics of why He did this, that, and the other because it's not my place to know. I'm not God.
Fair
well,
enough.
my
That's His
perspective,
business.
this is my perspective though. If I look at it from this perspective, if I personally was in God's position, if the roles were reversed, right? If I was personally in his position, I would absolutely want every single being that came from me to always question my stuff and know exactly why I did what I did. Because if they didn't do that, I would feel like they're left in the dark and they need to know exactly what all these specifics, because I would consider myself an abusive asshole of a cosmic father if they didn't know exactly every specific that occurred and why.
So
Like
here's the
to the
caveat.
to the best of their individual abilities, not like literally everything imaginable, obviously, but like
Right.
enough to where they have a solid grounding, and okay, at least for their individual case, they know exactly what's happening to them and why, and all of those specifics, and that they can also account for like innocent child torture and stuff like that. If I was in God's position, I would want people to know exactly the reason and have that a standard thing the whole world knew, like the
Right.
details of,
So
right?
you can have that view from the traditional side because God initially created Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden in a state of paradise where we were in perfect harmony with God. So had they not fell, had Adam and Eve not done what they did, we would have been in direct connection with God 100% of the time.
Right. And of course, that's the narrative that we're familiar with. But the thing is, at least that's the traditional Christian narrative. And then, of course, the next thing comes to a question of, okay, does a person actually accept that that's in fact true or not? But let's say that that is true, right? Let's go on that premise. Okay, if that is in fact true, that we were created into a more or less paradise state or a predominant paradise state, then in that case, once again, it basically you always run into the issue of taking it back all the way, because then there's the issue of, well, it could have so easy. So think about it. This is a very important thought experiment. God being, so if God is maximally knowing and knows way more than humans do, right, and can think beyond what we can think, then if I can personally as a human think about how I would be God and maintain what people call free will. In other words, maximal ability to engage in what you desire in a paradise state. So for every being, I would be able to maintain a maximal sentience and ability to do what you want to do. But I would also simultaneously, because I'm maximally knowing and maximally benevolent, ensure that there's no way that you using your free will would ever lead to harm or torment of anyone ever, accidentally or intentionally, under any circumstances. I could do both, and I would do both
Oh,
if I was.
hold on. That's not the traditional view, though.
But what I'm saying is, if I was maximally powerful and benevolent, I would be able to do that. I would know how to do that, and I, of course, would do that because it would be doable for me, and
Well,
it
he
would
didn't. He
maintain
didn't create
everything in
us.
place.
He didn't create Adam and Eve to be gods. He created them to be human beings in his image, till he could have a family. He didn't make
Oh,
us to be sent, or he made the angels different from us. He
yeah.
created us to be his children, like the
What I'm
way
saying
we.
is,
But
that's what you're saying is, I understand what you're saying, but what you're saying is a specific viewpoint of Christianity. There's a lot of views that don't align exactly with that, but I understand what you're getting at narrative wise. But my point is, even if that narrative is true, though, the fact that this Christian traditional God was either incapable of performing and achieving what I just described, both in a transcendent and in a temporal sense, and or the fact that he was either incapable of it or willed it to not be that way or different, exposes that something is missing. There's either some degree of benevolence missing, some degree of power missing, or some degree of knowledge missing.
wait, he
And
willed what? I'm sorry, he willed what?
what I'm saying is there's something missing in the full. In other words, there's a lack of maximal benevolence and maximal power and maximal.
But
Um,
why? If God was the creator of the universe and he made human beings on Earth, and he gave them one instruction not to do, and we broke that law, it's kind of like,
Well, you can
imagine.
achieve what I'm saying is you can achieve a situation though as a god, as a being like that, even if you create a temporal world where you give beings maximal what is called free will and ability to use it, but you have a built-in system where it's impossible for anyone to ever be tormented
Well, then
or experience excruciating
that's a
pain.
robot, man.
That's not a robot, because what I'm saying is if you're God, you're going to be able to pull that off without them being robots because you're maximally knowing, right? You're maximally benevolent and you're maximally powerful. So you're going to be able to do things way beyond what I can think of. So if I can think of this, this is what's
Is
really
that
important
is
here.
that true love though? Because God wanted true love. He wanted true love, like the
But
way
what
we,
I'm
we
saying
love
is
our children.
he can achieve even beyond what I'm suggesting here. And he would achieve an even better version of what I'm suggesting. And what I'm suggesting as a human is way better than what he's placed here. If he's in fact doing what you said he's doing. So this is the point I'm getting at is if I as a limited human can think of a far better version of how he could easily do this, if in fact I'm accepting that he's maximally benevolent, maximally powerful, maximally knowing, then he obviously would do something vastly better than I'm even thinking up in my head. But think about this. The fact that that's not the case, one single case of an innocent child being tortured is nowhere near what even I can think of as a way better situation for reality. So if I as a limited human can think of it, of course, a being who's way more benevolent and powerful and knowledgeable than I am can think of a way better version of things. Of course they can. But the fact that they haven't, obviously, because it requires or involves or accidentally leads to child torture, means that basically it's what is called the take your pick uh example, the take your pick analogy. It's like, okay, if what you're saying is true, like if in fact the garden was created and free will was given in that way, et cetera, which one of the three is God lacking to some degree? Is it benevolence, is it power, or is it knowledge? Because obviously he
It's
would have been able
neither,
to guarantee. So then there has to be an accounting for why was he not able to guarantee against child torture 100%
because
if
human
he's not
beings,
lacking in any three?
because us as human beings fail.
Wait, no, no,
But you
wait. Let me
you could make it
interject.
to
Let me
where they
interject.
can't fall though. Like you can make it to where they
Well,
can't
that's
fall but
that's
have
not
maximal
that's
free
not true
will.
free will.
No, but here's the thing. Okay,
I think you're missing that point a little bit, but
shifted. Let me address. Okay, so you talk about free will. Let me ask you this: if God wanted to intervene, like, is he capable of intervening?
If God wanted, so if God
So
wanted
let's
to,
say, let me give you an example. Let's say parents, you know, want to torture their child.
uh-huh,
Does God have the power to intervene?
absolutely he does.
And I assume that the reason he's not intervening is because he would be intervening in free will.
Yes.
Okay, but the
so that
way I
means he
see,
lacks power. That means he's lacking
No,
power
it
if that's
doesn't
the
mean he
order.
lacks power. It means he's given us the opportunity to do what we want to do.
Well, here I think so. Let me back up a second. I think you're missing what I'm trying to get at here. What I'm trying to get at is that if we as limited humans can easily recognize how it would be doable for a being that's smarter than us, more benevolent than us, and more powerful than us by a lot. If we can recognize how a being who is more and more capable than we are could do something differently, if we can recognize that as humans, then surely that being can do even better than that, then we can even think up in our heads as humans. But the fact that he's not even doing that, he's not even
No,
doing
that's
that much,
I can't say
is the
that,
issue.
brother. God does intervene, as Jester just mentioned. God does
Well, what
intervene a
I'm
lot.
saying is God doesn't intervene with amputees. He never grows a single limb back of any amputee ever throughout history. So what I'm saying is, sure, we could say God intervenes in terms of inspiring us to feel a certain way or to make changes in our lives or whatever, but he never intervenes to actually prevent actual issues physically from happening to innocent kids or amputees or people who get limbs removed and stuff. He never
I mean,
directly intervenes. Like,
I
hey,
don't know,
let
man.
me give you
There's
your leg back. Here's your leg, your full
well, I
leg grown
mean,
back.
like, okay, God, giving my leg back. God, change my flat tire. Like, I mean, it's like
No,
we're
no,
asking.
changing a flat tire is vastly different from giving you your leg back. I think
Well,
we can all
yeah, I
agree that
know.
a leg is way more
But
important
I
than a
mean,
tire.
it's like, okay, God's not like a
He doesn't
genie we
even
can
fix a flat
call.
tire, by the way, but that's aside from the point.
Yeah, well, God's not a genie that we just call upon. Like, God, please do this. God, please do that. Like, it's like me calling Donald Trump up. Like, hey, Trump, can you give me a raise at my job? Like, what is he gonna say? Like,
No, but here's the thing. But let's say if
I'm not trying to
hypothetically,
ridicule you, brother. I appreciate what you're saying, and I'm
Yeah. No, but
yeah.
I'm 100% familiar with what you're saying because that was my world, and this is why I like these conversations because like none of what you're saying is out of the realm of understandings because I'm I would say basically I am so overly familiar with what you're talking about because that was my existence that um I really do wish you the best, and with certain people I can just tell they'll eventually shift into like more of how I see things of their own accord, whether it's me they're talking to or not. So in your case, I have a really strong gut feeling, whether it's me or whether it's your own studies or whatever, you're most likely going to shift into more or less a more similar to view I have now of your own accord over time.
So
So I think
I would agree with you,
probably.
but the fact is that I've witnessed and felt personally in my own life the power of Jesus and God, like to the point where I can't deny it. It's as simple as like I'm sitting here at my desk looking at a computer screen. Well, it's the same way I feel about the things that God has done for me in my life by me following the Bible and believing in Jesus. So it's like I can't, I'm saying, like, I can't deny that. I just
do
can't.
you think that
Oh,
God is?
I felt that too, though. I didn't deny that either. I just feel like I went further into my
Or
relationship
I'm
since
saying, like,
then. Is all I'm
my
trying to get at.
no, I got you. You took it. You took your path and you went down the road that no disrespect. I'm just saying that the traditional view of Christianity is what's helped me through a lot of situations, and calling on the name of Jesus does have power, and I'll leave it at that. So
Yeah.
So shifted. When you say God is benevolent, do you think He's benevolent to every human being or some?
So if you look at the Old Testament, God told Paul that salvation's for the Gentiles too.
Wait, Paul.
Paul.
Yeah, I need to. I need to. Well, I'm really uneducated when it comes to the Bible and just. Who's Paul? Sorry.
That's okay. No. He wrote most of the New Testament.
Oh! Paul wrote the New Testament. Okay.
Most of it, not all of it.
What's interesting about Paul, though, is there's a huge chunk of the Christian world that never acknowledged or accepted Paul. They considered him a false prophet. That's
Yeah,
a
because he
really
was going to the
fascinating rabbit hole.
Gentiles.
Well,
Because
not that reason. Actually, there's a totally different reason as to why. That's certain groups have that, but there's actually a much wider, broader reason why a lot of the Christian world doesn't accept Paul, and it has a lot to do with the fact that he was promoting ideas, at least for the Gnostic Christians, they recognized as very demiurgic worshiping in nature. But even aside from that, people were noticing that, wait a minute, he's not exactly teaching what the Gospels specifically were teaching, like the four, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. There's some discrepancies here.
those were written to the Jews.
Well, what I'm saying is, independent of even that point, that's also true. That's another layer of this, and this is why this is such a fascinating rabbit hole. The whole thing with the Paul situation is that there's a whole line of thought regarding Paul that basically he had an ulterior agenda in relationship to spreading his version of Christianity to among the Gentiles in order that the the view that he individually had of the thing would be the predominant view that spread everywhere and overruled the other views that were existing at the time, basically. So that's a really fascinating rabbit hole, and I definitely encourage everybody to look into it if they're not familiar with it. But I've noticed, like, some Christians accept Paul, but I've run into many different Christians, especially nowadays, where there's a whole world of Christianity where they're like, wait a minute, this Paul guy is not really online with what is the truth here. What's
Then
really going on here?
they're not true Christians, or they don't accept the canon.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's an interesting rabbit hole, because the discrepancy is very strong depending on whether somebody accepts Paul or not. It's a lot of branches of Christianity do today, but that's a heated and this is what fascinates me, is another interesting point. Actually, this is a point a lot of people bring up over the years that is a valid one. It's like, if in fact God is an entity revealing to people a very clear set of instructions and a clear set of knowledge, it would be literally impossible for humans to have a gazillion different denominations and so many different views that clash with each other very aggressively to the point of warfare. Like, historically, and I guarantee you, like back in the day when people were fighting and killing each other, like Catholics versus Protestants and all this stuff, I guarantee you those people killing each other had 100% conviction that they were correct in interpreting God's scripture correctly in their
Wait, who are you
hearts and
talking about?
minds. Like, if we go back to like the 30 Years' War in Europe, right, where people were literally killing each other over the doctrinal points and things like this,
You're
like,
talking about the Reformation?
the Reformation was part of it, yeah, but more specifically, the wars fought in connection to the Reformation, or I should say, directly and indirectly to the Reformation, where people were literally dying over this stuff. Like, they were literally fighting and dying over doctrinal points and differences and like stuff like that, to the point it was bad. I mean, but the thing is, wait a minute, if we're gonna have people literally killing each other over these points, holy shit, we're definitely not dealing with an entity that's a being who's not an author of confusion. I mean, everybody can blame each other, and okay, we're all flawed humans, you know. One group blames the other for misinterpreting it wrong, the other group blames the other for misinterpreting it wrong, and that's what they're all doing. It's all the humans' fault. But it's like, wait a minute, I mean, the very fact that humans are capable of misinterpreting it means that God is not actually very clear.
Let me
in
give
how
you
he
an
lays it
analogy.
out.
I appreciate your point, brother. Let me give you an analogy to that, okay? Because I've had that question too. Imagine you go to the doctor and he tells you, "Hey, man, you need surgery," or I'm sorry, let me give you a different one. Imagine I'm going to invite you to my house and I give you exact directions how to get to my house. Like, I tell you what street to turn on, which highway to get on, which whatever. And then you decide, nah, man, I'm going to go this way and I'm going to go that way and I'm still going to get to your house. I'm like, nah, dude, I'm giving you exact directions how to get to my house. Well, God gave us exact directions how to get to him in the Bible. And sometimes people want to take a different route to get to him. And God's like, there's only one way to get to my house. I'm trying to tell you how to get there. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I understand what you're saying, but here's my point, though. He obviously didn't give that clear of instructions, because if he did, there would be no way to misinterpret it. Like,
so humans are flawed. That's the answer to that question.
This is what it would look like. It would look different. This is what it would look like. If what you're saying is, if that example correlates with what we would see in the world, this is what it would look like. It would look like this. Everybody throughout the planet would know exactly, 100%. It would be very obvious to everyone exactly how to get to God. They wouldn't even need a book or a scripture. They would just know it automatically. But let's say even if they did need a book or scripture, everybody who read the scripture would have the same clear interpretation. Okay, he's telling us exactly how to get from point A to point B. Good, understood. At the very least, if that was the situation, then every single person on the planet who strayed from that, everybody else would recognize it very clearly. Hey, wait a minute, you're doing your own path. He's saying this one, you're doing your own path. That's what it would look like. But no, it looks like this. It looks very different. It looks like
people don't want to accept the Bible, man.
No, that's not what I'm saying, though. Like, I'm talking about people who do accept the Bible. Like, they both accept the Bible. They both have 100% conviction. They're interpreting correctly exactly what God's saying. And to, okay, you do this, and this is exactly how you get to me. But then they're still fighting each other over points and stuff.
That's denominationism. Jesus never talked about denominationism.
Correct. And that's what I appreciate about my Christianity. But even independent of that, even if it's not a formalized doctrinal difference or whatever, the fact that things can even get to the point of warfare over those things, it wouldn't be possible to that degree. Or if it happened that way, everybody would know, and it would be in everybody's heads this way, that, hey,
why did they crucify Jesus then?
what I'm saying is separate from that point. But
Well, I'm
that's
saying
a
is
different point. But
the Pharisees thought that they knew the way, right? And then they literally killed God in the flesh.
yes, but what I'm saying is that wouldn't have been able to happen if that could have still happened, but it would have looked differently. And what I'm saying is it would have looked differently in the form of everybody throughout the planet would have automatically known, hey, the Pharisees over there are doing their own branch off thing. God's actually saying this, but they're doing their own thing. But that's not what it looks like. What you have is people having 100% conviction they're actually following what God is telling them to do, not people who are in their heads, okay, I'm doing a different thing even though the instructions are clear. It's because the instructions aren't actually clear.
Do
They're
you think man
interpretable.
is do you think man is flawed?
Of course, mankind is flawed, but that would be irrelevant here in terms of what I'm saying. If the instructions were clear, it would be obvious when someone's straying and
If
how
you
they're straying.
I understand what you're saying, but if you
Yeah.
really read the Bible and get a good understanding of it, it's clear, man. It's quite clear. And I'm just going from my own point of view. Like I'm not trying to
Yeah.
I'm not
Well,
trying to
what I'm
belittle
saying is
anybody. Yeah.
but the clarity stops at very generalized things. It's not actually hyper specifically clear
Well,
on much of
generally
anything.
that's an opinion.
Well, here, let me give you an example. The Bible does not specify exactly the specifics of my eternal relationship with God beyond this world. It gives me the general, okay, you have an eternal relationship with God that's loving and caring in nature. Cool. Awesome. But what are the specifics of that? There's not really any specifics in scripture about that further.
Well,
And
what is
that's a
heaven?
big issue. Well, heaven is obviously, if we're going to take heaven in any serious literal sense, it's going to be a state that we would classify as basically as close to paradise as anything could ever possibly come, in a perpetually lasting paradise
So,
state.
according
Basically.
to the Bible, heaven is in eternal communion with God.
Yes, according to the
Okay.
Christian view.
Okay, so God told us how to get that in the Bible.
Yes, it's mentioned, but the way he told it, it's interpretable by the individual. That's the
Except
issue.
Jesus Christ.
But even that's interpretable. Like the nature of the dynamic between Jesus Christ and God is interpretable. It's the way it's laid out is not specific enough. It's still vague, and that's why you still have denominations. Because
So
if it was 100% clear, it wouldn't be interpretable. That's the issue with the Bible.
Let me ask you this, and there's no condescending here. I'm literally just asking a
Oh no, all three
question.
of us totally understand. There's no.
Oh yeah.
Throughout this conversation, we all are clear that there's no
Zero
intention
disrespect.
There's zero intention of.
And even if there is
being
disrespect, I'm not too worried about that. I'm more interested in facts. Somebody could disrespect or respect me. It's whatever. I'm just interested in what's actually going on. Like,
okay,
really, that's my concern.
Let me ask you this question. Like I said, no disrespect, just general question. What about Jesus dying on the cross for our sins? What about that is confusing?
It's not confusing. The narrative, but it's still generally vague. And what I mean by this is, okay, him saying Jesus died on the cross for your sins, have a loving relationship with Jesus, trust on him, all this other type of stuff,
Yes,
et cetera, et cetera. Yes, that is an instruction, but it's generally specific. It's not specific enough.
Why is
In other words,
why is it general? He doesn't say it's general.
Everyone can interpret what that means and the nature of that dynamic with Jesus differently.
If you look at the facts, though, the facts are he's saying, I sent my son to earth to die an excruciating death for you, and all you have to do is believe in it. And if you believe it, I'll take you home with me. I mean, that's the way I look at it.
Correct. That's the way you look at it. So what I'm saying is that is the way I looked at it also. And that's the way, if that was true, that's the way I look at it to this day. But there's plenty of other people who don't look at those exact same statements the same way you and I do. They're interpretable. And I'll give an example of how they're interpretable. Because, okay, that's the case. But then everybody starts questioning in their heads, okay, well, what is actual belief on Jesus then? Like, what is that? How is that defined? Like, okay, how can you tell for sure if you actually do believe in Jesus or not, or if you believe in Jesus? Like,
you accept
what's
he's the son of God.
Yes, but Catholics do that too. Everybody does. Like, what I'm saying is everybody everywhere, including all the denominations, do that, but they have different interpretations.
The
of
Christianity
the nature of
ones,
that.
they do. Well, except for we're talking about Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses. I don't know what they believe, but
Well, Catholicism and Mormonism, I know, are not considered traditional Christian views. Of course not. But the point is, within even the Protestant fold of views, like every view that's non-Catholic and non-LDS, aside from the Gnostic
well,
views,
even
of course.
Catholics believe that, but they also believe in purgatory and
a bunch of additional man-made throne stuff. Yeah. But the thing is, But my point is the fact that it's able to be interpreted at all, even at that level, is a sign that there's some lack of knowledge or benevolence or power in God to ensure that the
It
impossibility of
goes back to free
interpretation.
will, man. It goes back to free will,
But
brother.
hold on. Will has nothing to do with misinterpretation, though. That's a different thing. Misinterpretation is misinterpretation.
Okay.
Will is how you desire to do things. Like, so that's what I'm saying. It would
I
look
see what you're
different
saying. I see what you're saying.
if it was a situation strictly of, okay, we can use our will how we want, but it's impossible to misinterpret what he says. If that was the situation, that would be a more
Well,
benevolent
if he made it impossible, then that's a robotic state of mind.
It's not a robotic state of mind because you still have the ability to deny that, but you just would understand clearly the instructions. So, in other words, every brain throughout the world would have a guaranteed clear understanding of the instructions, but they still had the ability to disagree with them or contradict them or go a different way. It would look that way.
So creation in itself. So if you look at the earth, the animals, just everything about a human being, the DNA of our DNA is so complex. Bill Gates even said that like our DNA is like the most advanced supercomputer you could ever imagine. Like human beings can't just say like, oh, this all happened by chance.
Well, that's not even what we're talking about, though.
I know, but I'm saying like, I'm saying that God gave us the internal ability to know that there is a higher power, and then it's up to us to seek that higher power. And if you seek Him, He will talk to. He will.
But remember, our bodies are constructed in quite a diabolical way. Even like complexity doesn't have anything to do with benevolence. Like you could have a complex diabolical system, which is really how our bodies are designed.
I have to disagree with that because I think our bodies were made perfectly in the garden. The fact that we deal with what we deal with now is because man fell.
Well, once again, all of those are side points to the main point that we're discussing, which I think is the more important point. And the more important point is no matter what degree of higher power being is above us in power, there's obviously something lacking in benevolence or knowledge or power in some way, shape, or form, at the very least, for reality to play out this way, because there's something God couldn't directly do or chose to not do. And the only way that would have been the case regarding innocent child torture is if God was lacking the ability to prevent innocent child torture or allowed it to happen with some concocted grand plan for it. In either case, there's something lacking in benevolence or power or knowledge.
I think he allowed humans to run amok, just like if we had two toddlers and they're off being kids and doing stupid stuff, are we gonna we want our children to learn from their mistakes, right?
An innocent child being tortured isn't a mistake.
No, I'm not talking about that.
No, that's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about, though. So what you're talking about is something that's not even relevant to what I'm mentioning at all right now.
But what I'm saying is he's giving us the ability to live our life as a human race.
As a parent, you're not going to allow your child to be tortured potentially by somebody else.
He's
That's
not
very different from letting them run amok. There's a difference between letting them run amok and allowing them the potential of being tortured. Right. They're two different things.
No, I know. I'm not saying that I'm not saying he wants that. I'm saying that as a human race, he's giving us the free will to do what we want to do.
Can I interject?
Unfortunately, go ahead, TB.
So shifted. Let's say you were God, hypothetically, or let me say deity. I don't offend, but yeah, let's say you were. Can I say let's say you were God, or do you want me to use the term deity? Which one?
Whatever you want.
Okay, let's say that you are God, right? And you created human beings. You gave them free will, and let's say you're watching from above, right? You follow me? Okay. So now let's say as you're watching, you can see parents abusing their child right now. What would you do as you're watching from above?
Okay, so I think the biggest thing that we've been missing here is the grand scheme of God's plan. And I know Perpetual, he mentioned like God's plan can be very vague. Like we don't know. So Gnosticism apparently accounts for the gray areas of where traditional Christians just say, well, that's God's will. Well, for me, I've dug deep into it, and I realized that before we were even here, Satan and the angels were in. Satan was the cherub, so Satan was in heaven with God. God created Satan as the most beautiful angel that ever existed.
Just to check, just for clarification, is this leading to an answer to my question? Just checking.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yes, sir. It's so Satan decided to rebel.
Okay.
And
So initially he was Lucifer, but then
he was Lucifer, exactly. Yeah.
Okay,
He,
okay.
which he was a cherub, which means he was surrounding the mercy seat of the Almighty, of God.
He was a chair. What did
No,
you say?
cherub.
Cherub. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Cherub. Sorry. He was a cherub.
He's a chair, and I'm like,
That's what I heard. Sorry. Okay, he was a cherub.
he was a cherub. Yeah.
Okay.
And so, what I believe the Bible said, Satan got a ego. He thought that because he gave Satan free will too. He gave the angels free will too. So Satan, because he was, as Lucifer, he was so beautiful. He was like the best. He got a God complex. Like, man, I want to be God. So
Okay.
he went to the angels and he's like, we don't need to follow God. Let's. He convinced the angels, a third of them, to follow him. Okay, so God, instead of being a tyrannical tyrant, he allowed Satan to do that. Because if he didn't allow him to do that, then he would be a tyrant. But he allowed him to do it. Okay. So he allowed him to do that. Satan fell, right? Okay, Satan fell. Now he creates Adam and Eve. We fall. Okay, so God's trying to prove to the angels and humanity, look, this is what happens when you don't follow what I want you to do. I want you to be happy. I want you to be in paradise. I love you, and I want to have a relationship with you. If you don't want that and you want to go the other direction, well, this is what's going to happen, and let me show you how this plays out. Well, this plays out with war, with poverty, with innocent children being tortured. I mean, all kinds of stuff that happens because humanity decided to reject God. So God's trying to prove a point. Like, look, this is what happens if you don't follow me.
So my question to you is, what would be the good reason? Obviously, there has to be some tangible reason why Satan would rebel against God. What would be the tangible reason that he would do such a thing? Because
pride.
Okay, so even if he is prideful, though, aside from pride, there has to be some narrative difference or clash independent of only pride. Because pride by itself, that wouldn't make sense. That by itself, in and of itself alone, would be the reason.
How much has pride screwed over humanity?
So, are you suggesting? Well, I mean, yeah, it definitely is an element in screwing things over. But okay, so when you're saying basically, is the idea that Satan was initially free of that pride, and at some point, pride arose in his heart or mind or thoughts, and then what would be the nature of that pride? So, pride in the sense that he's the greatest of all the angels, or that he is better than God directly?
He thought he was, because God made him. He made him like a musician. He made him like a musician. He was in charge of all the worship music in heaven. He was aside from God, he was the most beautiful, powerful creature in heaven. So within himself, he developed that pride.
Okay, so the pride itself, why not just have that sorted out in the form of, oh, okay, you're prideful, you think you're better than me. How about let's just have a healthy, calm discussion about how we should be deeper thinking and aware beings to where we're both free of pride, you and me, God. And so like God just having a conversation, hey, we're supposed to be hyper intelligent beings. So let's both, me and you, be free of pride and live together in paradise, being above this pride thing together. Like, why couldn't God have just ended it there without having to deal with any of this other stuff? Because, okay, think about it. If Satan was actually that close or that high up to God, and in terms of being almost next to him basically in glory and all this other type of stuff, then surely Satan would have had enough logic and reason in his brain. Hey, you know what? Yeah, I have pride, but your point is actually better. And with his deeper intelligence thinking layers into it. Pride is kind of a pointless, stupid emotion, because why do I have it? We're in a paradise state. What use is pride anyway here? It's just kind of a disturbing sensation. So it's, you see what I mean? Like if that was the situation of pride alone, it would have been able to get sorted out by just conversation. And there would have been no war. But there's obviously something additional to just pride that was going on. And this is why I think, if in fact that narrative is true in some way, there had to have been some tangible, actual, legitimate reason why Satan was wanting to actually rebel versus only being prideful.
Because he wanted to be God. He wanted to be God.
Okay, but do you understand my point that I'm getting at?
Even if the Bible doesn't specifically talk about that, but the gist of it is,
Because even
But
if you wanted his position, this is a really interesting thing to understand. Like, even if Satan wanted God's position, God would have been intelligent enough, benevolent. He would have been able to figure out a way to give Satan his position, but not actually allow Satan to run amok with it or ruin
see,
anything or fuck anything up.
you're
So,
trying to think like God would think. That we
no,
can't
what
do
I'm
that,
saying is
man.
God would have thought so many more layers into this before Satan even felt pride. Like, he would have already known how to prevent Satan from rebelling, even if Satan wanted his position. He would have known how to give Satan his position while he still had the position factually behind the scenes, and just convince Satan he had the position. He would have been able to do that also. So there's so many things God could have done to prevent all the horrors that followed,
Or
even
why
if that's true. That's what I'm
so
getting
why
at.
wouldn't he just let it play out though, and let him do what he thinks he can do? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Because it's
instead of,
unnecessary. Because God would have known it's going
is
to
it?
lead to innocent child torture. He would have
Well,
known that.
I see your point, but I mean, it, it's kind of like you're saying, okay, God should have thought, which he could have. I get what you're saying, but
Well, God would
he
not, would have for certain seen all the layers
he
into it, basically. For
he
certain.
did see, he saw everything. He knew exactly how this whole thing. He mentions Jesus in Genesis, right? So he already knew what he was going to do to fix this
Wait.
problem.
Question. Shifted. Do you believe that God can see the future?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's omnipresent. Yeah.
So he knew that in this hypothetical scenario that the parents were going to abuse their child.
Yes, he did know that.
What do you think of that, perpetual pleasures?
Well, right there, that's what I keep saying. Like, in Gnostic Christianity, there's an accounting for it. They acknowledge that there's a lack in all these different beings to some degree, whether it's a lack of benevolence or power or knowledge, and that accounts for that. So therefore, they're flawed, they fuck up, they make mistakes at the very least, and or they're directly malevolent in their calculations and plans and stuff. So, however, in the traditional view, there's no accounting for it properly. My personal point that I keep making, though, is, okay, if in fact God knows for a fact, eventually, even though he's not directly the one causing it, that kids are going to inevitably be tortured due to what he lets play out, and that he's actively not going to prevent it, no matter how heavy his heart is about it or whatever, that betrays that he has some lack of power or some lack of knowledge. Now, it actually makes a lot of fucking sense if a being is going to think he's superior to God or try to rebel against him, because that would have been the source of thinking that rebellion was even possible, because he would have pinpointed that there's something lacking. He would have been like, wait a minute, there's some degree of power or knowledge or lacking in this being. There it is. Boom. I can rebel. I can do that. See, Satan wouldn't have been that dumb. He would have been smart enough to recognize if there's a being that's literally maximally powerful, literally maximally benevolent, and literally maximally knowledgeable, he would have known for a fact, even if he wanted to rebel, that it would have been impossible to do so. And it would have been impossible to have his position. So he would have just been like, okay, pride, there it is. That's kind of dumb because it's not going to lead to anything useful. So let's just not
So
be prideful
I
anymore.
think God had a plan of salvation that he wanted to play out.
But
And
what
so
I'm saying is,
he allowed those things to happen.
Satan would have been able to pinpoint that there was something lacking in the being in order to rebel at all in the first place. Nobody rebels believing that what they're rebelling against.
I don't think Satan would have been able to pinpoint it because he's not all knowing.
Well, I can pinpoint it.
Only God would know that.
We don't even have to be at the level of a cosmic, angelic, close to God being. We here can know that, holy shit, that's really easy to prevent. Like, it's easy to prevent the possibility and potential of child.
You got to understand, we're talking about like heavenly cosmic beings that us as humans, we really don't have a full understanding of.
But we don't need it, though. We don't need even a close to full understanding. All we need is basic sense to recognize, wait a minute, there's something lacking in them, though. We can recognize
We
lack.
think there is, but it doesn't mean that there is.
No, it's not us thinking. Like, there's factually a lack of benevolence involved in children being tortured to death. That's not maximal benevolence. Like,
But
that's just a
I'm
fact.
talking heavenly, cosmically, like realms above our understanding. Like you and I, we're in.
Even if you're talking about realms above our understanding, what I'm talking about is there's a lack of maximal benevolence power. And I'm not saying that there's a total lack and there's no benevolence at all. I'm not saying that there isn't benevolence or isn't power or isn't knowledge. There could be beings we're dealing with that are benevolent, powerful, and knowledgeable, but they're not maximally those things. That's what I'm
Only
saying.
God
That's a
is.
very
Yeah,
different
God's the
thing.
only maximal knowledgeable being. Yeah.
Well, God obviously isn't maximal all those things because he can't be, because there's obviously something lacking by the points we keep bringing up. Like, but it's just a matter of a person taking their pick. Which one is it that's lacking in the narrative? And therefore you have a narrative that can stand, basically. But the problem with traditional Christianity is they never acknowledge that God is lacking in any of the three, even though he so obviously is. He's lacking in one of the three: knowledge, power, or benevolence. It doesn't mean he doesn't have all three to some degree. It just means he's lacking to some degree in at least one of them. And
Even if
that would
he's
have
like,
been,
for example,
that's what I'm
99%
trying to get at.
benevolent, there's that 1% missing, for example.
Yeah, it's that 1% that us as humans, it comes down to faith. Like I have faith that the God of the Bible, Jesus Christ, are in charge, and I don't need to question his decisions. I just have to have faith in him.
No, it's fine.
So,
You don't need to question.
Right.
My thing, I guess, what me and Perpetual Pleasures are getting at is, okay. So it seems that the situation is this: you think God is perfect, so you don't think that he's lacking in anything. Is
No,
that correct?
nothing. 100% correct. He is perfect in every way. Yes.
How could you possibly think that he isn't lacking in anything? How could you possibly believe that?
Because the Bible says that God is Alpha and Omega. He's the beginning and the end. He's the Almighty. He knows everything, and he's in charge of everything.
Is he like powerful in every way?
Every way, yeah.
Okay, so going back to my question, which respectfully, I didn't really get an answer. Like,
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. If you were God and you were watching from above,
Okay.
right? You created human beings. You're watching from above, and you see in one particular household parents abusing their child.
Yeah.
What would you do from that point? What would you do? Would you intervene? What would you do? Would you stop it from happening? What would you do? No pressure. No, that's what makes this live stream interesting.
We keep coming back to, which I understand why, but we keep coming back to this topic of children being abused, which
yeah, that's one great
trust
example
me,
because it
know,
happens a lot.
It does, yeah, and I understand. It's just I can't. I'll just have to say, man, like if I were God, yeah, I would stop it, yeah, because I don't want to see that happen.
You know why? You know why you would stop it? Because you actually care. Like, you have a heart. You're like, I can't see an innocent child.
I mean, I'm not going to say I would let it happen. Yeah, I mean, geez.
Yeah, you would intervene because a child was brought into this world, never asked to be born, and now they're being abused by their parents. And you, as God, you're watching from above.
Yeah.
Like, I can't let this happen. This is wrong.
Right.
So here's the other question. Would you, if you intervened, would you be interfering with the innocent child's free will by intervening? Would you be interfering? I'm not talking about the parents' free will. I'm talking about, would you be intervening wrongly, erroneously in the innocent child's free will if you intervened?
I'd be intervening with the whole situation. So if that parent is in his brain, her brain, they come to the conclusion that, hey, yeah, I'm gonna do this to my child. Okay, they came to that conclusion on their own. That has nothing to do with God.
No, but God can see the future, remember?
What I'm saying is, you said you would step in. So obviously the God that we're dealing with isn't stepping into these cases of child torture.
On this panel, like,
no,
yes, I would step in. But what I'm saying is, God has a whole nother set of rules that he operates on that we don't understand.
But we don't. Right? What I'm saying is, we don't need to understand them pertaining to child torture. All we need to know is that he isn't actually intervening enough in that regard.
But he doesn't. He does intervene in other areas.
Like, but that's irrelevant to this point, though. Like, because we're talking about this point, not other points. We're talking about he's not intervening in innocent children being abused via torture by their parents. Like in my hometown, Enrico Suna, by name, he was 8 or 9 years old. He was literally tortured to death by his own parents, who are still in prison to this day over it. However, God didn't step in to prevent him from being tortured to death by his fucked up parents. Like, God could have stepped in. So the question is, there is no deep plan or good enough reason for God not to step in on something like that. If, in fact, if we're dealing with a being that is maximally benevolent, maximally powerful, and maximally knowledgeable.
He'd be interfering.
If he's limited, then it makes sense, though. If he's limited in some way, why he didn't intervene actually makes sense. It makes sense why he can't intervene or won't, if he's limited in some way.
Right. I
That's
don't
the
believe
only
he's,
thing that accounts for it, though, is what I'm trying to get at here.
right. I don't believe he's limited. I believe that he'd be interfering with the parents' free will.
But
But
here's the thing.
by definition, he's limited because if he's actually to the maximal degree of those things, he could just do what he wants, and it doesn't interfere with anything or any rules he set up. Like he could perfectly streamline everything
But
without
he's still
any interference on anything, like free will wise. Is what
so
I'm
you're
trying to
saying
say.
if there's a parent that's gonna torture a child and God steps in and he sends an angel and just kicks the crap out of the parent and says
Yes,
no,
he could
you,
do this in every case, and he could do that if he's maximally benevolent,
but he'd
knowledgeable,
be
and powerful.
interfering with the parents' free will. Is
No,
what I'm saying.
because what I'm saying, but you're saying he's limited right there. Why what you just said is
He's not limited. He's abiding by his own rules. Is what I'm saying.
He would be able to technically, quote unquote, not abide by his own rules and still at the same time simultaneously abide by them in his mystical, magical way if he was maximally benevolent, knowledgeable, and powerful. What you're saying is that you're going back and forth saying he is limited, he's not, he's unlimited, he's limited, he's unlimited. Like what I'm saying is you have to make up your mind on this point.
What you're saying, imagine
There's an
somebody
accounting. What I'm saying is there is a full accounting of what you're saying in terms of why he doesn't step in to help kids. If
Yeah.
you acknowledge he's limited in some way, you have it accounted for. Boom, you got it.
Imagine,
However, if you're not
yeah.
acknowledging that, you can't account for it. That's the issue.
I account for it by the fact that God, in my perspective, God's will be done, and He does what He does, and I'm not in any position to question God. But
So
go ahead.
shift it. Let me ask you this, because you say if God were to intervene, he'd be interfering with free will. Now, my question is, if he were to intervene, regarding parents beating their child or abusing their child, however, would that be such a bad thing if he were to get in, like, interfere with, in the parents' free will? Would that be such a bad thing in order to stop the child from being abused?
It wouldn't, but that would mean that he's going back on his word.
But he can do that. He's God. But
he's a just God in the sense of he does not go back on his word.
Is you could maintain being a just God factually if you were actually maximally benevolent, knowledgeable, and powerful. While, in other words, you could do simultaneous things at the same time and have it not contradict yourself. If you were maximally all the three things: benevolent, powerful, and knowledgeable. In other words, what you're saying is you keep. And this is the main issue I've always run into with traditional Christian views, and why I had to shift out of it. It was always this bounce back and forth between, okay, we have to have there's a narrative where God's limited in this narrative, but we're not going to admit he's limited. We're just literally by definition what we're saying is he's limited. He's not stepping. He's either choosing to not or he can't. Because of the rules he's set up.
He's choosing not to. I'll tell you right now. He's choosing not to.
A being that's bound by their own rules is a being that is limited in some way, is what I'm saying. You're not bound by your own rules if you're actually unlimited.
Does a just judge let the criminal go free?
That's at the human level. We're not talking about the human level.
Well, I
mean,
God's a judge.
Level.
He's the cosmic judge.
But if you're okay, so if what you're saying it would be accurate if God is limited. That is accurate. But what I'm saying is that would not be accurate because you could be a judge simultaneously with breaking your own rules without breaking them. If you're actually maximally not at the human level of limitation or at a cosmic level of limitation, in other words, once again, you're saying he's limited, but he's not limited. But in the midst of doing that, you're not acknowledging that you're claiming he's limited. So
no, he's willfully limiting himself, is what I'm saying. He doesn't have to do that, but he's choosing to do it.
So, well, what I'm saying is he wouldn't even have to willfully limit himself. He'd be beyond even that if he was maximally those three things. Well, so it always comes back down to which one is he lacking in? Is he lacking benevolence, power, or knowledge? To some microscopic degree, let's say that. Which one is he lacking to a microscopic degree?
Well, you got to remember, God has a personality like us. We were made in His image, so He has a personality, right? So maybe he can be this crazy God that can figure every problem out, and which he can, but maybe he's choosing to be more like us, which is the way he made us. Which maybe that's his personality.
Okay, so maybe he's choosing to be like us.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's
not the evil side though.
Okay, not the evil. So why don't Christians, not all, but why don't Christians ever hold God accountable? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I'm struggling to understand that. Why don't?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Holding God accountable, like, because, for example, in your case, you have this mindset that, humans have free will, and that's, you know, if God were to intervene, he'd be intervening in their free will, as if that's a bad thing. I don't think that's a
Well,
bad thing.
actually, what's interesting is that's another back and forth. Like, so in that in that statement, God is being held accountable, but then the bounce around again is that, but God's not accountable to us. He's accountable to himself, but not to us. Basically, is the traditional Christian narrative. But the
Hmm.
flaw in that is, wait a minute, humans are definitely accountable for what we do and think. Satan's accountable. We're all accountable. When it comes to God's accountability, he's only accountable to himself. There's many layers of fucked up to that. That's very
So,
off.
So
so,
what?
so, so,
Go
so,
ahead. Go
Shifty,
ahead.
what are your thoughts on? Do, do you think it's okay? Because at the end of the day, who created human beings? Who created human beings?
God.
Okay, so he created human beings, and we never chose to exist. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I told you earlier that I think that we did in the heavenly realm.
Oh, you think we chose to exist, and then we came into existence, and our memory was erased?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah.
okay. Okay, yeah, I've heard of this
But
thing like the
so
go on, go on.
so what I mean by that is we didn't choose to come down here. So okay, it's like if you're a true Christian, you want to do the work of God. So Jesus didn't have a good life, dude. Like he got freaking destroyed and he got crucified on a cross. Like God never said you're gonna have a good life and it's gonna be easy, man. Like no, he didn't say that, you know. So I think that all of us at some, I think that I don't know about it. I don't know about all the human. I mean, it's hard to say, man. But I think that all of us at some point were cognizant in the heavenly realm, and God said, like, do you want to go down to earth and live as a human and do my will? And it's not going to be easy. And I think a lot of us said yes, and I firmly believe that.
Wait. So okay? Just so I'm clear, do you currently believe in this idea of there being pre-existing souls?
No, I say that God created our souls, but I think because he's God, he was able to communicate with our souls before he placed us in our mother's womb.
So no, that's what I mean. Okay, he created them, but I'm saying like before us coming into existence, our souls existed, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, because in the Bible, God said he knew somebody in the Bible he knew before he was in his mother's womb. So that means God knew that person before he was born.
So are you telling me our pre-existing, like our souls, like before we came into existence, said, "I want to be born"?
I believe that. Yeah, I think that we did agree to come down to earth. Like I'm not going to say I'm 100% on that, but I do.
I'm asking what
that's
you
a tough
believe.
question,
You know what
man.
I mean?
I believe that. I believe that. Yeah, I believe that we all agreed to come down here.
So then that means I can't complain about shit because apparently I chose to be
You
here.
can.
You know what I mean? Like perpetual pleasures. You get what I'm saying? Like that means I can't complain about anything.
No, because
I
he
chose
never.
to
I
be
don't. I
here.
don't think
once
God
that
said it
thing-
was going to be easy.
That's another one of those interpretable things within the Christian. That's the other problem. God never made it specifically clear what the pre-birth state actually was in any particular details. That's precisely why I like Gnosticism and Hare Krishna better, because they go into great detail about what the pre-existent state was like and what it consisted of.
Well,
Far more than
isn't
Christianity.
Krishna like that's Hindu, right?
Huh?
Technically, it's in the broader casual, like slang sense. People refer to it as Hindu, but amongst themselves, Hare Krishnas refer to themselves as Sanatana Dharmas. They don't acknowledge that they're Hindus, and it's a very distinct view from the rest of Hinduism, actually. So I would say no, not technically, but in the if somebody says LDS versus Mormon, so Hare Krishna is basically like it's a branch off different view from the rest of the Hinduism fold, but casually speaking, people often refer to it as within the fold of Hinduism, but it's actually a very distinct view, and it's a lot closer to Gnosticism than the vast majority of the other views are. So this is why I say I have certain elements of Hare Krishna views, not the entire thing. There's certain elements that are very valuable and I think are very useful and true. Other elements like the different cult elements that have branched off from it, and certain ideologies that are obviously man-made that they claimed are attached to Krishna, I don't accept those either. So my thing is a hybrid of Gnosticism and Hare Krishna versus one or the other. So,
Gotcha,
and
gotcha.
that's the reason for that being the case.
Gotcha.
So shifted.
I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom, man. I'll be right back.
No problem, amigo. No problem.
Okay.
So, perpetual pleasurist.
Yes.
Do you personally believe that we were, at one point were pre-existing souls that asked to come into existence?
My view is that, at least me personally, I can't really speak for anybody else, is that
That's fine. Just you personally.
my view is that I'm literally an eternal being, that I never came into existence, that I've always existed. It's kind of like a root archetype of reality. Does that, if that makes sense, right? That's built into
Okay.
reality.
So you've
forever.
always existed,
Yes, that's my view
like,
anyway.
whether it's in human form, whether it's just your soul, etc.
Correct.
Okay.
That I have a specific eternal identity, form, personality, all that type of stuff, in a paradise state beyond this world. Yeah.
Have
And
you
that's
ever
the hard.
Have you ever
That's,
thought about where you existed before, like right now, like before you
oh,
were
I
born?
obsessively think about it all day, every day, all the time. Like, in
Hmm.
fact, I believe I exist there right now. I just have to reconnect with being there right now in the transcendent world beyond this one. So my view is that yes, I literally have always existed there, do exist there now, and this is literally just a fog over who I actually am, imposed on me by other beings that are combating with me. Basically, that's how I see it.
No, but I mean, like, where, like, before you were conceived. I mean, like, before you were
So
conceived,
it's
where
not
do you
really a
think you
location
existed?
thing. My view is that in the paradise state beyond this realm is a transcendent state that's beyond temporal space and time. So it's not like a location, like, it's not a location thing. It's really a state of consciousness thing that's beyond this, all of the consciousnesses that exist in this world. So basically the location is a specific distinct state of consciousness, if that makes sense. That is the location. So it's not like a
Interesting.
place in space or time, like over there or over here. It's like, because it's only this world that operates on this, over there or over here concept or principle, right? It's the demiurgic construction operates that way. But as far as I
Hmm.
understand, the pleroma, the way it operates is it's beyond the space time, you're over here or you're over there thing. It's just where your consciousness is that's where you are. Boom. In other words, you
Huh.
create this paradise bubble around you, around your consciousness, and that's your like tank, that's your war tank basically against all the other beings that have their own bubbles they create around them. And, while trying to attack you or oppose your agenda or whatever else. So my view is that, I can't speak for anybody else, but I feel like that's the type of being I am.
Okay. My belief is that there were no pre-existing souls that asked to come into existence, and the reason why we exist is because of our parents. That's my belief. Literally, nothing
My
more,
view is
nothing
that
less.
I didn't ask to come into existence. My view is that I just automatic.
Sorry, you got cut out. Say that again, Perpetual. Hello, testing. Testing.
Is
One,
my
two,
view.
three. Sorry, you were getting cut out. Could you say that again? You said my belief or my view is what? Hello? What's going on?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Wait, you can hear Perpetual. Is he talking right now?
No, I can't hear him. I can hear you. I can't hear Perpetual.
Huh. What happened to his audio? Oh, he muted himself. Never mind.
Oh, okay.
I had to take off the comment, from the screens in order to see that he muted himself. So yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Hey, how do you change your I've been trying to change my avatar here. I have a cool picture of Kurt Cobain, but I don't know why it's showing this stupid picture here.
Okay, so what you do is you click on your picture, with that shredded. I don't know what to call it, but yeah, click on that. What do you see? Do you see like what do you see on your screen?
Oh shoot, what do I see?
Actually, you know what? Hang on.
I don't know, man. It says edit avatar, then I choose my picture, but it doesn't change it. So I don't know.
So it says edit avatar, and you click on it, but
Yeah.
can't... Huh.
Yeah, I don't know. I think because I've been using CapCut, and I think it thinks I'm using that as a camera. I'll have to fix it for next time. But
That's so strange.
I've been trying to
Like,
mess as we've been talking. I've been trying to mess with that.
oh, okay, all right. I don't know where Perpetual Pleasurist has gone, but
Maybe he's gonna rejoin.
maybe. So, question. So, just so I'm clear, as of right now, as of 2025, do you or do you not want children?
Man, I it's tough because I'm married and I know my wife wants a kid.
Oh, wait, when did she tell you that, if you don't mind me asking?
Since we met.
Oh, okay. And just a disclaimer, if whatever questions I ask you, right, you don't have to answer every
Oh, I
single.
know. Yeah, I know.
So you can just say prefer not to say or no comment, depending on the question. So yeah.
Copy. Yeah.
So how long have you been with your wife for, like marriage wise?
I married her in 20 geez, what was it? 22? 21?
Right, so
Something
okay,
like that.
so 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, about that.
Okay, all right, nice. And so since, let's say, 2021 or 2022, she's told you that she wants to have children.
Yeah, she does.
Oh, okay. And what did you say to her? That you were undecided, or you want children, or?
At the time, I told her that I'd be okay with it, but I want to wait until we're in a proper state to do that.
I like that. I respect that. Right? Yeah. Like, antinatalism or not, at the very least, I respect that people take their situations into consideration before having children, because some people are literally having children in poverty, and I think that's evil. In my opinion.
that's just irresponsible.
It's abuse. Like,
it goes deep. Yeah.
What child, right, would ever ask for that? Hey, bring me into poverty, please. I'm begging you.
Nah, they wouldn't.
Fuck being rich. Get me into poverty, dude. Like,
no, that's bullshit. Because if you can't provide for yourself, how are you going to provide for a kid?
Exactly.
And what's disgusting is a lot of people have kids in this country for the government benefits.
Oh, I hate that. Like, having kids for benefits, because chances are, right, and I'm sure there's a correlation with this, those types of parents, they tend to abuse. If we're being real, it's typically the mothers. Let's keep it real. They typically abuse their children because they never cared about having children. They just wanted benefits.
Yeah.
They neglected their children, or they have this narcissistic mindset. That, oh, this is my house, and and I put a roof over your head. I was like, that. Yeah. If it wasn't for your kid, you wouldn't have a roof over your head. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. Nah, especially those that are living in the projects and they're already dependent on the government, and they're like, oh, if I have more kids, the government will give me more money. It's like
some are literally having more and more kids just because they want more money, even though they're already getting benefits. Like, they just want more benefits. It's that greed.
And they have like 3 baby daddies. It's just like,
dude, that's wild.
That's just fucked up.
That reminds me, some women, by the way, I'm not saying this is solely women, but like typically they will literally have kids by any man just for the sake of having a kid, just because they want a kid. And I think that's evil because you're robbing that child of, a 2-parent household. It's not right. Like, don't be so selfish to be like, oh, I can do this by myself. I don't care if you're a man or woman. Don't have that mindset.
Yeah, no, you can't.
A kid deserves both parents in the household.
They need both parents. Yeah,
absolutely.
You can't. It's a child that's raised with just his mom. No offense to women, but he's not learning how to be a man. And that's
it's the truth. Yeah, you need both. But nonetheless, so would you say, in terms of having children, like, are you currently undecided?
I because I'm married and my wife wants one. But I'll tell you this, I'm not gonna have. I'm currently in a financial situation where I could have one and it'd be okay.
Okay.
But
prior to go on. Sorry.
I'll say prior to today, which I'm telling you, today was a big day.
All right.
I almost want to tell her this, but she's my wife. I love her, but she's not. She's not an NPC, but she's a step above an NPC.
Okay.
So I'm kind of in a predicament here of what do I do? You know.
But when you say a step above an NPC, it's like she's NPC-ish.
She's a Christian, but she doesn't believe in any of the bigger picture governmental societal problems that exist. Like she knows there's problems, but if I get into it with her deep, it's like in one ear out the other. So,
okay. Yeah. So it's like regardless of the situation, she still would like to have children nonetheless.
She wants a kid, yeah. I think she's always wanted a kid. Prior to even knowing me, she's wanted a kid.
But also regardless of the circumstances.
She wouldn't want to have a kid if we were in poverty. I'll tell you that.
Okay. But even what you mentioned about, you said the bigger picture. Say that again, the bigger picture.
She doesn't see the stuff that we're talking about in terms of bringing a kid into this fucked up world.
Yeah.
She's not going to understand that.
Is it that she's not going to understand that, or she'll understand, but, you know, is going to dismiss it anyway because
a mixture of both.
Interesting. Well, I mean, if at the end of the day, there are some people like that who are going to have children regardless. And my thing is, I always advise those people, if you're going to have children anyway, if you must, then here are the following things you must take into consideration. Ask yourself, why are you having children? Has she told you why she wants children?
Yeah, she
yeah, what were her words?
What was it? Actually, no, she never actually told me why. That's a good question.
Oh, all right. You know what? Again, you know, you don't have to, but it would be interesting to ask her, you know, in your own time.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
What is the reason why you want to have children?
Right.
You know, because a lot of people, they have children. I bet you most people don't even know why they're having children. You know, if you ask them, they'll be caught off guard. It's like, huh, I didn't. I mean, they'll just, you know, they won't be able to give you an answer. So, and also apparently, at least half of the population are accidents.
Yeah.
Would you say, not to be rude, or would you say you're an accident?
Actually, was I? I believe I was. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Noted.
Yeah.
And how do you feel about that, respectfully?
It was the 80s, you know. My mom was doing her thing, my dad was doing her thing. So it's like,
I see.
Yeah, they were doing their thing, and then 9 months later, out pops shit to reality. So,
so imagine this, right? Imagine this, right? So not only did we as human beings, not only did we not ask to be created into existence, but on top of that, our parents didn't even plan for us. Well, not speaking for myself, my parents planned for me. Actually, I'm gonna have to double check with them on that. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna have to double check. But yeah. Nonetheless, yeah, a lot of
double
us
check on that, brother.
I'm gonna have to double check. I'm like, are you sure? Because it's been a long time since I spoke to them about that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna ask them.
It's kind of a weird question, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but it is a fair question to ask.
It is a fair question.
To be here, so you know,
it is a fair question. Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely. So yeah, what people need to take into consideration is, are you having, if you're gonna have children, consider wage slavery. Wage slavery is a real thing, right?
Yeah.
So. Does your wife does she enjoy like wage slavery, like working and sleeping most of her life?
She enjoys her job. I wouldn't say she likes wage slavery, but she enjoys what she does. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe she won't call it that, but I call it wage slavery. Like if you have to rely on wages in order to survive, I call it wage slavery.
Yeah,
like,
well,
no matter how much you make. But go on.
She's not going to see it as that. Like I said, she doesn't think as deep as we do. So For her, it's just like, this part of life, we have to work. And she's not thinking in the fact of like, actually, no, we don't have to be wage slaves. This whole system's screwed up. This is a problem, and this needs to be fixed before anybody has any kid ever. Right.
I think that if someone loves their job or just wage slavery in general, loves working in general, my thing is they need to be mindful of the fact that most people don't enjoy wage slavery.
Right.
Like there are statistics that show that most people hate their jobs.
Yeah, I'm sure. I can't. 95% probably do, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the majority.
It's crazy, man. I
mean,
yeah.
If most people hate their jobs, if most people really and truly, let's call it what it is. Most people just hate working, period. Not because of laziness, but because it's insufferable and boring and tedious.
Yeah, it is.
It gets in the way of the things that you truly want to do in life.
It does.
Like your hobbies,
Yeah.
Like if
well,
you
I've kind of found a. No, I'm sorry.
No, go on.
I agree, but I've personally kind of found a way around it with my personal situation where my work doesn't interfere with what I want to do. But yeah, for the majority of the population, unless you're in the top 1%, it's a complete pain in the ass. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. And you know what? Like, I'm sure we can do what we want to do, but it's the amount of time that we have. So the average, like in general, working hours are super long, like 8 hours at least.
Yeah, 8-hour days, right?
Yeah. In order to afford a place to stay, because if you're working part-time, you're not going to be able to afford a place to stay.
No, not in today's. No, in the 90s you could, but not now.
No. And yet, parents lack that empathy when it comes to their children and say, "Oh, why are you still living here?" It's like, look at the economy, man. Like, look at the rent and all that.
You gotta think like the baby boomers. They don't think about that, man.
I think they're sick. Not all of them, but a lot of them are sick in their head. Like I think they're sociopaths.
Well, they're used to the way things used to be in the 60s and the 70s. Back then, you could get a blue collar job and own a house and have a kid and a family, and you would be perfectly fine. Nowadays, that doesn't exist. But the baby boomers, they haven't come to that conclusion in their head because they're not.
They're not taking into consideration that there's inflation,
Yeah, they're not taking into consideration a lot of things.
So wow, there's so many things to consider before having a child.
Yeah, man.
There really are. So like I was saying, like, is it worth bringing a child into this world to become a wage slave?
I would say no.
It's not worth it. It's not. And I think it's worth talking to someone you're close to about this. Even I talk to family members about this, like, and friends online, like, hey, look at the way the world is, but like most people hate their jobs. Why would I bring someone into this world to also hate their job? For example, my dad absolutely hates his job. He hates it with an absolute passion for many years.
Wow.
And then he had me.
Yeah.
And now, the cycle continues, but it's going to end with me.
Does he know that?
Oh, he knows that.
Yeah.
He knows that. I told him I'm not going to have children. And he, how does he feel about it? He is not angry at me. He's just disappointed. So his response was that, he respects my decision. Like, if this is my choice, it's my choice. But he is disappointed. So he wasn't yelling at me. He's like, "How dare!" Like, no.
Yeah.
He was like, this is your choice, and
he just wants a
grandbaby. You are my son. You are my son, and I respect your decision.
Yeah. It does. Do you have Does he have any grandchildren, or would it just be you that would? Provide him with that.
You know what? He has a grandchild. Yes, that would be my niece.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So he's.
Yeah. So he's got a grandchild.
I don't know, man. It's tough. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. It's very. I mean, it would appear to me you're not dealing with you don't have. Are you married? Like, do you have?
No, I'm not married. One
Okay.
day I might be married, but
And I would assume you're going to marry a woman who is in agreement with you that doesn't want children, right?
very unlikely.
What if you get married and you end up in that situation that she wants a kid?
So if I get married, hypothetically,
Yeah.
and she during the marriage she says that she wants children.
Yeah.
Firstly, that would never ever happen. But just for the sake of the live stream, just for entertainment.
Yeah.
If out of the blue she says she wanted children.
Yeah.
Oh, divorce immediately. No questions asked. Divorced.
It's like, nope.
I'd wish her all the best. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I feel you, man. Yeah,
the reason why it would be easy for me is because why would you want to bring a child into this world to become a wage slave?
Well, that's a conversation you could have with her before you get married, you know?
Yeah, true. I could.
Yeah,
But if she is set in her ways and after the conversation she's like, you know what? I still want children. I'm like, all right, well, thank you for an X amount of years, but, I wish you all the best.
Yeah. I would have said you probably talked to her way before that, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, in a realistic scenario, a woman who wants children would never be my wife. And that's no shade. I don't want children, so
you just wouldn't attract that type of woman. Yeah.
Oh, a child-free woman is hot. A child-free woman is hot.
You'd have to find, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but a lot of these, at least feminist women, they're more interested in building a career than having a family. So you might be able to have some luck with that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing against them, but
yeah, no, of course not. Oh, no. How many women who are child-free are feminists?
That's a good question, man.
Yeah. Guess we'll never know.
Maybe 50%, I would say, would be a safe bet.
Maybe.
Because I think some of them think they are, but if they were presented with the idea of having a baby, which women love babies, they may say they don't, but they do.
Especially because they look so cute and this
They're
and that.
Cute, yeah. Most women are gonna cave to that, man. They're gonna be like, yeah, it's the real high level corporate business women who are just gonna be like, nah, I don't want no kid. Yeah.
You know what? You know what's funny about this? Have a woman having a kid solely or predominantly because they saw cute pictures of babies, right? Is like a man seeing a beautiful woman and wanting to have sex with her and thinking that he wants a relationship with her. Eventually, after it's done, there's going to be regret.
Yeah.
Not in all cases, but it's like that whole post-nut clarity.
Well, it's like that short you posted where that lady got interviewed. She had 4 kids, but she was telling the interviewer don't have kids because
right.
It's pain and heartache, and this world is not in any position.
To anyone who's watching, having kids because they're cute is a terrible reason to have children because
it is.
Yeah, it really is, because at some point you're gonna get bored and you're gonna be like, oh, why did I have children? I didn't take into consideration the responsibilities of a parent and the sleepless nights.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, women, I'm telling you, you do not want to experience postpartum depression.
That's a thing too. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's kind of like when I brought my kittens home, right? I love my cats, but I'm saying when they're kittens are a lot cuter than when they become full-grown cats. It's different, I still love them. They're cute, but it's not the same. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, dude,
I'm not going to kick my cat out though. So.
Oh God! Wait, you have kitties, right?
I have 5 cats. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's what you're into, yeah? I'm just joking. It's because they use the term for something else, Yeah.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
I'm into it. Yeah. I mean,
so you get loads of kitties. No, I'm joking. I'm kidding. I'll move on.
I get it all, man.
There you go. There you go. Random question: are you into wrestling?
Oh man, back in the late '90s, yeah, I was.
Oh, the Attitude Era.
Yeah, the Attitude Era, New World Order. Yeah.
Okay. And who was your favorite wrestler?
Oh man, that's a tough question. I would say Mr. Perfect.
Mr. That's an interesting one. Mr. Perfect.
Kurt Hennig, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Kurt Hennig. Yeah. May you rest in peace. Kurt Hennig. Yeah. For me personally, my favorite wrestler of all time, I don't know if you'll know him, but his name is Rob Van Dam.
Is he related to Jean-Claude Van Damme?
No, but a lot of people say that they look alike.
Was
But
he
yeah,
WWE or WWF?
He originally was in WWF.
Okay.
And then they changed it to WWE. But yeah, so he debuted, like properly debuted, because he did make an appearance in WWF in 1997.
Okay.
But in 2001 was when he made his proper debut, where he just kept wrestling with the company.
Okay.
And in 2001, it was still WWF. In 2002, it changed to WWE. Anyway.
Right.
Have you heard of Rob Van Dam?
I have not, no.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I was into wrestling for from probably 97 to 99, early 99.
So you've watched wrestling for 2 years?
I was into it for about 2 years straight, and I had a lot of friends who were or I had a couple buddies that were really into it.
Okay.
So yeah, we would watch it, and I would pretend to do moves on my dad.
Oh, on your dad. Okay. Cool,
yeah.
Cool. Nice.
I was into it hard, man. Yeah, I loved it. It was.
Did you wrestle your pillow?
What you mean, man?
No. I used to do that. No. Let me.
Nah, I know what you mean. Nah, I didn't do that. I would usually be with my buddy, and I would just.
Yeah, you had buddies to wrestle with. Me.
Yeah.
At home, I used to wrestle my pillow. Like I would pretend that it was a wrestler, and I would just do frog splashes on the pillow and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I would even make it look like a dummy, right? So what I would do is I'd get a pillow, and then I would insert the lower part of the pillow into some trousers, and I would stuff some socks in the trousers.
Yeah.
And then tie up the ankle parts of the trousers so that the socks don't fall out.
Yeah.
And boom, I got a dummy.
That's true, yeah.
And that's what I did. I feel like I was the only one that invented that.
Dude, I don't know if they made them in the United Kingdom, but over here they had toys that were just like that.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a pillow, but it had legs and arms.
I was very creative, when I was young. Like I genuinely, I know I'm not the only one, but I genuinely felt like I was the only person to create that concept. Like, to create this idea of, I'm gonna put a pillow in some trousers and put some socks in the trousers, and to make it look like a dummy. But
I guess it wasn't a thing over there, huh?
In my house,
or I'm sorry, in the UK, like they didn't sell those toys.
I didn't know anyone when I was young. I never heard of dummies.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's.
Well, I mean, no, not heard. Let me put it like this: I didn't think, it didn't cross my mind about purchasing a dummy or other people creating their own dummies at home to wrestle or to box. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That didn't cross my mind. But I'm sure, like, as of right now, I'm sure there are people that have purchased dummies or have created their own dummies with pillows.
I'm surprised that wrestling was I didn't know that well, I mean, okay, it's worldwide, but I mean, I thought wrestling was just an American thing, man. I didn't know that people.
Well, you live and learn. I mean,
in Europe,
if you don't know, you don't know. But now you know. But yeah, wrestling is popular worldwide especially in Europe and Japan.
Well, I'm not talking. I know, traditional wrestling, like the Olympic sport of wrestling.
Oh, you're talking about amateur, like freestyle wrestling, freestyle Greco-Roman wrestling. Okay.
Yeah, I know that's popular worldwide, but I didn't know that like WWE was people were watching it in Europe. You know, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, we are. Now you know we are.
Wow, but you guys don't watch what do you call it?
UFC?
No, American football. What did you call it?
Oh, hand egg.
Hand egg, yeah.
Only a few people.
Super Bowl, right?
Only Super Bowl. Oh, the Super Bowl. I don't watch the Super Bowl. I don't know about everyone else in the UK. I imagine the UK doesn't really care about the Super Bowl like that.
I would imagine they don't, man. Like, why would they?
Yeah, because who needs the Super Bowl when you have the World Cup?
You have the World Cup, right? And
Yeah,
isn't
the World
England a really good soccer team?
Sorry, what'd you say? Shift it.
Isn't
do my ears
England?
deceive me?
What's that?
Do my ears deceive me? Did you just say the S word?
I did, yeah.
Holy crap!
Well,
Do you know what this means, buddy?
You guys don't call it soccer. You call it football, right?
Nah, we don't call it soccer, dude. We call it football, man.
Football, man. Football,
Yeah.
bro. Okay, bro.
Dude, get off my back, bro. I'm just
Hey,
joking.
man, you want to have a spot of tea?
Spot of tea. Spot of tea. He said spot of tea, mate. What's that about? No, I'm joking. You know what's funny? I was going to ask you to do a British accent. Then you did it.
There you go, man.
There you go. Well, okay, do me a favor. Say get to the Chamber of Secrets in a British accent.
Get to the chain. Oh, man, that's hard.
Get
to the. I can't do it, man.
That's fine.
Get to the Chamber of
Secrets.
Secrets.
You can be brutally honest. What do you think of my attempts at American accents?
You do it pretty well, man.
What would you, if you were to give a brutally honest rating out of 10, what would you give
I'd
it?
give you like a 7.5.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Is that like a running joke amongst British people to imitate
I don't know if
Americans?
it's a running joke. There's this funny thing where I think Americans have made videos about this, about how us Brits we are so good at doing American accents that when Americans watch their favorite shows and they get surprised when the actor is British and not American.
Oh my god, dude, 100%. You ever watch Walking Dead?
No, I haven't watched The Walking Dead. But
okay, so it's a zombie TV show that came around in like 2010 maybe. But one of the lead characters, his name's Rick. Andrew Lincoln is the actor's name. He's the star. He was one of the stars. He's the star of the show for most of the seasons. He comes off as the most American guy you can know, but the dude's freaking British.
What's his name?
Andrew Lincoln.
Andrew. Is he the bald guy with the glasses and the mustache?
No.
Oh, okay. Let me type him up. Andrew. Because I saw a guy with a bald head and a mustache and glasses in Walking Dead.
Bald head, mustache, and glasses.
Who says you're goddamn right? No? Maybe I'm thinking of a different show. Anyway,
I don't know.
Andrew Lincoln.
Yeah, Andrew Lincoln.
Okay. So this is Andrew Lincoln. Okay, he looks familiar.
Yeah, he's
All
my
right.
favorite character. He's my favorite character in a TV show, period.
Okay.
But he's British, but when you watch the show, you would think he's from America, like 100%, man.
Okay. All right, cool.
It's crazy, dude. Yeah.
It's the same. It's the same with Spider-Man. So Tom Holland.
Yeah, Tom Holland. Yeah.
Yeah, he's English, just like me.
Oh, really? I thought he was American. Huh.
Well, there you go. He's English. If you go watch his interviews, he's English.
Wow. Does he have the British accent?
Yeah, he's got the English accent, the British accent. Yeah, absolutely. So the actor is English. It's just the Spider-Man character is American. So,
Obviously, yeah.
It's a lot more common than you think. Apparently there's a show called The Wire, which I have not seen, but people also talk about that. You know Idris Elba?
I do not know.
Okay. Have you seen The Wire?
No, I have not.
Yeah, well, you and me both. But it's the same with him. People are surprised that he's English, or British. Yeah. By the way, for clarification, for anyone watching, the difference between English and British is this, right? With the term British, that includes people who are English, Scottish, Welsh, or Northern Irish, right? Just for context, the UK is a country of countries, basically. So the UK consists of England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
Yeah, so Ireland, Southern Ireland is its own thing, right?
Yeah, it's known as the Republic of Ireland. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's its own thing. And by the way, side note, just a heads up: never refer to an Irish person as British, or especially English. Never do that
Okay.
because of history reasons. Never.
Well, I mean the Irish if you
It's just
you
a
watch-
heads up for everyone watching. Do not refer to an Irish person.
well, actually, no, that was the Scots. Never mind. Yeah.
But nonetheless,
They speak. Don't they have a different dialect there too? Like they have.
They have Gaelic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
Mhm.
it's. I think English is the official language, but they
speak other languages. Gaelic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, have you ever been to the UK before?
I have not, man. I want to go there, man. I've been wanting to for a while.
Okay.
I think I'm going to.
More specifically to England, or?
I'd want to go to London and get in and check out the music scene. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. You're really into music, huh?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. I love music, man.
All right.
I play guitar.
Okay. And who's your favorite? Who's your favorite artist, musician? Who?
Probably Nirvana.
Nirvana. Let me look him or her up.
Kurt Cobain he was the lead singer of Nirvana. And
I've heard of the name Kurt Cobain. Let me look him up.
Yeah.
Kurt Cobain. Okay, this is Kurt Cobain.
Yeah.
Okay. Is he naturally blonde or did he dye his hair?
No, he's naturally blonde. Yep.
Okay.
He was like the leader of the grunge movement. So you would know a band called Bush.
There's a band called Bush.
They're from England. Yeah. They came out in the 90s. They were part of the grunge movement that started in Seattle, Washington.
Oh, right, the rock band.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're one of my favorite bands, Bush.
Have you heard of the Beatles?
Come on, man. Of course. I love the Beatles, man.
All right, cool.
I love the whole 60s, the British invasion. I love all those bands, man.
Cool.
Yeah. The Turtles, the Zombies, the Monkees, the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, Led Zeppelin, all that.
Okay. All right.
Yep. That's why I want to go to London, man.
Cool. Would you ever get a haircut like the Beatles?
I used to have one, actually.
All right.
Yeah, man.
And what did you think? Like, did you? Oh, wait, hang on. Perpetual Pleasurist, welcome back, dude.
Oh, is he back?
He's back.
Hey, I made it back.
He's back.
Yeah.
So
Welcome
it
back.
cut off. I was in the car and lost the signal, brother. That's why I couldn't respond.
Oh, you were driving?
Yeah, I was in a rush to get to a game store. They had a sale on a board game, but
All right.
so
The
I lost the
determination.
signal driving.
Did you get the game that you desired?
Not exactly. I was looking for Lord of the Rings Risk. It was on discount for like 25 to $35, but I found some other good stuff that was on sale. It's pretty decent.
Oh, okay.
Nice. Board games, man. That's like an ancient lost art.
Oh, I love board games as much as I love video games, man. I love board
Yeah.
games.
What's your favorite video game?
Video game right now, Dragon Quest Builders 1 and 2 are my two favorite.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I'm very eclectic though. I play a lot of different games, but those are my two favorite right now. They'll probably be my favorite for life. They're just really enjoyable games.
You play PC or?
I mostly play on Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 4. I play some games on PC though. I say for PC, Rome Total War is my favorite game.
Is that part of the Age of Empires thing? Or no, that's a separate.
That's separate. I think Rome
Yeah.
Total War is way better. You control like full armies and like build all sorts of cities throughout the world. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
a great series. Total War
top-down.
series is awesome.
Is it a top? It's a top down, right?
Yeah, it's really realistic too, which is what I like about it.
So Perpetual.
Nice.
Me and Shifted were just talking about how Americans get so surprised when when British when Americans watch their favorite TV shows and then they find out that the actor was British.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like they get hella surprised, like, what? You're British? Holy shit, dude! What? Like, yeah.
Well, the
We
British are
we
really
are
good at imitating American accents. In fact, British people imitating the American accent actually sound better as Americans than Americans do. It's weird. Really interesting.
interesting. Interesting.
That's
Okay.
probably why. That's why they
I
don't know that.
I told him about. You ever see Walking Dead, Perpetual?
Oh yeah, I'm in the middle of watching it actually. The
So
series.
Rick is British. I never knew he was.
Oh really? That's trippy, man.
Yeah. Yeah, man, that's crazy,
That's
right?
amazing.
I was just telling
I don't know. I
Shifted
don't
that
know if it's. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, I was also telling Shifted that Tom Holland is British. He didn't know that as well. But yeah, you the more you know. You know Tom Holland, Perpetual Pleasures.
Oh yeah, it seems like it's easier. That's probably what it is. It seems easier for the British to imitate an American accent than vice versa for some reason, and I wonder
Hmm.
why. Unless
I
I
wonder
mean,
why. Is it?
I think it's easier because of how frequently it's done. Whereas
Hmm.
like the British accent, it seems like it's less frequently done for an
Or
American imitating it, or at
m-
least in a way that sounds smooth, right?
maybe it's because American media is so dominant, like worldwide. You
That's
know,
probably why.
that's
Yeah.
probably it. You know, like we have so much American media over here, whereas in the
Right.
United States, you guys, you can correct me if I'm wrong. You guys hardly have British media over there.
Yeah, there's very few British
No,
specific
Yeah.
shows. Yeah.
It's
just
so American based,
you'd have to
like
watch BBC to.
yeah,
Yeah.
American, I love how you do it. American, you.
yeah.
Well, isn't the way we speak like isn't like our English is like colloquial to like a true British like American
Mhm.
English is just we're sloppy,
I
right?
don't know about
I don't. I
slop.
mean, yeah, I don't know.
I don't
Well,
know.
what I've heard is that I've heard like at least people from New Zealand, they think my American accent is really sexy. So it's like vice versa. It's like
Hey,
whatever you're not commonly surrounded by all the time, I guess, in your day-to-day life is
perpetual
the
pleasure is getting some Kiwi women. All right, fair play, mate.
Well, I
yeah.
think that like as Americans, we view the British accent as like a form of authority.
Mm.
Like when we hear a British accent, we tend to like listen closely. Like, oh, that person knows what they're talking about because
I
it's
see.
just it's very proper
Like
English.
it sounds convincing. Like it has conviction behind it.
Yeah, it
Like
has conviction and it just sounds very proper. Like it's proper
okay.
English. Yeah.
It's very interesting how we see certain accents. Like okay, like you said, British accent. You think proper, and with German accents or Russian accents, you think intimidating. Like I will crush you.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's funny, man.
Anything Slavic like Russian, Serbian,
So
Eastern European. Yeah.
yeah.
The
I'm,
women,
I'm
the Russian
unfortunately
women
guys,
sound sexy though. Sorry, I was.
Yeah, they
Go
do.
ahead.
I'm gonna have to formally sign out right now. I just wanted to come on for a second. As my phone battery is about to die, but it was great talking to both of you, TP and Shifted, and I look
Yeah.
forward to more combos in the future.
Yeah, man, for
Absolutely,
sure.
man.
Absolutely, man.
Take care. All the best. All right.
Yeah, man. That was a good conversation we had
Absolutely. Throughout.
throughout. Yeah.
It really was.
I'm the type of person I'm not gonna, I hold my beliefs near and dear,
Mhm.
but I'm not gonna like force it onto people like a lot of Christians do. So
But I will say this though, I can distinguish between forcing versus, let me put it like this. I will say this, right? Some people, when they criticize some Christians by accusing them of forcing,
Yeah.
sometimes it's not forcing. Like if you're on the street and you're Christian and you want to talk to someone and talk about Christianity, some people are, you're forcing your beliefs. I'm like, I'm not biased to go, like, I'm not a biased person. I'll be like, this person's not forcing you to do anything. They're just
right.
trying to talk to you about Christianity. But some people are, you're forcing. I don't like those people. Like, don't
Yeah.
do that. Like, if they're not trying to force you, don't try to accuse them or make them look bad by saying they're forcing. Or if a
Yeah.
Jehovah's Witness comes knocking on your door, they're not forcing. That's what I don't like. They're not forcing you to do anything.
No. Right. They're not. Yeah.
Yeah. Just
Yeah,
like
they're
I'm
not
not
forcing
forcing
it.
anyone to become an antinatalist. I'm just talking about it and I'm provoking people's thoughts.
Yeah. For one, if you're solid in your beliefs, if somebody comes knocking on your door, if you're so easily swayed, that you're going to change your whole belief system in a conversation, and that means you really truly didn't believe what you thought you believed. So.
Yeah. And you got to question why you believed what you believed in the first place. So
Yeah, well, I mean, you gotta if you don't, you gotta question. You gotta go back to the drawing board, man. If you're that easily swayed.
Yeah, questioning is very important, because if you don't question things, it means, you don't want to go into blind obedience. That's not good.
No, it's not. That's
It
why
really,
everything that I say, I'm basing on my own personal experience. I'm not just saying, well, 90%, like 10% is theology, but a lot of it is based on what I've experienced. So, yeah.
Parents need to teach that to their kids. Like, don't just say, like, if kids are questioning why you're telling them to do something, don't just say because I told you so.
No, that's a
because
bad parent.
because otherwise they're going to do blind obedience, not just to you but to anyone outside, and that's really dangerous.
They're not going to truly believe what they're not going to have a foundation.
Yeah, they're just going to follow orders, like, no matter who it's coming from.
Like a drone, man. Yeah.
It could be from someone who says to get in their van, which is very, very dangerous, and they just get that. You see what I mean? How dangerous this is. This is why it's important.
Bad.
Very, very bad. So if I had children, and they questioned me, I wouldn't be offended. I wouldn't say, oh, because I said so. I would explain why.
Mm-hmm.
If I tell them to brush their teeth and they ask why, I'm going to tell them it's because you want your teeth to be clean and healthy. Not because
and if
I'm
you
your
don't,
parent.
Yeah, and then if you don't, you're going to have severe toothaches. It's like...
Yeah, exactly. Tooth decay, gum disease, all of that stuff.
It's like,
you got to teach your kids.
It's like you don't want to wear dentures when you're 30,
Yeah. Exactly.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah. So we agree that it's important that if your kids question, bottom line, what I'm saying is it's important to question things in life. Don't just blindly follow. Don't blindly follow.
No. Yeah,
right.
I 100% agree, man. You don't want to do that.
Yeah.
That's when you run into trouble. Yeah.
It used to annoy me when I was a kid, particularly my mom, like whenever I would ask why, she would say because I said so. And my thing is that can cause any kid to resent their parents if you keep doing that, because I don't want to do something just for the sake of it or just because of a power trip. I don't like that. I want to do something where there's a purpose behind it or there's a goal.
Yeah.
If you're just telling me to do something just for a power trip, I'm not going to be pleased with that. And it will make me not want to do it.
Yeah. Well, it's like,
kind of bullying.
Well, it's like if you tell your kid, don't drink alcohol, and you don't give them a reason why, well, guess what they're going to do?
They're going to drink alcohol. They're going to they're going to rebel, because now they're starting to think that you're just trying to be controlling towards them.
Yeah, tyrannical.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
You don't want to do that, man.
Exactly. It is very interesting, right? Even though I don't have kids, it's very interesting talking about how you would be as a parent, like what you would do and what you wouldn't do as a parent. It's interesting, but it's also good in case it does happen. With me, it would never happen, but you know what I mean.
See, I would imagine you have a lifetime supply of Trojans.
Oh, Trojans. Hilarious. I know what you're talking about. No, for me, I'm extra small. No, I'm joking.
Do they? Is that the brand in the UK or
in the UK? I knew you would say that. No. You know what? At the end of the day, it's not the size that matters. It's not. Who am I kidding? Of course, size matters. Anyway, no. It's the motion. How does it go? The motion in the ocean, or what is it? What? How did it go?
I don't know, man.
Motion of the ocean.
Motion of the ocean.
Oh, you're probably saying I don't know because for you, size has never been an issue. Jeez. Shifted reality says, what crime, dude? Anyway, wait, who are you responding to?
Jester Cosmic said a crime just happened down the street.
Oh, interesting. All right.
Can you hear my cats, man? They're meowing like crazy.
Oh,
I
I can't hear them.
apologize.
No,
Okay.
no, don't worry. I don't even hear them.
Okay.
I had to put up the volume now. Nope, still don't hear them.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I just kicked one of them out. So.
Oh, okay. Damn. Well, how
Freaking
come?
cats. He's being extra needy. He's just.
Oh, okay. So it's like, dude, chill. I need my space.
Yeah, he's an orange cat. So orange cats are very vocal, and they need attention. They need a lot of attention.
Oh, okay. Very
I don't
high
know if you like cats, but yeah, that's how they roll.
I'll be honest. I'm not a pet person. I don't despise animals, but
Mhm.
I'm not a pet person. Like, I would never get a pet. And there's nothing wrong with getting a pet. If you want a pet, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. Is what I'm saying. If you want a pet, more power to you. But for me personally, I don't want that responsibility of looking after another being. I don't.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, which is another reason why I don't want children.
It's expensive too.
Yeah, it's expensive. You know.
I spend most of my money goes towards my cats, man. I'm not even gonna lie.
Now, some people would say, "Hey, that's a selfish reason," but my thing is, I'm not causing any harm to the unconceived. So
No, you're not.
all right.
You've got.
And if I was,
yeah.
then, yeah. But go on.
No, I'm saying you got the right idea. Like you're doing it in a gentleman way. Like you're not. If anybody like, I don't see how somebody could disagree with what you're saying unless they're selfish.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I mean, you can disagree, but I'm saying like I wouldn't see unless they presented a good argument.
No one has stated a good argument against what I have stated. Like,
Yeah.
you know, my antinatalist talking points. You know, why not to have children? No one has stated a good counter argument so far.
How long have you been into this, man? If you don't mind me asking.
What, antinatalism?
Yeah.
So in terms of making antinatalism content, or how long have I been an antinatalist?
I would say, how long have you had the mindset?
The mindset, I would say, I would say since 20. I would say I've had the mindset. Oh wow! Let me think about this. Jeez. Give me. I would say probably since 2019.
2019.
Yeah.
Did something particularly happen in that year that got you thinking, or it was just?
I think in 2019, there was this Indian American woman. Was she Indian American? I think she was Indian American. She was Muslim.
Indian, like India.
I'm just painting a picture, but what'd you say?
You said Indian, like India, like from India.
Yeah, straight from India, not Native Americans. No, straight from India. But yeah, Indian. I think there was this Indian American woman, and she was Muslim. I'm saying all this because I like to paint a picture. And
no, go ahead.
She messaged me and told me about antinatalism.
Okay.
And yeah, ever since then, I became an antinatalist.
Huh? What did she? If you don't have to say, but what exactly did she say that got you thinking?
About how, you know, it's wrong and unfair to bring a child into this world, given that they never asked to be born.
Yeah,
and she probably sense. It makes sense.
If she's from India, I would imagine she knows exactly what she's talking about, because think about all the poverty and all the children in poverty in India, man.
I think I think she was probably born in the United States, because Indian American, but yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, you said American. My bad. Never mind.
Yeah. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I get your point though. So she's the reason why I know about antinatalism.
Yeah. Was that your first introduction into truth, if you will?
I mean, I've always been. I don't say this to be arrogant, I swear to God, but I think it's okay to say certain things about oneself without being called arrogant. But I've always been into the truth. Before I came across antinatalism, I've always been that guy, that logical thinker, that type of guy. I would always question things. I would always be aware of the reality. I wouldn't try to hide from the truth. I've always been a truth teller. The truth is like a drug for me.
Mm-hmm.
It really is.
I can relate to that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any other rabbit holes you've gone down besides antinatalism?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, so we know the system's screwed up. We know the powers that be are screwed up. We know that.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Sorry. So when I was a kid, just between you and me, when I was a kid, I was so demotivated when it came to school. So demotivated. I'm not saying I didn't do well. I did do well, but I was so demotivated when it came to going to school because I didn't see the point. I was just forced to go to school. I made a video. Have you seen my video about school? Like,
I saw your short about it. You compared it to prison.
Oh, right. Yeah, I just uploaded that. But what do you think? What did you think of that short?
I completely agree. School is just a mirror image of prison.
By the way, I just uploaded it, but I didn't create the video itself. I just uploaded it.
I know. Yeah, you didn't.
Yeah. But there is a separate video I made, and it's not short. Have you seen that one? Like,
I might have missed that one. Like I said, I just found you like this morning, so.
That's cool.
I went through I watched all your longer videos first, and then I started going through your shorter ones because I prefer longer videos. So I was
fair enough.
Then I went to your lives, and I was watching your lives. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I'm actually going to do more lives, as the days go by. But the school video is called School Was Boring and Insufferable.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely worth a watch. I might even share it on my community post. But yeah, definitely check it out.
Yeah, is it in the UK? Do you guys do like for us we do preschool to like 12th grade? Is that how it is over there?
So what we do, we got primary school, which is basically you got nursery and you got, as you guys call kindergarten.
Kindergarten, yeah.
Well,
so, we have preschool too, though, which is considered you can consider preschool nursery, and then kindergarten would be like below first grade.
So we have nursery, and then we got year 1 to year 6. That's in primary school. And by the way, in year 6, the maximum age is 11 years old. And then you go to secondary school. So we don't have that middle school stuff.
You don't have middle school.
Yeah, so it's primary school and secondary school.
So you're lucky, man. Middle school is brutal here. Lord have mercy.
Interesting. Well, secondary school, it's for people who are aged from 11 to what age? Yeah, from 11 to 16.
Wow. Huh. So that's high school for us then. Or no, that's middle school and halfway to high school. Yeah, because our high school ends at age 17 or 18.
Okay. All right. Interesting. So for us, it's like this, right? Secondary school is from 11 to 16. And after secondary school, we have... What do we have? Yeah, we have either college or sixth form. I went to sixth form, so that lasted for 2 years. So basically, it's year 12. No, is it? Yeah, it's year 12 to 13. So that's basically 16 to 18 years old.
Okay. And when you graduate, do you get like a diploma over there, or what do you get?
I mean, we get, you get A level. You get A levels or B Tech.
Wow, it's really
you get some
different.
kind of award. Yeah.
Huh. So to get like a if you were to get a job at like Tesco, like what level of education would they want?
Educate. I don't think they focused on that. They just
Huh.
want someone. Yeah, I don't think they would focus on that. Like, if you're, I don't think they care about that. To be honest, like, I don't. If someone were to work for like Sainsbury's or Tesco or whatever, what I'm saying is it's pretty easy to get those jobs.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like if you
So
were to apply for, let's say, Walmart in the
Yeah.
United States, it would be pretty easy to do so.
you'd have to at least generally speaking, they would want you to at least have a high school diploma here before you would get hired at Walmart. Generally speaking, there's exceptions, but
Okay.
so
All right,
over
cool.
there, you're saying they don't really care about your education level.
I
For
mean,
those.
I'm not saying they don't. Let me put it like this. I mean, it's not like they say you must, in order to work for Tesco or Sainsbury's, you must have this education. But I think they just care about your experience, your work experience.
Your work ethic.
Yeah, well, experience, like how much, and they will see your work ethic once you start working there.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just talking about work experience, like where you've worked. Like if you've worked in retail and
Yeah.
you're applying for a job at Walmart and you've got experience in retail, they're gonna like that. They're gonna be like, nice, you got experience in
Okay.
this retail and that retail, and they're likely to hire you.
Yeah. So that's a little bit better than it is over here, man. Because
They'll make you jump through hoops over there.
if you don't have your high school diploma, then they might hire you. If you have like a lot of retail experience, then they might hire you. But like, if typically they want you to have at least your GED, which is your GED is your high school equivalency test. So basically, you take a test, and if you pass it, you get a certificate that's equivalent to you completing your schooling, your high school.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've worked in retail in the past, right? And it was very easy, like, to get in. Like, we would just, me and the boss would just have a conversation, how many hours, I can do and blah, blah, blah. And I got the job.
Yeah.
This was in the past.
It would appear to me that it's more people oriented over there. Like it's, you guys are more like, it's you guys aren't as fucked up as us. I'll put it.
I would say, like, the UK aren't the best, but America is like the UK on steroids. Let's put it like that.
Exactly. Yeah, we're just you guys are a bit easier. It's like it's not much of a rat race as it is over here.
Yeah, I mean the rat race is horrible here, but yeah, compared to the United States and the tipping culture, whoo, don't get me started on the tipping culture.
Tipping culture? What do you mean? Like when we tip our waiters?
The tipping culture refers to the way things are when it comes to tipping in the United States. So the tipping culture in the United States is that you are expected to tip. If you don't tip, you'll get side-eyed, you'll get your food spat on, you'll get all kinds of things done to your food, or it doesn't even have to be food, just any service. Like if you don't tip, you'll be looked down upon, you'll be called cheap, all of that.
Oh yeah, especially like the bartenders here. Like if you don't tip your bartender here, forget about it.
Yeah, and it's wrong in my opinion, right? I know I'm not from there, but still, it's wrong. It's supposed to be a tip is not supposed to be, an obligation. Like, you're supposed to earn the tip.
I agree. So the problem that we have here is if you're a waitress that works in a restaurant, right?
Yeah.
You're making far less below the minimum wage. Like you're making like $3 an hour, but you're dependent on your tips.
Right, because the companies don't want to pay their employees properly, so they want their employees to rely on tips, right?
Well, so they'll pay like the cooks and the dishwashers and everybody who works like in the back of the house, they'll get paid the normal rate. But if you work in the front of the house, like the waiters or the busboys, they know you're going to get tipped, so they're going to pay you less, and they want to tax your tips.
Right. Right. So, what do you think of the tipping culture in the United States?
Because I worked in a restaurant, I understand what they go through.
Mhm.
So like I can sympathize to the fact that like even if I get bad service, I'll still leave a good tip because I know what that person's been dealing with all day.
That's fine, you know.
But do I think it should you be shunned if you don't tip?
Or get
It
your food
depends.
spat on.
It depends.
What about getting your food spat on?
No, that should not happen. That's unprofessional. That's just
Yeah. And you know what's funny? People have had their food spat on. I've seen stories about, on social media about in America, right? Some people would get their food spat on, and mind you, it's for not living. It's basically the person got tipped, but the tip wasn't enough to their liking.
that happens. Yeah, that happens.
Woo! It's like you got tipped, but you didn't like the amount that they gave you.
Yeah. So
That's crazy.
What's the big thing now, man, is we have like Instacart, Grubhub, DoorDash, Uber Eats. So like everybody's getting their food delivered to their house now.
Oh yeah, we got Uber Eats here as well. Yeah.
So like that tip is kind of like a given because that person's going to the restaurant, they're picking up your food and they're driving it to your house. So I don't have no problem tipping them there.
And that's fine, man. And you see, you don't feel like you're being forced to tip. Well,
you kind of are, but
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't,
that's
then
the problem.
Yeah.
Like,
if you don't tip, then you're probably gonna like not get your right order next time. Yeah,
exactly. But the thing is, what these people don't realize is by acting this way, acting entitled, right? By but by sabotaging someone's food just because they didn't give you a tip, you're proving to that person, you're proving to the customer why you should never get a tip ever.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
You're showing your true colors.
Yeah,
if I don't tip
agree.
You now, then you're showing me your true colors because I didn't tip. Then thank you for giving me a reason why to never ever tip you, like in the future. Just just do your job properly. Do a decent job. Like you're not supposed to. That should be the default. You shouldn't have to get tipped in order to do a decent job when that should be the default.
That should be the default. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that's just bad business.
You got to think though. Like, do you think a driver or a waiter really cares about being professional? Probably not.
But so why should they expect tips?
Yeah, I mean, because they're doing I hate to say it, but it's a slave job. I mean, it's like,
yeah, the truth is, shifted, man. I have sympathy for some of these like waiters, waitresses. I do. I say some because I don't have sympathy for for the others who feel that it's okay to spit in people's food just for not getting tipped. Right. Those people can. You know what? It's my channel. I'm gonna say it. They can go to hell. Not literally. Yeah, no. It's an expression. Yeah.
No,
they can go to hell.
It's fine, man. Yeah. No.
If you try to poison someone else just because you don't get tipped, go to hell.
No, that's bullshit. That's stuff that people do in prison. I mean, it's nah.
Even outside of prison, like I've seen there was footage. This is I digress for one moment, right? But I saw footage, right? This took place in an Asian country. I think it was China or something. There was a camera, right? There was footage of chefs making food, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this chef put a mop inside a pot of food.
Wow.
And was just stirring it and just took it out. I'm like, that is gross.
God. Wow. Yeah.
That is gross. Like, what are you doing?
That is bad, dude.
It is. So this is why I make my own food.
I do too, man. Yeah, I rarely eat out, man. Yeah,
rarely, because sometimes you got to eat out because of convenience.
Yeah, I mean, just like the other night, I ordered DoorDash or Grubhub, and I got Burger King because I felt like I didn't feel like going in the kitchen.
Yeah, and also some restaurants you can trust sometimes.
Yeah, like the ones in my town, like they're pretty good and they do a good job. But I've experienced the other side of the equation where it's just, I don't know. Even then though, I don't take it. I just realized, well, they're probably having a bad day.
Mhm.
They've been working for 7 hours on their feet. They've been dealing with the general public, which is absolutely trash. The general public is trash.
Or like the customers, like with the customers always right mindset, taking advantage of employees, right?
These entitled people that think that they can just treat these workers like trash because they believe they're above them. It's like,
yeah, they're pieces of shit too. They
fucking
can go
trash, dude. Fuck them.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't like those people. I don't like those people either. We're all human beings. Don't have this god. Yeah, some of them have a god complex as well. They do. Like, oh, you're just a worker. You're beneath me. But it's like they're serving you. Like, have some appreciation and respect.
Yeah, even if it doesn't go like the way you think it should go, like at least don't shit on them.
Exactly.
Because you're going to them for convenience because your ass is too lazy to cook your own food.
Exactly. Exactly. Well said. Well said. How can you criticize a worker when you're literally the one going to them for service?
Right. Well, they have this standard. They have a standard of like, oh, I deserve this. Why? Why do you deserve this?
Like, if you're going to a worker and you look down on them, what does that make you? Because you're going to them. So, yeah. Let me read this. Patsy Klein says that TP, just like me, always willing to look for and then face the truth. There you go. John Stevens says you guys have been streaming for 5 hours. Damn. Yes, we have. You know what? I'm gonna end this live stream because I am exhausted. But dude, Shifted Reality, thank you for joining, man. I appreciate that you discovered my channel, and yeah, thanks for coming up. Great convos, etc. Definitely check out my other videos, and we'll keep in touch, man.
Yeah, man, for sure. Next time you go live, I'll be here, man.
Appreciate it, man. All the best.
All right, you too, brother.